and welcome to Buddy System. It's that time in the month again where some of your favorite streamers and some of the greatest minds in Shadowverse join forces to face off against each other for some cash prizes and bragging rights. We are here live at the Tempo Storm Studios in Los Angeles, and I'm your host, Ovilee May, and today I am joined once again by the fabulous casters, Potwasher and Wonder Chef. Guys, how are you doing?
I'm super excited. The new set just came out. I'm excited for what we're going to see today.
Yeah, I've been playing the new expansion nonstop. I'm really excited for the new decks.
And it's been a month since we've last seen you guys, so Potwasher, just wanting to remind everyone that you are still #2 in the world at Shadowverse. Have you had any updates to that? Try and hit that #1?
So I'll be competing in the Contenders Cup next week to try to qualify for the last World Grand Prix slot for Pam.
Ooh, okay, Chef, what about you? It sounds like he's working his way up. How are you doing? Any world accolades?
I'm still just grinding ranked. I'm better than last month, which really isn't saying that much, but I'm working on it. I'll get to second place in the world one day, right?
I like that. That's improvement. And then who knows, maybe one day you can compete against some of our coaches and our players in Buddy System, right?
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, well, now that we've gotten to learn a little bit more about you guys, let's go ahead and learn a little bit more about the format and the rules of the tournament for today. So if you guys are joining us once again, nothing has really changed in terms of format and rules. Format, still teams consisting of one streamer and one professional Shadowverse player who is acting as their coach. Each team is allowed to bring a maximum of 2 decks into the tournament, which is a best-of-3 single elimination. Now, the coaching rules is where it gets fun, because in Game 1, the coach can say or do whatever they want to their little star pupil. They can basically tell them exactly what they want them to do. But in Games 2 and in Game 3, coaches will be muted during all the even turns, which is going to crank up the difficulty a little bit for our players. But I mean, it should be a little difficult because this is what they're playing for. First place can take home $2,500, second place following at $1,500, and third place still $1,000. So if you're going home, if you hit top 3, you're going home with some cash prizes. But that's what everyone who is competing here today is playing for. For everyone at home, you guys actually have an opportunity to win some awesome prizes, and all you have to do is open up your computer or your phone, open up Twitter, and tweet out the hashtag #SVBuddySystem for a chance to win some awesome card packs. I'm excited. Do you guys want card packs?
I do. I need them, actually. I'm trying to build more decks. I just built like an entirely new deck last night. I'm literally down to like no vials. I'm pretty sure I can't test anything else. I'm totally done.
I think everyone needs new packs right now.
Yeah, and I mean, and speaking of new card packs and new decks, I think some of our players actually have new decks. So let's go ahead and take a look at our teams, seeing some familiar faces and some new faces. Anyone popping out to you guys?
Yeah, of course, we've got last month's champion, Axe and Noir, although their name is now Noir about Axe instead of Axe about Noir, so it makes very little sense, but they don't need to make sense. They're the champs.
And then definitely seeing some familiar names like Slyssa, but I'm not seeing her with her coach Zerofine this time.
Ooh.
What, is there tension? What happened there? Do we know?
I don't know. I mean, that was the running-up team, of course, last month. I don't know exactly for what reason. Maybe only the champs get to keep their team, you know? But now we're going to see, in fact, I believe we're going to see Slyssa going up against her previous coach, Zerofine, in the first match of the day.
Oh, well, let's go ahead and take a look at our schedule then, because that would be spicy. And yes, looking at Game 1, where we are seeing Alias and new coach Zerofine taking on Slyssa and Ludi Barolo. So that's going to be a spicy Game 1. But then in Game 2, we are going to see Snake Nate and Coach Himari take on Nerd Girl and Essia. Then our reigning champions, Axe and Noir, take on newcomers, Flake and Dolan. And then in Game 4, we have Anime and Coach Alistair taking on Amazonian and Coach Jordude. Amazonian is definitely a name I remember just because she was flashing all of the taunts with her little sign on her whiteboard last time.
Yeah, I think she won the like flair award of last time, you know?
Definitely.
Let's do that again this week, or this month. I think at the end of the show, let's all say who we thought was the best style-wise, you know?
True.
They may not be the champ, but they're the champ in our hearts.
The people's champion.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah,
and she definitely brought a really great deck, again, a unique deck this time, bringing the Forestcraft deck, brought Dragoncraft last time, and no one else has brought those decks, so bringing unique lineups 2 times in a row.
I appreciate that. I appreciate the innovation that she's trying to display. And I mean, I am personally a huge fan of the trash talkers. So if anyone's trash talking and doing it in a creative way, then I am very excited to see it. But let's go ahead and take a look at the key cards of our first team, which is Alias and Coach Zero Fine.
All right, and we are going to have a similar deck list to the one that won last month. Is going to be Alana, Havencraft. Now, the new expansion came out. We only really lost one card, De La Fee, out of this deck. But why don't you tell us a little bit about the new cards coming into this deck, or new card and some changes?
Yeah, so the only new card this time is going to be Iridescent Sphinx, which has the new card effect Crystallize, which if you play it out for something similar to an Accelerate effect, if you play it for less than the full cost, you get an amulet instead. The card turns into an amulet, and that's going to be really key in setting up a really big turn later in the game. It also has a lot of synergy with buffing up the cards using Alana Pierce Prayer, so it has a ton of synergy with the deck, and it's being utilized to its fullest effect in this deck.
Yeah, and then, so one other card that's not necessarily new is seen its way into this deck, and then one card that we did see in the deck, but I believe it may be now be more important. I'm talking about Realm of Repose. Can you tell us maybe a little bit about Servant and Realm of Repose in the deck?
Yeah, the deck has gotten a little bit faster. The meta has gotten a little bit faster. Games are ending quicker, ending turn 7, turn 8, and isn't really going past turn 10 anymore. So now we see cards like Servant of Repose, which can set up really strong Realm of Repose turns. Servant of Repose heals your leader and all your followers at the end of the turn, so has a lot of synergy with the Realm of Repose. The Iridescent Sphinx is also going to set up a really strong turn, really strong Realm of Repose turn, and we're going to see a lot of explosive turns setting up a one-turn kill from the Alana side.
One-turn kill?
Oh, yeah, that's right. 20
Oh
damage
my
in the turn.
gosh.
Easy, easy.
Oh, that sounds terrifying. Now, one thing I noticed, maybe for people who are a little bit new, we see that they have 35 followers, 5 amulets, but 0 spells. Is that standard for a Havencraft deck?
Yeah.
Yeah, of this one, right? I don't think we saw any spells even before Verdant Conflicts came out, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there are some. I think we've seen some, what am I, Holy Smite? No, wait, Angelic Smite. Whoa, I was close. I almost said the name. All right, first name mess up of the day, but
yeah, not key to the deck, really, yeah.
And I mean, we saw so many Havencraft decks last time. Was that due to just kind of like the simplicity of understanding how to play it, or is it just busted?
Yeah, this format lends itself well to Alana archetype, and it seems like a lot of players and coaches have made the decision to bring Alana Haven just as a great choice for this specific tournament, and being able to communicate. You have to play a few less cards per turn with that deck, so I think it works really well.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at Team 2, Slyssa's key cards, and see if maybe after breaking free from Coach Zero Fun, she was able to try something new. Nope, it's Havencraft again.
another Alana Havencraft. Yeah, we are going to see a few of these today. Now, the big difference here is there is an Olivia Blackened Wing in here, which is not something that we usually see in Alana Havencraft, as far as I've ever seen. And then there's actually a 3 of Realm of Repose this time. So how do you think that's going to affect the mirror?
Yeah, Olivia Blackened Wing really shines in longer matchups, and we do have a Havencraft mirror at the start of the day. Maybe it'll make a difference here with another chance to evolve Kel Holy Marksman, maybe another chance to get a second Alana Pierce Prayer and evolved onto the board. That might be something that happens here.
Yeah, or even maybe like a Zoe to like refill your hand at some point.
Yeah.
So with a Havencraft v Havencraft deck, what is it going to come down to? What is going to be the win condition for either of these players?
Realm of Repose, of course, is a really key card. It prevents really large followers from being able to attack the opponent immediately, so that's going to be really important. Of course, we saw there's no De La Fee anymore, which gave your leader the effect of healing your entire board, so all your followers and your own leader by 1. You don't have that constantly going anymore, so it's a little bit weaker to play a super drawn-out game anymore, and instead we see Servant of Repose filling in a somewhat similar role. It's going to be more important to hit those key timings, try to play around Kel Holy Marksman, I think it's going to be pretty similar to last expansion, but going to hinge on those turns more.
I remember the Kel card. That was one of my favorite because whenever you saw it come out. Oh, and actually, we have our competitors on the screens right now. We see Slyssa and Alias a little camera shy.
Or maybe that's just how Alias and Zero Fine look.
Yeah, it could potentially be that.
They're in the background in the clouds. You can barely see them.
Yeah, they're just repping Tempo Storm with that beautiful logo.
So just like last month, we are going to be listening listening for communication among these teams, the player and the coach, and I'm really excited for that.
Yeah, I mean, has there been? I see Slyssa's repping the Twitch rival shirt, and it actually seems like we have the game ready. So let's go ahead and get into it.
All right, so it is going to be a mirror for our first game of the day, Alias V and PG Zero Fine against F2K's Slyssa and Ludi Brolo. So Ludi Brolo was not a coach last time, I believe, and I believe Alias was not a player last time. But, of course, we got the Slyssa versus Zero Fine matchup, who were teammates, and now they are enemies. So now in this, correct me if I'm wrong. See, today I'm gonna make some more like calls and then see if they're right.
Okay.
So you want to really aggressively mulligan for Ilana in this mirror, right?
Yeah, for sure. I didn't quite catch who's going first this time around, but regardless, I think it's going to be Ilana keep and then toss off for the Slyssa side, and we see Golden Bell, so really higher chance of drawing Ilana now. That's going to be key in the early game.
Yeah, and let's see who is going first. All right, so we are going to see first turn for Slyssa.
Okay. A little bit awkward to have multiple fours in hand, of course, but this is a slightly longer matchup in most cases, so maybe it won't matter that much.
Yeah, I mean, technically, you could even look at Lemonia as like a 6-drop, but yeah, like 4 different things that you would potentially want to play there. Of course, I feel like Ilana generally is going to get the priority, but of course, top deck that Ilana wasn't in her starting hand, right? It just got drawn first round. Yeah, of course, it's the furthest card on the right. And there's the healer, so that should set up a very good turn 5 at the very least.
Yeah, not going to have many early gameplays, not going to be able to add repair mode to hand like Elias is going to be able to do here.
Yeah,
Alias.
So you generally want to do that over the hoverboard, is that right? Just so that you can guarantee yourself that strong turn? Okay.
So especially with the pass on turn 2, you can kind of expect a stronger turn 3. Maybe they play out a 2-3 ward or a 3-3 Zoe, something like that. And you are able to clear that off with the Robo Wing Precant, followed up by a hoverboard mercenary, which would give it Bane.
Right, yeah, that's absolutely true. The ordering was super important right there. And then, of course, whatever Precant draws, or sorry, not whatever Precant draws, whatever hoverboard mercenary draws. A little bit useful, but I mean, realistically, yeah, they're definitely talking about it right now. I'm sure the coach is helping out with this choice.
Yeah. So looking at Alias's hand, we see the new Iridescent Sphinx. It's going to be interesting to see whether we see it come out early on turn 3. That would set up maybe a stronger turn 5. Going second, a lot of the time, even if you have Ilana in hand, you go for the Lemonia directly on turn 4 going second, and instead try to set up a turn 4 that's more powerful, since you get an extra mana cost by lowering the cost of whatever that's in your hand off of the Lemonia, Salvation X Lemonia it's called?
Yeah. So essentially, they either have to deal with Lemonia, who's going to be evolved at that point. Of course, you have the extra evolution point from going second. And if they deal with it, then you get a more explosive turn 5. And if they don't deal with it, then you get a buffed evolved Lemonia.
Yeah. And so the Iridescent Sphinx on turn 3 would play that into that even more.
Yeah. The timing's going to work out. In fact, this is going to be honestly one of the biggest choices. Why don't we take a listen in to them?
Yeah.
So scary.
No, it's Hearthstone you play, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Shadowverse is a lot of faster game than
Right, that's what I
Hearthstone.
remember. Though the last
Yeah.
tournament was the rounds were lasting hours.
No, it went on for a little bit last tournament, but
Yeah.
I mean, you almost never get past turn 10 in Shadowverse. or very rarely you'll get much past turn 10.
Alright, so this is one of the new cards.
Yeah, so this is going to make an amulet that in 2 turns, it's going to summon them as 6/4. So very powerful.
Okay.
Okay, so we have so many 4-drops here.
Oh yeah, we have a bunch of 4-drops.
I think I'd probably just play out one of the Lemonias here.
Right, since we have 2.
It's the biggest threat. They're going to need to trade into it with something. So.
That was a pretty animation. I liked that.
We see the pull here.
Lamonia, when you evolve her, what
kind
does
of
she
new.
do?
Yeah, it's
So
actually live
Lamonia,
updating too.
when you evolve her, she gives your leader an effect for the rest of the game.
No.
Which is when... yeah, they've got the Alana. Whenever a Machina follower, there's a trait that's on certain followers. Whenever a Machina follower dies, you get a token in your hand, a 0-cost token, that reduces the cost of a card in your hand by 1.
Yeah.
And if you play 5 of them, you get an unkillable 8/8.
Right.
Which I think you used in a match
Yes,
last time.
I did.
Yeah.
I'll come back.
I'll do what I can.
Oh, mean.
So it's unfortunate that we just had a very weak opener there.
Right.
So, there's only 2 options really here, and that's we play Alana or do we play Kel? Kel lets us wipe the boards, but they just get to answer him next turn, and they're getting a 6/4 off of that amulet as well.
I think we go Alana then, right?
Alana's gonna give us the Alana's prayer. So I think probably the best thing to do here is to we play Alana, evolve her and trade into the 5/2, but we don't play the Tender Rabbit Healer. And then next turn we can go Kel and double Rabbit Healer, which is gonna wipe the board for 6 damage total. So that's probably gonna kill everything on the opponent's board.
Okay.
Surely awaits.
And we're just gonna
Yeah,
float
just
one.
gonna pass the turn there.
Okay.
It sounds like they have a plan going.
Giving us a pretty good chance of... So next turn,
Yeah, they
hopefully...
definitely have to fight from behind right now, which is understandable. It's definitely a tough situation for them. Definitely a pretty explosive start from Alias and Zero Fine. So Kel, luckily there are 2 Kels in hand, so there's going to be some good opportunities to clear, but they got to deal with a lot.
And another important thing is that one of the key weaknesses of passing in the early turns is not having access to those repair modes, but instead we see the Tender Rabbit Healers, and we saw the Bell on turn 1, Golden Bell, so they're not really lacking in cards, and they have small healing effects, so I don't think it's going to affect them nearly as much as the usual scenario passing those early turns.
Right, and we're going to see Zoe come out for the evolution, just trying to refill hand a little bit, and of course that gets those nice buffs. That's also going to be, I mean, I feel like at this point it might be a kind of, tell me if you think this is true, it might be a kind of a heavy assumption that they don't have like Kel evolve Rabbit Healer, or, well, they could have Kel and then Golden Bell and Rabbit Healer. So there's like a mix, right? There's 5 cards total that could give them essentially what they need to clear the board fully here. Do you think it would be smart to play around the assumption that they could do 6 damage with Kel, or...?
Yeah, so one of the important things about Tutankhamun, King Tut, is that it doesn't go away if you clear it at 2 health or above, but this 1 heal only sets it to a 5 health, an odd threshold where Kel Evolve will set it to 3 health, Rabbit Healer will set it to 1 health, and then another Rabbit Healer is going to remove Tutankhamun off the board immediately. So it's not really working out here. I think it was a large commitment. Obviously, there were no repair modes in hand, so it is possible to make that assumption that this board isn't going to be cleared, but it was going to get punished here. It is going to get punished here.
That's true. No, there was a repair mode in hand for Alias V, and of course hindsight's 2020, so they could have potentially given Tutankhamun that 1 more tough defense just to like be revived into the situation, which of course would be huge. I mean, the big question there was, did they really need the hoverboard mercenary play when they were already getting cards from Zoe at that point, and then they could have potentially had a second card from Zoe by playing the repair mode, plus a buffer board. But I mean, they made their choice.
Yeah, there are other options there. For example, this is the absolute maximum that Kel can do. Only heal and then one cost is the absolute maximum. So I think it was reasonable to play around everything there.
Yeah, and of course, they knew that they had Kel to answer that, who should also be able to clear the entire board. But it will be a full trade. Now, of course, they're both all completely out of evolution points.
Yeah.
That Olivia might come into play, question mark. We didn't see the super explosive turn with Tutankhamun. I mean, it was good, but Kel was able to.
I think they could have played around that. And also this turn, not choosing to play out something else and hold on to repair modes, just choosing to clear off the entire board, trade everything away. But this now gives Slyssa and Ludibrolo time to set up their own repair modes, set up their own Iridescent Sphinx one more time, things like that. It's looking really good for the Slyssa side.
Yeah. I mean, the start was so explosive from Alias and Zero Fine, but you know, this tends. It seems to me like the Alana matchups are usually whoever can sort of take the lead in producing threats. And once you start producing threats, then the other person has to answer, and then you make more threats, and they have to answer, and then eventually somebody's going to get some little advantage out of that. But I think having, obviously having this is going to give a bit of an advantage. But let's listen into the other team, see what they're thinking.
Yeah, we don't have another.
Wait. Your mortal lives and be saved.
You can Evo here?
Yeah. And then I can smack a thing, right?
Yes.
This one? Sorry?
You can't, you can't because the other one protects it.
Oh, the other one's got ward.
Yes.
So just kill that?
Yes.
Throw your life away. My hands are tied.
Ouch, Chihuahua. Alright, so we have 8 shadows, so our Holy Lord guy doesn't make his friends yet.
It looks like Alias and Zero Fine
rush, you give a repair mode.
really have an uphill battle, but the Ektar in hand really could prove to be the deciding factor here.
Yeah, surprisingly, there's been no damage dealt this entire time. It's just been answers to threats over and over. Of course,
Hello,
now
chat.
when it gets way harder.
Just ask Rotlick if you have questions. I will be right back. Okay.
Alright, so playing out the Zoe, definitely trying to find some more cards for hand. I mean, nobody's really lacking for threats in hand or potential answers, but the game's getting out this long.
I think a really interesting play on Slyssa and Ludibrolo's side on turn 7 was the commitment to get the Zoe onto the board. But the problem with that has been that even though they succeeded in the gamble that the Zoe would remain on the board, they weren't able to draw into any immediate repair modes, which means that they're not getting any additional draws off. So kind of sucks there.
Yeah, and now knowing this, it seems like answering Zoe would be pretty smart. It's not something you want to keep out, especially now that it's come down to a battle of a back and forth like this. You don't want to give him more answers.
Yeah. Now, after playing Salvation Lamonia, you can combine a 2-cost follower with Ektar and clear off the Zoe, and it was only able to get a total of 1 draw off, and another option, Lamonia Flawed Saint, of course. In both scenarios, they were only able to get 1 card draw off of value, and that's not really that great for that card.
Yeah, and they've chosen to use actually quite a bit of Zoes in this game, just in general, kind of playing seems like not to put out gigantic threats at points.
We saw the turn 6, was it? Zoe, and also the turn 7 Zoe from the first side.
right, so honestly, you know, we were talking about it. So Olivia seems like a pretty slow card for this deck in particular right now in the current meta, but this could come into play. I mean, you use a lot. Now, they did go first. They only, of course, have, I believe, wait. Yeah, Slyssa was the one who had the Olivia, right? It could give them some gigantic threat later in the game. It's entirely possible now, right? I mean, they're going to get the extras through the Lamonias, who do get the auto-evolves. So they should be at, what, 3 now? I don't think they played 2 Lamonias. They played 2 Lamonias, but one of them was just on turn 4, and it died.
So, Alias and Zerofine making another pretty strong assumption that there isn't an immediate way to deal with the 7-2, so no way to add repair mode directly into hand immediately, most likely because on turn 8 they didn't draw more cards even though the Zoe was on board. So making that call there, a really hard call, I'd say, that they don't have a great way to clear the 7-2.
Yeah, now, let's see. They're hovering over the Sphinx for whatever reason.
Yeah, I think probably just put cards wide and play out the repair mode seems like a reasonable play. And that's going to add another Salvation X Lamonia into hand when the hoverboard mercenary attacks first. Wow.
Interesting.
Kel? Okay.
And then repair mode. No.
Yeah. So most of the time, I would probably say that playing out Robo-Goblins first is a smarter choice, just because the Robo-Goblin, it has last words add a repair mode to your hand, and it also accelerates your Salvation X Lamonia count, so you are able to get to the Aegis quicker than the opponent. I think that's one of the key advantages that Slyssa and Ludibroly have right now, so I would have liked to see that. And on Alias and Zerofine side, they are going to be able to clear this board off pretty easily with the Ektar if they choose to go for that.
Yeah, that seems like a solid bet. Of course, they've got, what, 9 now? So they could play, what, Robo-Goblin and Ektar?
So hitting in sets the 2-3 and the 3-3 to 3 health, which would be possible to clear immediately with the Ektar, but another option would be to probably hit the 1-2 and the treats are a little bit difficult to say everything out, but
well, regardless, this should be a full clear pretty easily.
yeah, and there's gonna be enough play points left to fit in the Iron Knuckle Nut. This looks like a really key turn here. Pushing back really hard, and it looks like Alias and Zerofine are pushing back really hard.
They actually have to hurry right now. They don't have a lot of time left before it turns over. You don't need to use it right there, but they did. Yeah, because they don't have any more 1 cost. Oh, they could repair mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, my bad. I missed it. Well, of course.
Oh, they didn't get the attack off, but I think that's still a really significant turn there. That's a strong board, and the 2-3 isn't gonna be super effective in clearing this board.
Yeah, let's see what we have on the other side. Unicorn Knight can build some removal, but there's no more Kells. They might be close enough to get Aegis. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly how many they have. All right, now let's take a listen to Alias and Zerofine about what they're thinking.
So that's going to deal 4 damage and heal our leader for 1. Then I think we probably just play both Robo-Goblins and the Unicorn Spear on the 3-4. And then trade into the 2-3 with now you've got a 3-4. And then we pass. Not much we can do with the rest of our hand.
That was a pretty good turn there.
Yeah, surprisingly able to find a lot of answers and setting up. I mean, at the very least, if this board gets cleared, you are definitely within Aegis range. Yeah, checking that out right now. But there is Kel, but not too much healing in hand, right? Just one.
If we can just get a turn, like off of pressure.
Yeah, so we're able to get the key Robo-Goblins out. That's going to help with adding more repair modes into hand, setting up stronger turns in the future, especially with the Iridescent Sphinx coming up. That's going to be really, really strong here. With the Salvation X Lamonias in hand, you are able to play out the Sphinx, the Sphinx for 8 cost, which summons the 4/6 ward, as well as the Tutankhamun and Ambush form behind it, right beside it, and you are able to play the Realm of Repose beside that, and a bunch of heals with it. Just combine everything, have a super strong turn. That might be really strong.
Yeah, now, I mean, of course, for that to happen, I mean, one way or another, these Robo-Goblins can create some repair modes, you know, even if they choose not to clear it, or don't have the ability to clear them both, you can just swing into them, and you can definitely set up. So let's see, Tutankhamun is 6, Sphinx is 4, so that's 10, and then plus another 4 on top of that. So it's not quite lethal, but they could, So they have to deal with the ward here, of course.
Yeah, a really cool part about this matchup in particular and Realm of Repose is that now Slyssa and Ludi Brolo can trade away their Robo-Goblin, trade away the Hoverboard Mercenary, and that only leaves 3 power each for their huge followers. The Realm of Repose, if nothing else has attacked yet, that only leaves 3 power, 3 attack each for an 8/9, the 5/5 maybe. Even though they're huge statted followers, they can only deal a maximum of 3 damage at a time. So it's going to be, I don't think it's going to be very easy to clear the opponent's side with the Iridescent Sphinx, and have to do some damage calculation, but I would assume that it's enough to win the following turn. So there's a 2/4, there's the 4/6. Oh, gonna repair mode first?
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going for a super quick. The issue is that, I'm not sure I would have done that.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You traded the Robo-Goblins and then
Robo-Goblin and the Hoverboard Mercenary maybe, or
yeah. And then you set up the Sphinx, and there looks like
they attack, so that's gonna be lethal. Oh wow.
Oh, you can see it actually on Slyssa's face.
Yeah.
I think she knows.
Ooh, that's gonna be game right there. Wow.
Yeah, they don't even need to use any heals for the buff. That's gonna be that. Game 1 going to Alias and Zero Fine. Yeah, that was super.
Yeah, really complicated, like small things there, and you really have to know the card effects and the everything. The interactions are really awkward, but important victory there. And that was just game 1.
That was game 1, but that's it. It was game 1. The coach was in Slyssa's ear the entire time. So what happened there? You said that you have to know the interactions. Well, didn't the coach know?
I don't know. Maybe the coach did, but then she reflectively swung at the end. She's like, oh, I just have a creature that can still attack.
It's hard. It's hard. And I think it's going to be really important for each of these teams to be setting up their future turns, especially going into game 2, game 3. We're going to see the teams that plan out their turns the best for the following turn. Of course, even turns, the coach isn't able to talk at all. They're muted. So, with that in consideration, these teams have to plan out their entire turns on the odd turns, and whatever comes their way on the even turns, the players are going to be by themselves.
Yeah, and that came into effect a lot last time. Let's see about this time.
Yeah, and I believe game 2 is starting right now, so let's go ahead and take a look. See if Slyssa can come back from this.
Yeah, it was definitely a really large miss, because that was a pretty tough situation. But let's listen and see what they're saying.
Yes.
Okay, so when can you talk to me and when can't you?
Again, can only be there during odd number of turns.
Okay.
So what do we
1, 3,
have? We
5.
have Elana. So
Yeah.
basically,
1, 2,
now
3,
that we
4.
are, yeah, we play on curve and no, we don't play this.
Okay.
There's no point. Like this will probably be our turn 5, Elana, and then the Rabbit Healer. Until then, we're trying to establish a board, make best trades we can get,
Okay.
and on turn 2, with your current hand, you will probably play the Hoverboard Mercenary, and then on 3, we want to play the 3-drop, and then a 4-drop. We want to maintain the tempo so that we play Elana and then the Rabbit Healer.
Okay.
And see how it goes.
All right. So nothing on
See you on turn 3.
Bye. I'm gonna mess it up.
I like that. Bye. All right, yeah, that was, I mean, from just looking at the deck immediately, you would say like, oh, look, I have a curve of 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just play on curve, right?
Yeah.
But that's the cool thing about Elana, is that a lot of times you want to save things for turns where it's not quite as opposite.
Honestly, like, Elana is the deck that's going to be more curving out than any other deck represented here. It doesn't have to play as many multiple cards on the same turn. We saw Salvation X Lamonia being really challenging. You have to play out a bunch of cards every turn, and a lot of Havencraft doesn't have to do that, and when they have to, it looks like they're struggling here. So depending on how complicated it gets, like, the advantage of having a slightly easier deck in Elana isn't gonna be deciding factor if the turns are going to be really complicated, like we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, now here's one of the decisions. Okay, so that was, I think, a very strong decision. Alias had to decide whether to play the hoverboard. That was the call that the coach made because the Robogoblin was drawn this turn. Choosing the Robogoblin instead, I think that was the stronger choice, right? You generally always want to play Robogoblin on 2.
And in comparison, Slyssa is going to drop down the card draw. I think it's a good choice. The RoboFalcon doesn't trade up against the 2/2. It doesn't really work very well there. You can use it for its fanfare effect of buffing and giving rush to a mech follower, and you already have a 2/3, a very powerful turn 3, and just getting cards into hand. It's a pretty difficult turn on turn 2, to be honest, and I think it's a good choice to play at the Golden Bell.
Yeah, I mean, the later turns are a little bit more a little easier to figure out, but definitely I think a lot of people would have fallen into playing the RoboFalcon just to say, oh yeah, I played a 2-drop. I used all the points that I had left. It's smart.
Yeah, the key thing is that turn 3, you're going to use all 3 of your mana. On turn 4, you're going to use all 4 of your play points for Elana Pure Sprayer. So if you play it out on turn 5, which that's really late, and with countdown 3 on the Golden Bell, that means that 5, 6, 7, 8, it opens up on turn 8. That's really significant. In comparison here, they're dropping it down on 2, and then plus 3, that's 5. It opens up on turn 5.
Yeah, and it opens up a really flexible turn 5 too, because like you said, you know, you're gonna have Elana, and then on turn 5, that's gonna give you some opportunities. So you can Robogoblin. There could potentially be like a precant into, Robogoblin into RoboFalcon, one of the Robos, right? You could do like RoboFalcon into, or precant into RoboFalcon to get rid of something that's like a giant threat on the board, or there's just a lot of different options right there, right? Potentially that, and then a like maybe like a Tender Rabbit Healer or something. Get a pretty strong and wide board there, plus some clear. But yeah, it was just a smart choice overall.
And an important part about, wow, that's a really strong card. So RoboFalcon is going to be able to buff up any of the 2 attack followers, either the one in hand or any of them on the board. Oh, the doggies. And with the Golden Bell opening up on turn 5, it's going to be early enough to draw into that Kel, give additional draws to draw into that Kel and clear the entire board, whereas if the Bell opened up on a later turn and Slyssa and Ludi Brawler weren't able to draw into the Kel, it would be game over right there.
Alright, so we are going to see the RoboFalcon buffing the... Okay. Gonna keep everything at about 2. So, do you think that's the best choice, or would you have gone for the precant to get some more face damage and then potentially leave? You could at least leave the.
Probably just not completely familiar with the card effect of giving rush. The +1/+1, though it was drawn on the turn, and Alias was able to correctly identify that the +1/+1 would really help out in that situation.
I'll do what I can.
Yeah, at the very least, that was the clear. We are going to see the first Alana being dropped.
My hands are tied.
And now setting up a very strong next turn. Of course, this Alana is pretty easily cleared. But the question is, what to do here? Oh, Alana repair mode?
Wow, there's a Kel in Slyssa and Ludibrello's hand, so that looks really good. The Alana plus heal is only able to set up a highest of...
Well, you would have been able to push... What face there? It would have been 5, 6, 7, 8.
It's
8
not
face.
super significant, and
Yeah.
it's definitely better to have a higher health Alana on the board, in my opinion. So it's real. I think it's great. I'm not sure about using Rabbit Healer, for example. I'm not sure about hitting in with the Precant as opposed to the Robo Goblin, which also becomes a 3/2. But they did choose to use the Rabbit Healer, so this is the only way to clear implement the Rabbit Healer into the turn while clearing that ward off and not damaging the Alana that kind of got wordy.
Right, no, it makes a lot of sense. Now, I think, so yeah, the only way that they're going to be able to clear this off completely is, of course, Kel, Evolve.
Yeah, but it's completely fine to just hit into the 6/7. So, yeah, I think Slyssa and Ludibrello are definitely very favored at this point in time, even though they're getting pushed down to a super low life total, even though it looks like Alias and Zerofine have a huge board. I think Slyssa and Ludibrello are in a commanding lead if they choose to play out Kel here.
Yeah, it could be a pretty simple turn. Now, this is not one of the turns where the coach is muted, right? This is 5, yeah. So this should be pretty simple. Definitely could get overwhelming with the fact that you got the extra 2 draws from the Golden Bell. So definitely a good thing that this is a coach turn, pretty simple turn.
Yeah.
Just play the heal, and then, of course, you even get to keep the Kel slightly, right?
Yeah.
He's there.
But it's really significant because you might have to spend an evolve point here.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a, like, one little defense is so much, because there's not a lot that's going to give you. I mean, how easily could you actually deal one? You would have to, like, Kel without spending an evolution point. You'd have to have either Kel or like a Robo Falcon with somebody else above. That's true, Lamonia. You'd have to trade in the entire Lamonia.
Yeah.
Still, like, a pretty good situation overall.
It's going to be tough to overcome this, for sure.
Yeah. Looks like they might need...
Yeah.
Well, they could technically hoverboard Mercenary and then find a Robo Falcon, right? That could do it if they don't draw anything that helps them. Technically. That would be lucky, though. Ooh.
A little bit slow. Most likely you're just gonna look at the draw first, and okay, yeah, really quick on that. I think it is so far on these even turns has shown like understanding of card game mechanics and playing things out in a smart way.
Yeah, always draw first. Now, at this point, do you? Oh no, you really have to get rid of the Kel because it's just gonna clear your board.
Yeah.
Right? So like, not only is it a threat of being an 8/1, but then it's of course gonna grow and it's gonna clear your board. So, do you just have to evolve?
You have to bite the bullet here. So an important thing here is that if you look on the top right corner, there's a skull sign next to it. It says 6. That counts for shadows. And so if you evolve and trade something away, that go to 7. If you trade away the goblin, that's going to go to 8. But you have to use one more card in order to get to 9, which would be when Ektar activates. So that might be a consideration here.
I don't know if that really... I don't know if this is a very wise usage of these repair modes. They're still... I mean, you're... Oh, and no swing. Oh, this is potentially really bad. Precant.
Oh, wow.
Repair mode, right?
Yeah, it might be hard to spot. We'll see.
It's really hard to see the rest. Yeah, that's pretty much the answer right there, right? Precant, repair mode.
Yeah.
And then swing for 10.
There
Ooh.
are some other options here. We'll see if Slyssa spots it. If the coach is helping here, definitely. In fact, I'm sure behind their muted cells, they're just screaming. Why am I muted this turn?
I
This
know,
is so
all
good.
turns. That sets up a pretty unbeatable. Well, no, it can still be relatively clear. Oh, okay, so we're not going to see that. We're going to see one heal. Is there still any chance to get another heal here?
It's still really, really powerful depending on what you do. You can do something like Robo Falcon, Repair Mode, Evolve, and then that full clear as well, having a pretty strong board. Stuff like that, but it's just not the best use of resources.
It's just one of those turns that's so clean and so perfect, and you use everything exactly right and does exactly enough damage, and you just want to see it happen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's gonna be good enough, though. I want to listen to Alias and Zero Fine on this next turn.
Should be super good. So we definitely play Elana. That's our plan now. We're gonna try to build huge boards that they won't be able to answer. And the fact that they don't play Hector, it's super powerful. Like in the next turn, you will probably go Holy Lord Hector and Repair Mode and double buff your board.
Okay.
So now we play the Elana.
Elana and Evolve.
Yes.
Do we play the Rabbit?
Not yet. First you trade with Elana.
So Elana kills
the 4/2.
the 4/2?
I'll
Yeah.
do what I can.
And the
Alright,
Robo
let's go.
Goblin kills the 6. The 6
My hands are tied.
kills Kel.
The 6? Oh, kill.
Yes. And you play the Rabbit Healer. And then play a Repair Mode.
Woo! Another one?
And oh no, that's super greedy. And
We'll wait for the other one.
yes.
Okay.
You can combine it with Hector on the
Yeah,
next turn.
'cause we'll
Depends on
have
how
8.
it goes.
Okay.
Wow, really strong turn there, and
I don't like the string.
Elana turn, the second Elana draw, opening up new possibilities, but the aggressive use of those heals means that even with something like a Zoe top deck, it's going to be difficult to gain enough resources back. Alias and Zero Fine really have to win somewhere close in the future.
Yeah, they probably are only going to have like this board and maybe like one more board because of the Ektar, and they need to push that entire thing through. We see so many resources still available for Slyssa and Ludobrolo. I mean, honestly, the Sphinx existing is going to be really scary. That's going to be a really big ward that they have to fight through. And of course, with no De La Fee, they like have to truly get actual heals to...
Yeah. The other thing is that there might have been a lethal setup there. That sounds crazy, but 2-4. Play both of the precants on the board. No, there's no lethal setup, I think, immediately, but it was possible to play out like Realm of Repose and then just clear the board the next turn using the precants. I don't think there was a reasonable way to clear off both of the Robo-Wing precants, so I think it was possible to kind of ignore some stuff on the board, just take the 6 damage and trade in those precants the following turn. That seems a little bit difficult to figure out, maybe when you're in the setting, but it's pretty strong. So.
Yeah, and this is actually an interesting situation because the whole plan, I think, for Alias and Zero Fine was to play Ektar and then build up this giant board, but now there's no way to actually get enough board space for both of the knights, which, I mean, of course, still leaves a gigantic rabbit healer, but you're essentially not getting as much value as you wanted to. You couldn't even trade in the rabbit healer beforehand. You can get a lot of damage face right now.
Yeah, I think that's gonna be close to game right there. Maybe 3-5, trade in. I guess they're might be some kind of lethal setup. I don't think she's gonna find it on an even turn though. It's just not gonna happen. It's a little bit too difficult, I think. Realm of Repose, drop something. There's a neutral follower on the board. Interactions, I think it's a little bit too complicated. Neutral follower, hidden. There definitely are options, but I think probably not gonna see it.
Yeah, this is a weird situation. Hoverboard was... This is actually... That kind of like uses up a lot of the board space. I mean, there's enough, of course, for the 6-cost auto-evolve Lemonia here.
Yeah, the only thing is that you aren't able to fit in a repair mode after Lemonia. You can't reduce the cost of a repair mode, but I don't know if she knows that. I don't know if they understand the Realm of Repose, what it does. Whatever happens, the game is ending soon.
Yeah, yeah. I think, yeah, it pretty much had to be a Realm of Repose to not lose next turn, right?
Yeah.
The Unicorn Spear was a potentially really huge part of it too, I think.
Gonna heal up and remove one. Okay, removing one. Drop the true drop. Okay, surviving. Yeah, and that's not surviving. Okay. With the heal in hand.
Heal? Yeah, that's just it.
9 damage. The Alana would give +2/+2 buff. +1 twice.
Oh, it's right there. Okay, okay. Easy peasy. There's a coach to that team anyway, or sorry, on that turn. And so that means it's going to be 2-0 for Alias and Zero Fine. Wow, that was yeah, that was tough. And honestly, so much of it came down to those Realm of Repose turns, right? Potential Realm of Repose turns that never happened.
Potential Realm of Repose turns that it's hard. It's it's such a strong deck and it's such a strong card right now, but it's also difficult for seasoned tournament players to play it, and to do that in this setting with the coach or the player by themselves on an even turn, it's just really tough. Yeah.
Yeah, we had heard you say like, oh, there's a potential lethal there, but oh, it's an even turn, so we just don't know if they're going to be able to put it together, and you saw so many slightly missed opportunities. But yeah, 2-0 for Alias and Zero Fine, so then that just begs the question, is Zero Fine the good coach? Was it Slyssa that messed up last time?
I don't know. I don't know if we can say that for sure. I mean, it's tough. It's a very tough mirror, especially with the way that it is right now. Yeah, like, I mean, like Paul Wash was saying, those specific turns, extremely difficult plays, and it has a lot to do with, like, what's a neutral follower, what's not a neutral follower, how much damage you can truly take, how much you can set up for potential damage next turn.
Yeah.
And it's a lot, yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our updated brackets now, and we could see our victor from that first game one. We see Alias and Coach Zero Fine moving on to that first semifinal game, but up next in game two that we're going to get into in just a few minutes, Snake Nade and Coach Amari taking on Nerd Girl and Asiya. That's going to be an exciting game. Do you guys know much about those players heading into this?
Yeah,
I mean, those are two very famous coaches at the very least, right?
Yeah, Himari and Asiya are both qualified for... no. Himari is qualified for the World Grand Prix at this moment through the European side. And Asiya, unfortunately, wasn't able to make it to qualify this time around, but he was playing in the Shadowverse World Grand Prix last year. Really top-tier players, of course, as a lot of these coaches.
Right, yeah. I mean, we got a lot of new coaches this time around, and they're all really good. Like, thank you to all the coaches out there for playing in this. You know, like, this is some really high level play from these coaches. I need to get well. That's what I'm doing right now. I'm getting coached by Pot Washer, right?
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I get the best coach. Sorry, coach, not there.
Well, I mean, it's one thing to be a player, and then it's a completely other monster to try to coach and teach someone how to even come close to the level of play that they're used to. But we do want to get into that second game, but before we do, we could go ahead and give everyone a quick little refresher on the tournament format and rules for everyone who's just joining us. Let's go ahead and take a look at that in just a second. But I mean...
Come on, memorize it.
Memorize it? Okay, I got the entire thing. Here, watch this. Right. Exact same format as 30 minutes ago. And okay, they didn't even want to test me here. I'm not even going to look at it.
Litter challenge mode.
It's a challenge mode. But yeah, we could go ahead and take a look at the format. Teams still consisting of one streamer and one pro player coach. Maximum of 2 decks per team. Tournament is a best of 3 single elimination. And the coaching rules, like last game, game 1, there are absolutely no coaching restrictions. And in game 2 and game 3, coaches will be muted during those even turns, making it that little bit more difficult. But let's go ahead and take a look at our prizing, because first place is going to be bringing home $2,500, and second place $1,500, and third place $1,000. So those top 3 players bringing in a little bit of cash money. But again, that's what the competitors are playing for. For everyone at home, you guys actually have the opportunity to win some really cool card packs. And all you have to do is tweet out the hashtag SV Buddy System. And hopefully you could pick up some cards that you are seeing being played here today. But let's go ahead and take a look at the beautiful faces of our teams and players one more time. Here they are coming up. We just saw from Zero to Hero. I like that coach, or I like that team name. Zero to Hero taking it. And then next up, we are going to see Snakes in the Trees take on Shadow Dealers. I like that. That's a really cool name.
Well, Shadow Dealers is an appropriate name because that is, of course, the deck that they're going to be playing.
Oh, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule then so we can quickly get into that second game. So yeah, game 2 happening right here. Snake Nade and Himari taking on Nerd Girl and Asiya. But then right after that, we are going to see Axe and Noir take on newcomers Flake and Dolan. And then Anime and Coach Alistar taking on Amazonian and Jordude. And then, like we see, their first semifinal, Alias already sitting there nice and pretty with Coach Zero Fine, getting ready to find out who their challenger is going to be. And we're going to find out from game 2. So before we get into it, we were talking about Himari already qualified for Shadowverse Worlds Tournament. So that's going to be pretty exciting. Is Himari also a good coach?
Yeah, I think he's well-spoken. We saw him last time coaching. Wasn't able to make it to the semifinals. The money wasn't able to. Yeah, but now back with the vengeance. Swordcraft against Shadowcraft, pretty close matchup, but.
Is this the Swordcraft versus Shadowcraft, or is this the Shadowcraft mirror?
I think it's Swordcraft. I'm quite sure that Himari's group brought the Swordcraft. Gotcha. So Swordcraft versus Shadowcraft, pretty close matchup. Considered Swordcraft favored, they definitely have a good shot here. Yeah,
so we are this time going to be seeing some new decks. We got to see a mirror of old decks, which is actually it's a really cool mirror to watch, especially now that we see like the Realm of Repose turns to be so important. But now we're going to see a bunch of completely new stuff, and I'm going to forget the name of every single card, guaranteed, and I'm going to forget what every single card does. No, I'm just kidding.
So I'm 2 Natura archetypes, a new type of card, a new type of interaction with the Nataran Great Trees, and so for the Shadow side, it's going to be about destroying Nataran Great Trees that are on the board, and for the Sword side, it's going to be more about just having one in play, having one Nataran Great Tree in play. So that changes the number of total Nataran Great Trees that you might want to put in your deck. It also changes how the decks play out and prioritizing. Maybe there's the Desert Pathfinder, which on Evolve adds Nataran Great Tree to your hand. You're going to see Shadow evolve that card a decent bit, more than a lot of other classes, but in comparison, Swordcraft really doesn't have to do that, and can focus on evolving Leod. They can evolve Baleon, a new card, so that's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, it's really cool. So, of course, for those of you out there who don't know how the new Nataran Great Trees work, they are a 1 cost that you put into play, and it just gives you an effect, but then if you play another one, then the first one's destroyed. There can only ever be one on your side at a time, and when it's destroyed, you draw a card. So a lot of decks right now, they work on it by like playing them over and over and just cycling through their cards that way. And then a lot of times you can give them really cool effects. So for instance, this Shadow deck is going to be giving them a lot of last words, and we're going to see just a lot of different ways that we can use it. It's pretty cool.
So what else did this patch really enable as we take a look at our first team's key cards, and you tell me what really stands out to you, especially coming in with this new patch?
Ooh, everything. All right, so this is definitely the Swordcraft deck. I was looking at the wrong match off the bat. Anything you want to say about this deck? Obviously, we can't go over everything, but there's a lot of new stuff.
Yeah, Balion is going to be the key card here. It's a 4-cost, 4/4 really great stats. Also has the effect of ward, so your opponent can't attack through it. And you get the effect, add a King's Might into your hand every time you restore your play points through a card's effect for the first time on each of your turns. And on Evolve, you recover 1 play point adding King's Might into your hand. King's Might is a 1-cost card that gives a follower on your side of the board +1/+0, and if you have a Neteran Great Tree on the board, you get +2/+1, and that's a ton of attack.
And in our first game, we saw that each team only had 1 deck, but in game 2, both of our teams are actually utilizing that max 2 deck rule. So we are going to see 2 different decks per team, and here's the second one for Snakes and Trees, called the Boa deck.
So this version contains less copies of Octor's Omen of Usurpation, which is really powerful, a key card against Shadowcraft. So we're probably going to see the first variation that we saw being played here in this match.
Right, yeah, as you can see on screen right now, Octor's essentially steals last words, and the Shadowcraft deck is very much based around last words.
Yeah, so that's going to be really important, and also getting the Leod up, increasing its attacking. Shadow doesn't actually have any ways of interacting with a Leod once it's set up, so that's really important. Last night, there was the Rage tournament, a very large tournament in Japan going on right now. The day 1 just ended during the middle of the night, and there's going to be day 2 tonight. And so one of the cool things that one of the new Japanese pro players, Nisei, was doing was they're evolving Lubel, which is a 3/5 stat follower, onto the board and creating like 5/7, and also with the Necro family effect, you get +1/+1 some of the time. So they were making boards with like 6/8, like really large statted followers onto the board, evolving in place, and that was really, really cool. I don't know if we'll be able to see that this time around, but that prevented the sword side from, Lubel is a super high priority target to remove off of the board, so Sword wasn't able to attack back, even though they had the Leod, just because the Shadow side was evolving in place, putting threats on the board that Sword had to deal with, and Sword just didn't have an answer to it.
Let's go ahead and take a look at Nerd Girl's team and their key cards, and here it is, the Shadowcraft deck like you were talking about. Fancy Zombie Dog. That's a good deck name. That's a good deck.
There's a very, very strong card right now. Night of the Living Dog. That is, we're definitely going to see that. It's a little zombie plush dog. It's not even like a real dog. I don't know exactly what it is.
A little dog, right?
Yeah, no.
Not at all. So it's a 1-cost 1/1, and whenever a Neteran Great Tree is destroyed on your side of the field, you gain +2/+2.
And it has Rush.
Yeah.
On top of that.
So basically, you can gather up a bunch of Neteran Great Trees into your hand. Maybe you play out 1, maybe you play out 2 Night of the Living Dogs, and it just goes crazy. You often see 5/5s, 7/7s, 9/9s. If it lives on a turn, on the board for a turn, it can go well past that. What's the biggest Night of the Living Dog that you've ever seen?
You know, honestly, I haven't seen it get too gigantic because
really?
I'm so terrified of it that either I deal with it fast enough or I just die, right? So
That's true.
I've seen some pretty strong turns where they get maybe a little bit of a Lubel with Night of the Living Dog, and then drop stuff, and then it also has the potential to buff the dog with the Necrofauna. That gets pretty scary.
It can get well above 10/10 in stats.
And I mean, something that I noticed in terms of Shadowcraft deck versus the Havencraft deck that we were looking at, both of them didn't have any spells included and had mainly amulets. And now Shadowcraft, it's interesting, we get to see same amount of followers, but then this time rather than amulets, we get spells. So I find it kind of interesting seeing the different types of each deck.
Yeah, this doesn't have a lot of spells either. Oh, this second version actually has more spells. Traveler's Respite and Necromantic Aether, they both add Netaran Great Trees to hand, so really great synergy there, and is gonna get rid of the Mino, the 1 cost, and have those cards instead.
Yeah, and we do see Viridian Magna, which is a card that I like a lot. I mean, it's very powerful, quite obviously, definitely especially for a deck like this. Was it in the first deck?
I'm
not sure.
I don't think so.
Okay,
No.
okay. So it's definitely going to be good at controlling the board quite a bit.
Yeah, obviously these blocks, huge paragraphs of text.
I feel like I'm reading a story.
Yeah, Viridian Magna definitely has a very complicated effect. It's a 0/6 Bane Rush, and then it can attack twice sometimes. It can also like revive sometimes, and then when it revives, it has a special effect. Crazy card, but too long didn't read. It's a removal card, and then you get a ward follower afterwards if you have a bunch of Netaran Great Trees destroyed. So,
which you almost always will, right?
Yeah.
So essentially, you take out two followers at least, right?
Yeah.
Well, often you can potentially at least 2 followers in some resource of theirs, and then you get a 4/6 ward, all for 6 cost.
Yeah,
it's
crazy, really powerful, and especially with this current metagame, we saw the slower Alana decks, but right now in the metagame, that's not a common deck at all, and it's actually been a surprise coming into this tournament, seeing so many Alanas. We're going to see one more Alana deck, but to be honest, you don't see it that much at all, and you see a bunch of Natura Haven, which is a new archetype that we're not going to be able to see today.
Yeah, I'm extremely surprised that we're not going to see it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
really unfortunate.
super aggressive. It's a very, very fun deck
Yeah.
too. Like it can play like a lot of different like paces. Essentially, honestly, I love like almost every deck that's in this. So actually, yesterday we were just talking about the about Natura Forest.
Yeah,
I went actually
Natura Forest would have been such a good choice in this tournament, in my opinion.
It's cool, but okay. So I went on the Temple Storm website, right?
Okay,
I looked at the mini meta snapshot, and I took the deck list from there, and I tried that one out last night. I was playing it all last night, and that deck is hard. That deck is. I mean, to know how greedy you can be with saving resources for like playing multiple things for a turn when you know you actually have to play threats, it's not easy, but it's really fun. It's really fun because there are a lot of choices to make. I mean, I think it still would have been a good choice, but yeah, it's tough for me because I'm a scrub. Okay, is that fair?
Well, no, that's totally fair. I mean, in a tournament like this where you have people who are coming in with little to no Shadowverse knowledge, and you have these coaches who have all the knowledge in the world, there's probably there's a little bit of a disparity in the knowledge, I would say, but you do have to choose. Maybe there are some really exciting decks, but you have to understand I don't know if my student can handle this straight off the bat, especially just looking at those daunting paragraphs of text. I would just be like, all right, I'm going to choose, okay, and this card looks like my waifu. I'm going to choose this, and then I'm just going to roll with it and not read maybe not read the spells, and that's why I lose.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how both of these teams play the new decks. I would say, I think, tell me if you disagree with this, Paul Washer, but I think Sword is a little bit simpler. It's a little bit more straightforward than Shadow.
You still have to set up lethal turns through Leod, so I think that's going to be the key issue. And also, one of the key effects is mana restoring, and you add a specific card, the King's Might, into your hand, but that only happens once per turn, things like that. Those interactions might be a little bit complicated. If the coach has thoroughly prepared the student, we might see Sword doing really well, and if not, we're going to see it explode.
Well, it sounds like we have our second game ready, so let's go ahead and jump into it.
All right, and here we go. Snakenade and Himari against MTG Nerd Girl and Essia. Now, I have definitely, personally, from playing and watching, I've seen less Sword than maybe some of the other decks that we're going to see today. So I'm definitely going to defer to you for a lot of the answers that I need for it.
So Desert Pathfinder, that's a new card. On Last Words, if you don't have a Naturan Great Tree on the board, then you'll summon one with the Last Words effect. So that's going to be really great. We're talking about Sword just wants to have one Naturan Great Tree on the board, and that will enable all the synergies compared with the Natera synergies, Natura synergies, compared to Shadowcraft, where you have to have a Natura in your hand as well. You have to keep on playing them out so they get destroyed. When you play the second Natarian Great Tree for 1 cost, you'll replace the one on the board, and you'll be able to maybe activate an effect or something if you have another follower on the board that has that effect. So it's going to be more based around having that synergy card in your hand compared to Sword, where you just have to have one tree on the board.
All right, so let's look forward a few turns here, right? So we see a pretty solid curve on, especially on the Sword side, but on the other side, we are going to see almost definitely a 2-drop coming down that does have a Last Word, and going first, Snakenade and Himari are going to have the opportunity to Octress one of them. Do you think it's worth maybe Octressing like the Desert Pathfinder's Last Word, or do you think it's maybe worth saving it for something stronger?
There's a second Desert Pathfinder. There's a Desert Pathfinder already on the board, so having 2 of the same effect isn't going to have any advantages whatsoever. But it's still
it denies
pretty good.
It
denies the other player, and that's going to be even more important. Especially without any other real options here, it's going to be pretty strong here. Another interesting thing that Shadow could have done on this turn, I talked about how Shadow really wants to hold Natarian Great Trees in hand. They want to have a lot of them. So one thing that means is that you can actually play out the Revenant Ram out first instead of Desert Pathfinder if you're going second, and then on turn 4 purposefully evolve the Desert Pathfinder to add a Natarian Great Tree to your hand and prioritize that. Of course, you want to get out the tree pretty early in most decks, and you just want to focus on that, but specifically with Shadow going second, it's definitely a strong option to consider to just hold it in hand so you just get an additional one. And
right, so an interesting choice on top side. We didn't see the Octress. We saw the Levin sisters played, and then just ignoring the Desert Pathfinder, just saying, I'm going to win this race. If you want to get your last word, you got to do it yourself, basically.
Swordcraft is kind of in a tough spot right now. They do have the Octress that can steal away Last Words, but they don't have the key card, which is going to be Balion. And on top of that, they don't have either of the Warrior Wing, which would be able to search for Balion from the deck. So they don't have this key card that would allow them to draw into the King's Might, the buff card that this deck works around, and Swordcraft isn't really the best in a super long game scenario compared to Shadow, which has Lubel, which can clear the board really effectively. They have Sora, which we see in hand. Both of those cards we see in hand. That can really deal with the card pretty efficiently. That might mean that they're just going for the option. Snakenade and Himar are just going for the option of dealing a lot of damage to the opponent and making sure that just the storm damage in hand is able to clear out the... Okay. Clear out the... defeat the opponent.
Yeah, they're just trying to get as much face damage as possible, it looks like. Which, I mean, you're definitely not going to be able to outvalue Shadow, most likely, you know, unless they have some weird draw. Not with the hand like this, it would seem. So they do have the Octresses to potentially steal some cool little things here, but... This is tough. They don't really have a board, and they can't really build too much larger of a board.
They can clear off the entire board, and with the Sora, that might be the option here. And Cerberus is also powerful turn 5, so looks like the Shadow side has some decent turns, and Swordcraft is struggling to keep up with resources, so that might be the deciding factor here. It's really going to depend on whether or not Sword is able to keep up this aggression, and right now it doesn't really look like it.
Third 11 Sisters. So what do you do here? This is not...
For example, there is actually like a maximum of 11 damage in hand right now with Over Evolved Phase. Of course, Himari already qualified for the World Grand Prix. He knows his win conditions, and the win condition seems to be to just deal damage to the opponent.
Just swing face.
Yeah, with one more damage draw of some sort, this can definitely be game.
Yeah, or if they just... maybe if they there's even a turn where... No, all their turns from this point out should be pretty tough to deal with. Going for the Lubel.
So Lubel is a key card that has a ton of value, but it's going to be played out here pretty aggressively to push 5 damage. So Asia, on the other hand, detects that Sword is really going all in. They're not trying to play a longer game, and so the Shadow side needs to start dealing damage back against Swordcraft, and that's exactly what's going to happen here.
Yeah, and we saw some good ordering on that. That's going to be one thing that I'm interested to see how the players play out when they don't have their coaches, is ordering of stuff when Necrofauna is potentially available. Because Necrofauna, what? It's potentially 1 damage to one of their minions, 1 damage to them, or +1/+1 to one of your minions, right? Is that all the options?
Yeah, deal 1 random damage, yeah.
Yeah.
Add a card or +1/+1, yep.
Okay, so yeah, choosing ordering and not wasting potential, like, you know, damage pings or potentially like wasting damage. You know, like had we seen Nerd Girl and SCS swing with the Ram first, then that 1 extra damage wouldn't have been on board, essentially.
There
so good
is a lethal setup here. If you go something like 11 Sisters Mina, and also put out the Leod, Mayna. They're all the same name.
They're all
right?
the same name,
Mayna.
yes, I know. It's the...
Mayna. Mina with a E.
Mena.
Yeah, so the Leod ambush card is going to be on the board, and if the Shadow side plays out 1 more card, it's going to be enough to activate Mistalina, Forest Princess, for storm damage. And if not, then they can set up 2-turn lethal through Leod.
Yeah, this is actually some really tough plays. I mean, Himari is, of course, you know, back there coaching.
Yeah, I think Swordcraft didn't have an ideal hand at all, but just went for this aggressive game plan, starting with turn 3, right? You noted that the Desert Pathfinder on the Shadow side was ignored, and the Quick Blader turn 1 was attacking a few times, the 2/2s attacked a few times to the opponent, and now that's being really... That looks like it's it. What is possible here? Are there any heals? It is possible to get a 2 health heal with the Traveler's Respite, but that wasn't the case here.
Yeah, and there's definitely nothing now. They're just going for as much face damage as possible, hoping that there's no more damage in hand from the top team, which makes sense, right? If you can't guarantee yourself an ability to survive, then at least try to set up lethal, right?
Yeah. Wow. That was a quick game. So this is more like what the meta is about right now, I think. Faster games, faster pace, and aggressive gameplay. Wow. Himari and Snake Nade pushed a lot of damage, and they're going to come up with the win here. Princess Strike gives the 4/6 card Storm. Oh no! Oh no!
Wait,
it's still lethal.
Okay,
it's still
right?
lethal.
It's still two damage, right? Assuming they play it.
Whoa!
Whoa! No!
Oh.
It's right there. Okay.
Man, I just had a heart attack.
I
there.
know. Okay, so yes, like you said, a very, very quick game for Snakenade and Himari taking game one, and that was extremely well played. That was one of those matches where like if there was one little bit of less aggression, one time where you question yourself and you're like, maybe I should just clear that. It's a huge threat. You know,
we saw that. Now that I saw that game, Himari actually pulled off a similar win condition as Bloodcraft previously, I think. I'm pretty sure we saw that during the last Buddy System. Really great at identifying those win conditions and really going for it. Yeah. I think that sets them really at a higher level.
Definitely. I mean, honestly, watching this game, I preferred this style compared to just, okay, let's just heal. Let's just bunker up and heal until they run out of heals. This one, it was just like throwing punches left and right. And then, it was Snake and Himari, right, who were just throwing out all of that early pressure and all that early damage, and then
it added
up. Another team that had to like start like, okay, I guess we're gonna have to throw punches too. But I mean, we are gonna be able to pick up the second game in that series right now. So let's go ahead and see if Nerd Girl is gonna be able to take it.
Yeah, that was extreme. This is what I love so much about the current meta. Is so many of these decks, like you have to like make choices like that in so few turns almost, and the Himari choice was beautiful, but let's take a listen to what they think in this game.
The 4-2 actually.
Oh.
Okay.
So yeah, basic idea is the same as the game before. Usually on turn 4 they will try to play a 4-4. So with the bond on and evolve over it. They do something else, and I trust you to do what you have to.
Well, hopefully we'll see, because we get to draw 2 cards or something here, so I'll have a better idea what the game plan is.
Yeah, we get 2 more cards. Ideally, we get another 2-drop so we can save Sora for the same thing that happened. Yep. Card.
Yeah, they only had 1 card left or 2 cards left or whatever.
Yeah, that was pretty unfortunate.
They had to have that card plus the other card, right, that they played.
All right, so we actually saw some interesting choices there for, well, not interesting, but definitely answers that I wouldn't have found as to what do you actually mulligan in the first starting hands.
And they're talking about later turns. I really think it showed a higher level of coaching to be talking about turn 4 during the mulligan and talking about later turns like that, setting up the game plans. Of course, turn 4 is an even turn. That's going to become really important. Snakenade and Himari, I'm sure, are also talking about their even turns right now. Of course, turn 1, you are able to talk, but turn 2 onwards, it becomes just by yourself.
Yeah, and we did even hear SCS saying, like, I trust you to do what's right. Like,
yeah.
A lot of faith. That's good.
Really necessary in a player-coach relationship.
Yeah, now, okay, let's look at the actual, like, board state here. So, we do see the, it's already beginning, I forget the name of the
red
lion guy.
Oh, Baleon.
Baleon. Yeah, I know, he's such an important card, but you see, I've been playing a lot. I mean, we talked about this earlier. I know every card, what they do by visual, and I don't know any of their names. Like, I try to remember all of them, but there's a lot of, like, named cards. You know, it's not like Bone Joan, which by the way is a great name. It's not like a name like the description. A lot of people, it'll be like, this is Daffodil, you know, or this is Inez, or like it's like real names, and I'm terrible at remembering real people's names. Baleon, yeah.
Like Sovereign Light or something? I can't see the card tags on the screen, but yeah, I think it's like Sovereign Light.
Well, he's a very important card for sure, and it's a card that we saw not in the hand of Snakenade and Himari last game. So, I mean, I would have to assume just because of what's in their hand that they're going to be playing very differently this game.
Yeah. This is an interesting matchup for sure, and Shadow going second is going to be on the back foot. Oh, the Desert Pathfinder is going to come out, but that plays very well into the turn 3 Octress.
Yeah, we saw them choose not to do that in favor of aggression last time, but this is, like I said, a very different style just based on the different starting hand. We didn't see, like, 2 quick bladers very early on, and...
Yeah. I think the sword side is going to be able to go through with a more traditional game plan of getting that one Nataran Great Tree onto the board. We see, like, sword side didn't even have to play a Nataran Great Tree card out, but they're still going to be able to gain the effects through Octress, the Omen of Usurpation that steals away card effects, and make full use of Balion, which we didn't get to see last game.
And this is actually really good because there's no Nataran Great Tree creating cards in their hand, right?
Yeah.
Switch Targets, I think, doesn't, right?
The same thing with the Shadow side. There aren't any more Nataran Great Tree cards, so
yeah,
this
you're
is
right.
actually pretty significant.
That is. That's huge.
It looks like, yeah, I would say Sword is in a really good spot so far. Turn 5 is going to be a really important turn for Snake Nade and Himari, but they get to converse on that important turn. So I have confidence that they're going to be doing pretty well this game.
Yeah, nothing really feels that great for Shadow, as far as I can figure, the top deck.
Akali 3-3, of course, matches up very well against the stats of the Octress. You can trade above it, and the Akali will be left at 1 health. That's really good. And Bone Drone is going to be a really good card the next turn, assuming Balion is played. So I think MTG Nerd Girl and Essia planning out their turns. They kept a 2, 3, 4, and it's going to be really strong.
Yeah, and it's kind of nice to draw the second Kawi just to know that, like, you still have the potential, like, Storm available in hand. You don't have to totally get rid of it by playing it on curve.
Kawi for 6 is a little bit too expensive in this matchup in particular, but the card effect, Evolve, and you gain Storm and Revive, Reanimate 3. It's really strong, but against Sword in particular, I think we're going to see some of the other evolves. We're going to see Shadow try to push damage back, but it's going to be kind of tough.
Yeah, this is definitely not an optimal start. Not having any way to start up in Nataran Great Trees means that your win condition is that much slower.
I'm just afraid that, like, the Shadow side will have to play defensively most of the time, and then again, the Sword side is going to be able to push damage. They don't have a lot of damage from hand at the moment. That's the only thing holding the Sword side back right now. So as soon as they draw something like we saw Mistalina, which can gain Storm, or we can see something like Leod to ambush and kind of reserve damage for the next turn, those are going to be key in this matchup. But if Sword isn't able to get to those, Shadow is going to be stronger on the board.
Yeah, and setting up this this interesting board. Everybody's got one life. Oh, okay, there's Leod.
And 1 life is bad against Leod.
So what you did say this?
Or actually, it's Kawi is reanimate 4. So let's say Leod evolve, remove the 5/1. If Kawi evolves back, then the Bone Drone will revive as a 3/3. That's actually pretty strong.
Yeah. So let's see, 5 points. They're hovering over the Tigress.
Yeah.
I'm really interested in what Himari actually was like, wondering, like, what his thoughts are on this.
If you play Tigress this turn, then that gives you 3 play points back. It adds a card into your hand, the King's Might. I think it's called King's Might. And then we'll see the board cleared off. The Kawi might be removed. That's really, really powerful.
All right, well, let's listen what they actually think, because that is pretty big.
Actually, wait. Okay, so mine. Right here. So you can squeeze in the King's Welcome, because this turn we don't need the buff. So now you have to go fast. So Evo the Leod.
Yep.
Use a 0-cost spell on the 5-1. And then you can trade the 4 attack one into the 3-1. And don't show the Leod. Next turn, try not to die. Buff up the Leod and hit face if you can. And then hide it again.
Alright, see you in a turn.
And go.
Wow, pretty complicated turns
That
coming
went,
up
went
for
from
the sword.
very slow and
yeah, it's
thought out.
Don't die. Yeah. No, that's a pretty tough spot. Luckily, very luckily, actually. I mean, okay, not to say that Snake wouldn't be able to make the right call, but luckily there's been these tough turns, these very key turns that Himari's been able to help with, as they're not easy turns. You know, it's kind of the opposite of what we saw last game, where Slyssa was unfortunately on really tough turns that were very, very important and did not have any coaching. But you know, like you said, these are situations that are not easy for literally anybody. And this Cerberus evolution is going to be extremely good, just because there's 2 assembly droids out. It's a lot of easy fodder for those last words. So here's the ping, and just swing face.
The shadow side definitely has a really strong board, and it's going to be intimidating, but it's going to come down to whether or not the damage, what's the damage potential here? So King's Might is able to increase the attack of Leod by 2. You can heal again, restore play points using the Mona? Man, the names are complicated. 11 sisters, the names are so similar.
Yeah.
Mona, King's Might, Assassin. For example, you buffed the Leod up to 7 attack, you attack twice, that's 14 damage. If you have any additional damage, that just wins the game.
Yeah, and I mean, it sounds silly, but you could actually Octress and steal one of the damage your opponent's leader's last words, right?
You
like
can,
eventually, maybe if you need to close out the game, that'd be a really funny way to do it.
There's also a Coco on the board, which restores defense. Yeah.
Oh
this
yeah,
is
to prevent
getting pretty complicated.
It is.
But Himari was able to tell Snake to buff up Leod and attack face, and Snake was the player who chose Ambush Sword last time. So he has some experience with this.
Yeah. This is that was a very tough deck to play, and this one is too, but definitely not as tough, especially against the field.
They just need one more storm or one more sort of damage, and even Mona Evolve to trade off seems pretty strong. What else is possible here? Not gonna do it. He's thinking probably something like needing the evolve point to deal more damage the following turn, but it's, what is possible? If the 5/5 is left up, that actually opens up the possibility of Octress Evo's Suicide against the Suicide Trade against the 5/5. So it's actually super heads up, but it feels more like, well, I don't know. It's not like a right or wrong at this point, which
this is cool. This is such a cool like board right now.
You can tell that it's and not going to. Will we see the Coco being traded off? That's going to be important here. If Coco is traded off, and Mimi is traded off, so we're not going to see the fancy lethal. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Let's listen to Snake Nate and Himari this next turn.
Yeah, because Himari's
Himari's gonna be yelling out lethal.
Yes.
Oh my god! Wow! Snake Nate made a super next level play that I didn't expect. I don't think he understands the either.
Yeah, that Octress is going to be huge.
But it worked out either way. I think it would have been correct to Evo in.
Okay.
Just because we literally only needed 2 more damage for them to be dead. And yeah, as long as we could assure that they're not killing us, like our Liad was going to kill them eventually.
I can throw 11 to get my next King's Might and I win.
Yeah,
right?
you get the king by playing the 11 sisters. But we also had another option of killing him, even if you hadn't drawn the sisters. You could have stolen the last words of the 2-1.
Mm-hmm.
Because the last words of the 2-1 is deal 2 damage to the enemy on death.
What's the most toxic emote? Help me out.
Sorry is pretty toxic.
Sorry's toxic.
Yeah, it's like a not a serious. Let's lose ourselves in the victory lunch is also pretty good.
I hit him with a woohoo instead. It seems less toxic.
It's okay. It's like every emote is normally looked at as being toxic because nobody thinks.
All right. That's one way to do it, right? That's the only coaching I think that you really need, right? Oh, he was like, hey, which emote is the most toxic?
Oh gosh, those are the questions to be asking after you 2-0, especially in that fashion.
Another
the aggression.
2-0.
I know, 2-0. It's going a lot quicker, a lot more aggressive coming out from some of these teams. I don't know. I like today. Today seems like fun. What do you guys think?
This is what all these new decks are about. They're faster and they're more aggressive. We saw the Swordcraft. The Havencraft deck that we're not going to be able to see is also really fast and really aggressive at certain points as well. So another exciting deck. But we're also going to be able to see Forestcraft later in the day. We're going to be able to see Shadowcraft in another matchup later in the day. So a lot of these new decks I think are really exciting, and I'm looking forward to watching it.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of our standings right now, especially after the conclusion of that game 2. So now we see our first semifinal game is going to be Alias and Coach Zero Fine taking on Snake Nate and Himari. 2-2-0 teams. 2-2, yeah. 2-0 teams taken on in that first semifinal match. That's going to be exciting. But before we get to that, we are going to get to games 3 and games 4 coming up next. So game 3, we're going to see our current reigning champs, Axe and Noir, take on Flake and Dolan. And Flake and Dolan, those are new names to us at least. So what do you guys know about them coming into the game?
I know Dolan is a player from the European region, plays in Shadowverse Opens often, and is definitely a friend.
Yeah, it's funny. I was like, who's Doolin? I've never heard of Doolin. And then you're like, oh, it's Captain Dolan. I'm like, oh.
The hidden name with the hidden spelling and everything. But I mean, I'm very excited for the rest of the day, just after seeing how those first 2 games went. But for everyone else who's watching at home, we actually have a super special surprise for you if you're just tuning in, because we are running a giveaway, and all you have to do in order to participate is to open up your Twitter and use the hashtag #SV System on Twitter to win some awesome card packs. And it's all for you guys to win. I kind of want to win them. I assume that you guys want to win them as well.
Yes, badly.
I could use some new packs.
Yeah, we need some card
Yeah.
packs. I wanna make a deck to emulate what we just saw right there. But for everyone watching, we are going to take a quick break, but stick around, because when we come back, I believe Potwasher, you have a special segment that you're going to be showing us, and we have games 3 and games 4. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Buddy System. We are about to get into those games 3 and games 4, but before we do that, we have a special segment from our own Potwasher, and I believe you're going to educate us on some Shadowverse stuff, right?
Yeah, we saw a really exciting Swordcraft deck, so we're just going to talk about that, talk about the cards, talk about what they're doing specifically with Liad and the different interactions of the deck. So, I wonder if I can pull that up. Okay, so we saw Desert Pathfinder. So this puts an Neteran Great Tree onto the board, and that's going to be important in activating King's Might. That was the small card, the small 1-cost card in in hand that we saw that gave +2/+1 onto those followers, and the Leod we saw dealt a total of 7 + 9, like 16 damage.
Ridiculous amount of damage.
Wow.
Absolutely ridiculous.
So that's going to be the main win condition of the Swordcraft deck. And to be able to support that a little bit better, we have cards like King's Welcome. Put a random commander card from your deck into your hand. That includes Leod, that includes Octress, and that also includes Aether. So those are going to be 3 targets that are possible to draw from King's Welcome. There are other cards like Mistalina. We didn't see the effect play out completely, but if there are fewer allied followers than enemy followers in play when Mistalina is played out, recover 2 play points. For example, if there's only 1 follower on your side and 2 on the opponent's side, when you play it, you don't actually get the recover effect, because when you play the Mistalina, it counts as 2 on your side and 2 on the opponent's side. So important part about playing around Swordcraft is limiting the number of cards that you put on your own side. And when you're playing against Swordcraft, you need to limit the followers and make sure you play out like a lot of larger followers is the key, because the only big followers you can destroy, you have Volves, which enhance 6, banish an enemy follower amulet, so you're able to clear the board with that, or you're able to maybe use Balion Evolve that has pretty high stats, or Ivory Sword Dance, deal 1 to random enemy follower, equaling to the attack of the strongest allied follower in play. But those are really the only options to clear it off. So the large followers, 1 at a time or 2 at a time, something like that, so it can really struggle with.
And was Snake Nade the only team that we have with a Swordcraft deck? Or
yeah, but we're going to be able to see it one more time.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely in those semifinal matches, and then hopefully we'll see what happens from there. But yeah, I'm definitely excited. So what would you say makes the Swordcraft deck so unique, especially with this specific set of cards?
Yeah, it uses the new Natura Synergy cards and just really works effectively with the buff cards that you get. The Balion, King's Might is really the key card here. Give +2/+1, and that means every single Storm card you can give +2 attack just for having an extra Nitaran Great Tree on the board, things like that, and that increases the amount of damage you can do by tenfold, and it's made it super potent.
So we saw how strong this deck is. What is this deck's worst nightmare to go against?
That's difficult to say. This deck has pretty good matchups all around. Out of the decks we'll see today, I would say, maybe
Roach?
Roach is, we'll have to get through some of the wards that Swordcraft plays out, so it can go either way, probably leaning towards the sword side, but it more depends on how much damage the sword side has. Sword doesn't actually have that many storm followers until the very late game. Mistalina is kind of slow against Forestcraft specifically, and the only other storm card is Swift Tigress, which you need 8 costs in order to activate Storm, so it can get really slow, and in that case it will struggle against Forestcraft. But maybe also we saw Havencraft earlier, and that might be very difficult as well if there's a lot of large followers, and I did mention like Swordcraft does struggle against large individual units, and that's going to be key in that matchup.
Yeah, especially if they can like time out their turns to build up those large followers. Very similar to like what you were saying, where Shadow would be evolving the Lubell. And then just preemptively creating this giant follower, like 8. Like the only answer to that is really false.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our tournament format one more time for those of you who may have forgotten a little bit about it. Our teams are consisting of 1 streamer and 1 pro Shadowverse player who is acting as their coach. Each team is allowed a maximum of 2 decks per team, and this tournament is a single elimination best of 3. Coaching rules for game 1: there are absolutely no coaching restrictions, but then in games 2 and game 3, coaches will be muted executed during all even turns. And then for our prizing, our first place winner will be walking away with $2,500. And for second place, they will be walking away with $1,500, and third place, $1,000. So not too shabby. I like it. Top 3, you guys are going home with some cash. But I mean, that's what they can go home with. For everyone who is watching at home, you guys could actually win some prizes as well. And all you have to do is use the hashtag SV Buddy System in a tweet on Twitter, and you could be going home with some card packs. Or I mean, you're probably at home right now, so you can stay in your own home and just get some free stuff from there. But I mean, yeah, we've seen so many new cards. I'd love to see what you guys win there. Let's go ahead and look at our teams and players, all their beautiful faces and or avatars. I'm seeing a lot more weeb faces this time. We see Dolan rocking the Haruhi avatar. I don't know what Flakes is though.
Flake. I'm missing Flake.
Where? He's right on the right side.
Oh, right next to Dolan.
New Pwn Who Dis.
I don't know. I don't know either. Cannot identify.
Well, he's going to be our challenger to our current reigning champs, Axe and Noir, and that's in the game that's coming up next. Let's go ahead and take a look at our schedule, because we are on Game 3. Axe and Noir taking on Flake and Dolan, those two anime and potentially weird avatars. We don't know what it is yet, but we'll find out. But then right after that, we're going to see Game 4, where Anime and Coach Alistar are going to be taking on their opponent. So I'm pretty excited. Do you think that the reigning champ is going to be able to keep his position? Because he was also undefeated until the finals as well, right? All 2-0s.
Yes, and finally lost one single game. But going back in with the same deck, I think is a very actually risky choice. Normally you'd be like, oh, I won last month with it, I'll just use it again, right? But, okay, you seem like you have something you want to say about it. Yeah.
Axe and Noir, they're not bringing the same deck this time
around.
Not?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, did they switch to Shadow?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm a fool.
Yeah,
okay.
They're the ones who switched to Shadowcraft, and their opponents will now be playing the Havencraft, so we'll be able to see that.
And here's their deck right now. Dynamax Pikachu is their deck name. Thoth and Lubel, cards that we've already seen before earlier today.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was absolutely wrong on that. I always get them mixed up between the matches. So we are going to see this, that it looks like a pretty similar list to the one that we saw earlier.
Yeah.
Pretty standard. Definitely a good, solid, strong choice for this this tournament, obviously, as we're seeing quite a few of them. We actually haven't seen the Thoth full effect come into play yet.
Swordcraft was just way too fast, so we didn't get to see a lot of the upper end cards. We weren't able to see the full effect of Lubel and Necro family. One of the important effects with it is whenever an allied Naturan Great Tree is destroyed, summon a Necrofauna. We saw the Necrofauna, the 2-1, come out on the board, but it was really short-lived. Only one was summoned, but later in the game, you can actually summon 4, 5, just maybe not 5, but just a bunch of them, and clear an entire board, kind of like Ektar and the old Shadow deck, where right now there's Ektar in the Haven deck. But
yeah, and this is looking like their second deck, Dynamax Pichu. Not to be confused with Pikachu. Pichu, we saw the slight difference, I believe, in the second key card. I wasn't able to catch that.
I think we're going to see the first variation of the
First
deck.
variation, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so of course going to be going up against Alana, so there is going to be a lot more time. It's true though. In that last set, we actually saw almost nothing of what makes Natural Shadow like Natural Shadow, right?
Wow.
Like none of the gigantic threats. We saw one singular Lubel played out, and then you're right, like none of the effect, just one Necrofauna coming out, and then we didn't see Thoth
getting... Swordcraft, kind of a good matchup, considered a good matchup against Shadowcraft. The first game, I think they really had a good shot going into the mid game. Swordcraft didn't have any resources. They're not going to be able to play a long game, but Shadowcraft was doing pretty well, but getting that really, really thin margin of win condition, that small win condition, picking it up.
And then looking at our second team's Flake and Dolan's key cards, I have a question for you. How do you kill that which has no life?
You banish it.
Oh, true. Okay.
No, okay. So this is the Shadow Mirror then we're seeing this time.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like. This is new Pwn Who Dis.
It's okay. We'll figure out.
I think we have a Shadow against Haven. I'm not sure. I don't know.
No, because that means our next matchup is Haven against Roach. So we haven't.
Haven against
Well, that's exciting.
We're not going to see. We might not see Haven.
Oh yeah, we saw
Shadow though.
Yeah, we saw the third Shadowcraft deck already. Okay,
Right.
Never mind.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at this deck. It's looking pretty similar to the one that we just saw. Are there any differences that you see? Because we see the two key cards. We see Thoth and Lubel once again.
Nino Crafty Reaper is a 1-cost 1/1 with the Last Words effect, and 1-cost 1/1 not really that powerful, but it does have a Last Words, and Thoth is fanfare. If at least 10 allied cards with Last Words effects have been destroyed this match, give your follower leader the effect of giving 2 damage Last Words to every single follower or amulet that you play out, and that's just the hard win condition that you go for in a longer game. And in the mirror, it's going to come down to Thoth, it's going to come down to the Lubels and playing for more value, so we're going to see a slightly slower game than the second match that we saw.
Yeah, the second one was just lightning speed.
Yeah.
So you think this one will be a little bit slower, maybe a little bit more calculated, trying to build up for that?
But it's going to be a little bit faster than the Haven Mirror, I think.
Yeah.
Got it.
I think it'll be considerably faster than the Haven Mirror. I think there's a... Well, maybe not. I don't know. They had some really interesting matches in that first set anyway. So, yeah, definitely going to be somewhere in between there.
Ooh, I believe this is the first game where we have 2 live cams of both of our competitors. There we have Axe on the left rocking his Pikachu hat. Maybe that's indicative of what deck he's going to be choosing, his Pikachu or his Pikachu. Yeah, Dynamax Pikachu. And then we have Flake on the right rocking. Is that a Montreal? Is that what the flag is?
I believe so, but I don't...
Can I spell?
I don't know what team that is necessarily.
It's a Yoda. It's a Yoda, but I believe we are just about ready to get into the game, so let's go ahead and see if Axe can maintain his position as champion.
All right, so the matchup that I completely did not think we were getting this time, the Shadow Mirror. So it's the second mirror that we get to see, but between the other set of decks that we're seeing quite a bit of, which is, of course, Naturalist Shadow. And we see. So what's your Mulligan strategy in this, in the mirror in particular, I guess?
So key card in this matchup is going to be, the most important card is Lubel, and if you don't have Lubel, you're probably just going to lose. The next important card, maybe like Cerberus. Cerberus is very strong, but not as important as Lubel. Having a decent early game curve is also pretty important. But I think it's going to be keep somewhat of a mana curve, but look for those key cards in the matchup, and that's going to be Lubel #1.
So this is actually potentially a really tough hand here for Flake and Dolan, right? I mean, you don't really want to play Night of Living Dog on curve. You don't really want to play it until you guarantee to get some extra value out of it. And that with Manifest Malice means there's like no synergy in their hand per se. Obviously, they are going second, so they are going to get to draw 2 cards. But right now, that's not looking too good, right?
It's really going to depend on the next few cards that they draw.
True.
Of course, for example, if you draw a bunch of natural cards right this moment, then maybe as early as like turn 4, you might be able to say dog, tree, or something, and just set up some kind of large dog offense.
Yeah, well, if you get the
like Desert Pathfinder and
what's it called? Necromantic Aether? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Yeah. So okay, would it be worth it? Okay, let's say so you play, if you first turn you play Necromantic Aether, you get the tree, right?
And then you get a ram, you get Desert Pathfinder, and then that would be enough to go like dog, tree, and have like 2 5/5s. That'd be sick.
Axe actually playing the dog on turn 1. Oh, and there's the Aether. So okay, here's a question. So is it worth playing the Aether this turn and the next turn going dog, tree, take out something that they own? Like take out the dog. Has it not been buffed?
So the dog only is Rush.
What about the opposite?
How unexpected. Banter coming out already. That's a common move that you see whenever dog on 1, if you don't see in the foreseeable future activating the effect, which is going to be like whenever a tree is destroyed. So if you don't have a second tree in hand, you often see dogs just kind of played out.
Oh,
but
it's just when it's destroyed.
When it's destroyed, yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought it was when it just comes into play. So, yeah, this is definitely not a great situation then. So he should.
It's not actually possible to activate 2 trees on turn 2, so you can actually ignore this dog. The dog has the potential to grow, but not on this turn. You don't actually have to clear it if you don't want to, but that would play into Manifest Malice, so I think it was a smart choice.
Okay, so are we still probably going to see the Manifest Malice this turn, or are we going to go Thoth? Probably.
So
safe
Manifest Malice is a really powerful card that deals 2 damage to 1 target and then summons a ghost, which is a 1/1. And that can make up for a slight tempo loss on turn 2 by playing out something like Thoth. So Thoth, you play out Thoth, the 2/2 can trade into the 1/2, and then you're left with like a 2/1. If the opponent happens to play out something like a 2/2 on the opponent's side, you can get like a 2-for-1 with the Manifest Malice. Right now there's only Kawi, so it might not work out that easily, but I think it's very reasonable to go for Thoth and then try to get more value out of Manifest Malice. Manifest Malice right now, the ghost is going to have to attack the opponent's leader and just deal 1 damage.
Right.
Whereas if you play out the Thoth, the ghost might be able to enough to clear a 2/1, and the card effect, the spell effect of dealing 2 damage might be enough to kind of clear out something else.
Thoth is there. It's starting to be enough. Okay, it goes for the Traveler's Respite. I was going to say it's starting to be enough set up to get a dog relatively soon.
Yeah.
It's, worthy. I mean, that means
Necromantic Aether, Tree, Dog, Tree, or Aether, Dog, Tree. Oh, doggone it.
We've seen 4 of the 6 dogs draw in this game. Already seen a lot of doggies. Yeah, there's nothing like cool play-wise there, right? Well, yeah, no, just because.
So recently, it's becoming more popular to play Confectioner. I don't remember the first word of that card. Something Confectioner.
Like generous Confectioner or something? I don't remember.
Some kind of Confectioner. But it's a 3-cost 1/2 card that draws 2 different natural cards from your deck and adds it to your hand. So we see both sides kind of struggling resource-wise, and the Confectioner might have been a strong choice.
Yeah, especially, I mean, obviously it's really easy to equate it to this exact situation where like the 3 damage on board isn't like as necessary because there's no threats there.
Considering that the game is probably going to slow down even more game 2, game 3, maybe...
he's bringing out the book!
Oh.
All right, well, let's take a listen in to see what he was reading about in his book.
Actually, the play we want to do this turn. Because another play you could make is... You could play Manifest Malice, right?
And trade into Kawi?
Yes, and play Necromantic, and next turn we can play Night of the Living Dog, Double Tree, and Fourth, and go into something. And
I think I like that play.
Yeah, I like that more as well.
Alright.
Yeah, do that.
It seems like they have a plan going into
We're just clearing this out, right?
Yeah, you could call it.
Is good. Obviously, it's the first game.
The goal.
Still good.
So some people are actually starting to choose to play series. The 5-cost series card, Eternal Bride, I think is the name of the card. Series Eternal Bride. It adds a 6-cost card, Eternal Vow, that reduces all of your shadow cards' cost by 2. And if you activate series onto Necromantic Aether, the effect of Aether is if it's your 5th turn or later, recover 1 play point, and generally it costs 1 play point to play, and then you get 1 play point back, and then you're free to play out Nateran Great Tree. But after a series, you actually gain 1 play point after playing a 0-cost Necromantic Aether.
That's
So
clever.
kind of a cool interaction.
Yeah.
And a lot of people have started trying out series in part because of that.
That is pretty cool. I'm assuming neither of these decks had it because I didn't at least see it.
No.
That is still pretty cool, and I'd like to see it later. All right, so played out the Aisha.
Yeah, I think a really important thing here is gonna be that the 4/4 on the board might distract Flake and Dolan from clearing off the 2/2 Desert Pathfinder. And if the Desert Pathfinder is left on the board, you're able to actually evolve to get an extra tree.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that tree with the dog in hand is very important. And also, since there's been no trees at all, the threat of the Viridian Magna in hand is not as scary.
With that evolve, though, it looks like that Desert Pathfinder is going to be removed, and Noir and Axe are still in a tough spot resource-wise.
Yeah, that's going to be really nice for them. So now they're in the fear of they got to deal with the dog. But do you really want to trade your own dog into it? I mean, I guess maybe you have to. Yeah.
Really don't.
Really?
And we see, you'd rather evolve a Cerberus or something.
Well, yeah.
Ideally, of course.
Ideally, yeah. But okay, let's say so. Let's see. Now we have.
Helio, great card, a new card. 3 cost 2/1. Last words at the start of your turn. Summon a zombie. At the end of your opponent's turn, summon a zombie, I mean. And then if you evolve it, it'll summon a 4/4 Lich at the end of the opponent's turn instead. So a super great use of evolve, and it'll set up a really powerful turn 6. So that might be what's chosen here. It's an option to open up the Necromantic Aether and try to draw a card immediately, but
well, let's listen to see how they're making this decision.
I think and then trade in. Yeah, they trade into the dog. Yeah, like there is an argument for sure for like playing the dog and trading that in, but that's just like so low value that I think this is what we have to do. And then I think here we just, yeah, we have to like figure out something to do next turn. So right now we've got 0 trees destroyed, right? And with this in our hand, we can buff the dog to 3/3. We got a 4/4. If we Prevo Serb, it's really annoying. We would be able to at least like remove the other 2 cards if we wanted to. We just have to like see what we draw, I guess, if it turns out that they play Serb here. Okay.
Yeah, it is going to be very draw-based, as you said. But now we're looking at the other side. There's plenty of options here. Actually, some really weird options, but...
So, Mino Crafty Reaper was the difference in Axe and Noir's deck versus Flake and Dolan's deck. We see a 1-cost 1/1. It does have an enhanced effect, but it is slightly lower value compared to something else. So, that might be a deciding factor here, where just having less value in the deck overall hurts Flake and Dolan here, even though they had the original card advantage.
Oh, and we see a second Viridian Magna drawn. So that's a lot of potential removal, but... So they're on 6, and it can't attack twice, obviously. You have your Lich on board.
Attacking twice isn't super important at the moment.
Not right now, yeah.
Yeah. So just having like a 0/6 or a 0/3 Bane on the board might just be really good. 4/4 trade over the 3/2, or 0-6 trade into the 3-2. Wonder which is better. Probably, it's hard to say actually. Dealing 4 damage might be important. We've seen 1 Aisha on the side of Axe and Noir. I think they're playing 2. Not quite sure.
Well, I mean, there are 2 Viridian Magnets in hand, so maybe you just accept the fact that one of them is like...
I don't know if you play, you leave one at 6 health, basically. Or you want to deal 4 damage.
Yeah.
0-6 that can only attack once isn't really a threat by itself. So I think the 0-6 is going to attack in. Or you could ignore it. Helio summons Last Words at the end of the opponent's turn, so it is an option to just ignore it as well. Oh. That's really hard. I wonder what they choose.
Well, it looks like they're about to time out, so decision is ignore it.
That's really cool. Only issue is Viridian Magna can attack twice and remove this board. I believe... How many trees have been destroyed so far? 3!
3.
Okay.
So that is... It just takes 3 for the revive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that is going to be super high value.
So Viridian Magna is going to be able to attack twice here and then summon a ward at the end of the turn.
And on top of that, it gains a last word to summon the ward, right?
Yeah.
So it technically is 1 more last word follower.
No.
Oh,
it's not last word.
Oh,
it's a
your
leader
hero
effect.
Yeah.
You can banish it and it's still there.
You are right. That is correct. That's crazy.
It is. I think Axe and Noir need more value off of this Viridian Magna, so my guess is that we're going to see the dog come out and cycling out the trees they have in hand. They have 2 spells that add Terran Grey trees to hand, so hopefully they get 1 more tree and that would be enough to activate Viridian Magna the next turn. They really haven't drawn very well this turn, this game.
Yeah. They're just low on threats. All right. Really important to see what's drawn here.
They need... Both sides really want Lubel. Lubel, nope.
Nope.
Sora is going to be a slightly cleaner answer, maybe? It would evolve to become a 5/5. Shoots 5 damage at a chosen enemy target.
Yeah, that's still an awkward 1 below, but... Oh, interesting. Okay, so then I'm assuming pinging the 4-1, and then...
The 3-2 can trade into the 5-1 at this point, so definitely trading into the 3-2 this turn.
Save yourselves.
Well...
Definitely not?
Oh, okay. Interesting. I mean, you technically still could have traded in with the 4-4, but that still is trading with the 4-4, right? So that's still a better situation.
I wonder if Thoth is activating soon for Flake's side. Wow, it's Lubel. 5.
I've heard of this card, even though we've seen a bunch of shadow matches where it hasn't come into effect. But we'll see it at least come into effect at least once. Okay, so that's going to be great.
So ordering is actually pretty complicated here. Optimal ordering is going to be second Terran Great Tree played out, and then hidden. I guess it depends. It depends.
Oh, that's an interesting choice.
Okay,
the buff.
Yeah.
So then now you just this, and then you swing in the Necrophon at the 5-1, right? Like, almost net out on that.
Yeah. Shadow, 6 attack. Viridian Magna can still deal with it, but I think it's just too much value. Unless there's a Lubel at the top. That is enough for Viridian Magna to activate 3. Activate the Last Words effect. So they are surviving. Axe and Noir are going to be able to... They're going to be okay for a turn.
Yeah, but that's close to the end. I mean, of course, they get 1 more draw right now.
Lubel. Serb.
They get rid of Lubell at least, so that's something.
So, Lubell was played, 2 Nataran Great Trees were played, one Nataran Great Tree was played. They were at 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 or 9 or something? Last words?
I think it's 8. No, it's 9. Because it's 9 because of the guy that creates the liches. But let's take a listen into Flake and Doolin for this next match, or for this next round.
Yeah, let us think for a bit here.
I mean, he comes in.
Yeah, we could like. So the 4/4 always goes face. You can do that already.
Life is too dear.
Done.
Aisha also goes face.
Done.
Okay. I think it's fine to play the Helio for 7 into the 0-2. Because Foff becomes active next turn. We don't really want to like.
So I just tank it into her, right?
Yeah, I think it's fine. And play the 1/1 as well.
My love. Sorry. Work comes second.
So Thoth is good now. She's
Yeah. And we get another 4/4 next turn. For sure. And the thing is like Viridia and they sum Viridia at the end of their turn, so
because that thing over there,
we have
I mean,
control
like,
of how we
we
deal
have
with it.
we have we have board control. We're showing lethal to a degree, right? With Thoth and a few trades and stuff like that. I guess we need some trees.
Depends.
Yeah, so they did present quite a bit of a threat there, and we know for sure that I think Thoth is not one more than lethal. But
So, Axe and Noir, their side, they had to activate Kawi Evolve to try to get Aisha and evolve it to... but I think it... Even trading off, that was 8, 9... 6, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, definitely enough with the... whatever happened there, it was going to be... Ooh! Oh, no. Never mind.
So that's...
I forgot about that. And... Wow.
Is that it? Wait, was there 1 damage from hand? Wait. Oh, what am I talking about? There was 4, 3, 4, 4. I'm stupid. Yeah, no, yeah. They didn't have... So there was no real way for them to deal with that in general, right?
The Viridia Magna, the ward, came out a turn later, so, man, that's so easy to forget about.
Yeah, what happened there?
So, there's a ward that comes out at the end of the turn, but the board was full, so it just disappeared.
It disappeared.
Yeah, and it wasn't lethal if there was a ward and if everything was gotten rid of, but it looked like they're just going to go for Cerberus and then have the ward up, and that would have been lethal for Flake and Dolan's side, so I think it would have been the same result either way, but...
Slightly delayed.
Yeah, stuff to look for improving in the next matches for their side.
Yeah, well, already the difference from last month, Axe dropping that first game of the set.
Wow, which is exactly as many as he lost last month.
Exactly. So it's like, all right, buddy, is this the only game that you drop, or is it potentially downhill from here? Is Axe going to be able to pick up this next game and keep himself in the running? What do you guys think?
So Lubell is definitely the key card, and if Axe and Noir had the Lubell at some point in the game, it would have been a game changer. So I expect to see just full mulligans, 3 cards gone if no Lubell. And last game, so Axe and Noir kept the Desert Pathfinder, but maybe we'll even see Desert Pathfinder gone.
And here we go, we're jumping into game 2. This is going to decide if Axe is moving on or if his journey ends here.
Let's take a listen into one of these teams and see how they're gonna plan out their next game.
Has ended because they like shifted you to one of the rooms for like half a second. Okay. Okay. I think we toss all here. Yeah. We gotta be ultra greedy in this matchup. I think. Yeah, we really need the value. Okay, that's alright. So we can play the Malice. Yeah. Play the Malice on 2 if we have to.
Wait, can you tell me how many cards they kept?
I couldn't. How do I tell that? I can see in the thing, right?
Just click on.
So they redrew their whole hand. They redrew 3.
Okay. So our hand is really insane, like especially going first. Next turn. So what will probably happen is like we play Pathfinder next turn.
Yeah.
They will pass turn 1, I think, or play Dog. I don't know. Turn 2, they might play a Ram or a Pathfinder, depends. But I think you always. Well, on turn 3, I can talk to you again, anyways.
Yeah. So you have to mute now.
Yeah. Kind of a slow start, but it seems like Flake and Dolan definitely have what they want already. Dolan commented that they have a super strong hand, and I completely agreed there.
Yeah, and on the other side, it doesn't look like Axanor have what they want. I mean, they've got like a Cerberus for some clearing or something later on, but like, definitely not. Let's see, no way to create trees. Oh, well, sorry, they do have one way to create a tree, but no creatures that create trees is what I should have said.
So, compared to if you've ever kept up with Shadowcraft in the past, you know that Cerberus is really a proactive card, and it's definitely stronger going first than going second. Let's say you evolve the Cerberus, you have the dogs on the side, and you evolve it over something, and it'll create, let's say, a 5/2, a 5/3 follower or something like that, or maybe 5/1. If you answer that with a Cerberus, there's a 5 attack follower on the board. If you evolve Cerberus into Cerberus, you're losing on a lot of value right there, right then and there. So I think Helio is going to be important in recovering from the tempo loss of having the Cerb played out first. And overall, it looks like Axanor also have the Cerberus and the Helio. So the Helio might even out the odds in that way.
Alright, so we see Flake taking his time. He knows it's Desert Pathfinder play, but I think he's just, I don't know, he's just chilling. Can't hear his coach or anything. Still on turns with no coaches.
Going second, oftentimes you want to hold on to Sora, and even more so in this game, I think. Just because there aren't a ton of great things to do on turn 4. Helio Evolve is definitely a good play on turn 4 as well.
Yeah, and wow, look at how many people voted for Axanor. I mean, understandably they're the champions, right? But it's even just for game 2, and we already saw Flake and Dolan win number 1.
Maybe we'll see this shift later on.
Yeah, I mean, especially if Flake and Dolan take this, I'm assuming everyone's going to be like, wow, they're definitely winning something else. Ooh, Manifest Malice is a weird choice there. So that's going to give them the tree, and the Ghost is going to go face, but
yeah,
not a huge deal.
We talked about this a little bit the last game. It probably wouldn't have been the choice with assistance, but it's still a good play in that it recovers, it removes the opponent's follower, and you can do something else the next turn, maybe Helio or something like that, and just try to play on curve, deal with opponent stuff. Sora is a good card to have in hand, so if you're holding on to Sora and you want to play Helio on turn 3, I think it's very reasonable to play out the Manifest Malice on turn 2.
Alright, well, they do have that saved, and we're seeing this curve out pretty well for
wow.
Flake and Dolan.
Yeah. Huh. The round. Oh, they played out the. So, Shadow, when it gets to a value game, you want to be holding on to a lot of the Nataran Grey trees, in my opinion. So, I think I would have been way more conservative. Just hold all the Nataran Grey trees. But the first Nataran Grey tree doesn't get destroyed, of course. And the second one onwards, the one on the board, one of them is destroyed and only leaves one tree on the board. So the first one, I think you can play out kind of like this.
Yeah, and then next turn they'll be potentially, assuming they draw nothing else, they can, ram again, get one more, and then Travelers or Spike, another potentially. Start holding on.
Oh, great draw there.
Yeah, that's gonna help a lot. Would have been nice one turn ago though, but still good.
Again, it's another option to play Desert Pathfinder on 4 instead and evolve the Desert Pathfinder, hold on to the extra resources. We saw Axe and Noir really run out of resources. Now Flake and Dolan are going first, and they have to deal with somewhat of a resource problem, but there's Lubel in hand, so I don't think that's going to be such an issue for their side. So I think right now Flake and Dolan have a slight advantage.
Yeah, and this is setting them up for well, would you? I'm assuming you would loop. You could. I mean, you would Lubel on 5, right? Almost.
No.
Really?
Definitely not. Turn
Cerberus
6
on
or
5?
7.
Oh, proactively? Cerberus
Yeah.
on 5? Okay.
So Lubel can get you a ton of value. So, and every Necrofauna that you play has a 1 in 3 chance of getting you an extra Nataran Grey tree. So it can be kind of an infinite resource, a pseudo-infinite resource. So the later you are able to play it, the more potential value you get out of it. And so you want to hold on to it for as long as possible.
See, that's where I would have gone wrong. But of course, they will be able to build up quite a few amount of trees. Yisha, do you still just build up the trees this turn? Just go ram Travelers Despite, but
wow. The poll is shifting pretty quickly over to Flake and Dolan's side.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, remember to vote in the polls and you'll be able to see it on screen. This is a really cool feature that we didn't have last time.
Yeah, I think you can vote in chat. Just go for it. I want to see what everybody's opinions are. I'm sure you all know more than I do, so.
Definitely should hold on to this 0 cost. This is going to be really important.
He does have the coach there. Yeah, he does have the coach that turn.
Yeah, it's an even turn.
Oh, that was an even turn.
I don't think he had a coach there.
Yeah, I don't think he did either.
The thing wasn't showing, but
yeah. Too dependent. I gotta count. All right, so this is gonna be probably the evolve, right? Just to get that extra tree.
Yeah, and now there's gonna be a 4 attack on the board. A Cerberus evolve will set a Cerberus to 1 attack, 1 health, and then, for example, Cerberus evolve against that, you can trade into the 1/2 and then trade the zombie into the 5/1 or the 2/1, and it'll guaranteed full clear. So really great setup against Cerberus. Another option, Sora, is also very good here as well. And then, so likewise, you can do the same thing of when Cerberus evolves over maybe the 3/2, 3/1 I mean, you can Cerberus evolve and then give stuff last words again. But personally, maybe I want the tree in hand a little bit more. Just because you don't have a lot of resources in hand. The second Desert Pathfinder isn't really great value. It doesn't do anything by itself. It's just a 2/2 do nothing with the last words effect. So I think I might have evolved the Nataran.
The Pathfinder?
Yeah.
Yeah, this does, I mean, sets up a slightly wider board, but we know there's an answer. So let's listen to Flake and Dylan to see how they answer this.
I have destroyed 1 tree.
Next turn we're going to destroy 2, so the Viridia will be good on turn 7. But that's when I can talk to you again. But next turn, next turn is almost always Lubel. And you might want to Evo over something which has 5 health if they play Cerberus maybe. So here we played Cerberus.
Okay. Cerberus in.
Evo over the 3-1.
Yep. So Evo trade with 3-1?
Yeah. And next turn, just play Lubel and do things. Quite hard to predict what might happen next turn.
Okay.
Ooh, that's scary. Play Lubel and do things. That's a heck of an instruction to give. But we are going to double Cerberus.
Yeah, and this variation, if you trade into the 1-2 first, there is a chance that the 1-2, the last words, deal 1 damage to random enemy follower, can snipe off the 2-1, but it's kind of unlikely, so I would probably just go for it. 2-1 attack. Okay, gonna attack first, take the 50-50. This isn't... I think I would have taken the 1 and 5 of not being able to clear in a clean way. If it had the 1-1 Mimi, the 2-1 Mimi, I mean, that also triggers last words and it would full clear anyway. I think I would have attacked with the Cerberus into the 1-2 first. There is some risk associated with it, but I think it would have been fine.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's still ending out in a pretty good way.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's...
And this might... This lack of, but I think... Woo. This is hard. This is hard. Well, Lubel is going to come out, and I think Flick is going to be able to clear it and have a decent presence on the board. It's just not the full value that you want, and there is a Lubel in hand for Axe now. So, okay. Ooh, okay. And then attack first. Oh, hits the. Oh.
Everything's exploding. This is like in like movies when like fireworks go off and they set off other fireworks in the fireworks factory, and then it's just a giant fireworks factory going off. Oh, that's okay. It gets the buff, but that still guarantees so much damage on the Lubel.
Wow, the pings really paid off there, where the great pings made sure that the evolve point is still left for Flake side, so I think that was really great. Now the Viridia Magna can come out on the following turn and summon a ward.
Yeah, so if there is a Lubel played right now, but there's not a lot of tree
Definitely
potential.
turn 7.
Yeah.
Definitely turn 7.
I was gonna say it would end up in a not so great situation.
Yeah, this is kind of awkward.
1 Evo point left.
So, okay. Gonna hold on to it. I think that's gonna be the best play. And then now turn 7, there's a guaranteed play of Lubel. That adds an Eterran Great Tree into your hand, and then you also have a second copy of the Eterran Great Tree with the Necromantic Aether, so that's a really powerful turn 7. You're getting more value, or equal value to what Flake and Dolan were doing. Thought probably shouldn't be played, but it does draw a card. It's not too bad to play out.
It fills up your board, but I don't know how close they are to activating Thought.
Yeah, they really should hold on to it. I'm pretty sure that the last words effect is gonna be active somewhat soon, in a few turns. Probably on turn 8.
Well, especially just the fact that there's a Lubell in hand means once Lubell goes off, that's so many last words into the last words pile.
Flake and Dolan definitely had a really strong hand, but Axe and Noir have been able to deal with it just without playing a Lubell at all. So if they're able to stretch this value out and lead into the Thoth and then maybe draw into a second copy of Lubell, it's really going to be enough here. Wow, Thoth is... Wow, that's activated. That's a turn 7 Thoth. Wow. And it's at the start of the turn, too.
Ooh.
That's really powerful.
That is really good.
So
yeah.
we didn't get to see the effect of Thoth last game. It did go off, but we didn't get to see the effect. So the effect gives 2... last words deal 2 damage to pretty much everything that you play.
Yeah, so for instance, this is going to do 2 damage when it gets destroyed.
The dog will do 2 damage. Everything will do 2 damage.
So just setting up here. Are they going to use the last Evo? They are. Not a lot of time left. Ooh, is there enough time for the attack?
No.
Oh, no. Flake throwing up his hands in defeat.
It's a strong board, though.
Yeah, yeah. At least he got the ping off. There could be way worse there.
I wonder if we can get the Thoth count for Axe and Noir.
Well, it's definitely going to go up right now. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe even by the end of this turn that was enough.
4.
Oh, maybe not.
So
maybe I overestimated.
I think it'll be enough.
So that's 5 now, right?
5, 6, 7, 8. It's close, but I guess it's not enough. Next turn it will be enough.
Yeah, so they can...
It's enough to activate on 8, but the opponent's already activated it.
Mm-hmm.
Attacking first? I think I would have traded... No, I guess it doesn't matter that much. Yeah, this is good.
You're not going to get too much out of that Pathfinder.
The life
anymore.
advantage that Axe and Noir have might be the deciding factor here, but Viridian Magna is really strong too, huh? Kind of up in the air, probably still Flake and Dolan favored at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they have a potential lot of damage in hand once Thoth's activated. But
no dog. Ooh, how much damage is that? That is 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, they're building this board.
9 damage. Oh man.
Oh, Traveler's Spite. Get back a little bit of that life too. And there's 2 more damage and 2 5/5s.
The dog.
The dogs. The scary dogs.
The doggo.
So
trade away 1, 2. Like do that?
Interesting.
Not gonna do that.
Okay.
It was an option to go trade the 1, 2 away.
And then ram tree.
Yeah, ram tree.
Yeah, because now there's no room to play the tree. I don't know if he noticed that, but oh no, it looks like he did. He didn't even try to like. Oh, maybe he's looking right now. Yeah, board space very important. Stuff like this. So it does leave up 2 5.
So that would have left up 7 4 7 4, and that's significantly harder to remove. Hey, I thought this activated. What am I talking about?
What? I didn't realize there was that many.
I thought it was at like 4.
Yeah.
Maybe it was like right before they attack, the effect is clicked or something.
Maybe.
Yeah, sometimes like if you click on a card before something activates, then it'll just count beforehand. Like if you open up the cards played tab or the cards destroyed tab, it'll just do it for what's before. That's not gonna be enough.
Yeah, so is there... How do they clear?
They cannot clear.
Is there anything they can draw from the rest of the trees?
A second copy of Manifest Malice might be able to...
a dog, maybe?
That's gonna be it.
Oh, well, wait. I mean, they can... No, they're definitely gonna loot, like... They're dead on board, essentially, with the
they are.
trees. Wow, is our champ gonna go down? See, you can never look down on those dogs, man. Those dogs are terrifying.
It's a new meta, and we're gonna have a new king or queen. We're gonna have a new winner of Buddy System. It looks like
this is a coach turn, so this should be pretty clear lethal, even to be. Oh yeah, I mean, there's almost no way you don't hit this lethal, right? It's just play tree swing, like
play anything. Like Helio works.
Yeah. Or you could actually...
Aisha works.
No, here's what you do. The cool one is you swing in with the dog and the ram, and then you trade in the Thoth to their ram and beat them with the last words.
Thoth doesn't have
that's right.
one.
That was the Thoth that affected. Sorry.
That was the first.
Yeah, that was the first Thoth.
Yeah.
Dang it. I was trying to be clever, okay?
Yeah. I was trying to find the... That's a good exercise to do, actually, to find, like, the most BM way to lethal. That's actually, like, a way to exercise your mind of, like...
Yeah,
like, what's a good option to do here? What else is possible? What's the maximum amount of damage I can do? That's always a great question to be asking yourself, because sometimes on that turn you're gonna need like 10 damage and you need to like 10 extra damage and you need to calculate all that. So like the trees, play out the trees, what order do I do it, what do I do? So
yeah, we saw Flake throw up the GG sign as soon as we took to his camera. He was all like, GG, took down the reigning champion. Like, you can't stop me there. But what a surprise! Axe got knocked out in the very first game that he played, very first series. Didn't even get a single match point.
I know, 2-0.
With these new decks, we see a 2-0 and a 2-0 in slightly faster matches. Yeah, it's really exciting.
Yeah, let's go ahead and look at our bracket, and we're going to see the results from our third game right here. Look at that, Flake and Dolan moving on to that second semifinal game. And you know what? We're going to have to find out who their opponents are in Game 4 when we see Anime and Coach Alistar take on Amazonian and Jordude. That's going to be an interesting Game 4. I mean, we were talking about Flake's little trash talk with the GG. I'm interested in seeing what Amazonian's going to be bringing out.
To be fair, I feel like GG's the opposite of trash talk, but the trash talk was the what's the most BM.
Way to like round it out, where it's like, okay,
that was Snake Nade, right?
Oh, that's right, it's right. But okay, so I'm actually most excited for this last match.
I'm
really interested to see how this plays out. Yeah, as Roach Forestcraft, that's going to be. I don't know, because I feel like there are a lot of ways to potentially make mistakes in that deck, but also it could just destroy the whole field potentially, right? Like, it's weird.
It's going to come down to preparation. It's going to come down to how much the player Amazonian practiced on her own. So, yeah, like especially Game 2, Game 3, when you have to calculate those turns by yourself, it's going to be important to have that experience as well.
I believe there was also a little bit of trash talk going on between Anime and Amazonian before coming into today. I believe it was Anime saying like, you better watch out, I'm gonna embarrass you in front of everyone. And then Amazonian with the Roach deck, saying like, I'm about to unleash these roaches up on you. So I'm very excited for this. But I mean, my first thought as someone who is still a little bit newer to the patch, newer to Shadowverse, when I hear Roach, I'm just thinking of a bunch of little roaches just coming at you. Is that what it is? Am I misled?
Little, but also gigantic, right?
Oh, gosh. All right.
If you're aware of, like, what are those called? Like, I guess, like, actual rhinoceros roaches? Like, the bugs the
Beetles?
something beetle with like the horn.
Yeah,
like
the
rhinoceros beetles.
Yeah,
right?
Rhinoceros beetle.
But they're that.
Animal Crossing.
I think they're like. I think it's like somewhat closer to that.
Maybe, yeah.
Okay.
But they're way meaner than those,
All
right?
right. Well, I mean, there's a difference.
I don't perceive it like a cockroach. You know, it's more
neither.
like
Yeah.
a rhinoceros, a beetle.
It's actually more like a
it's kinda
rhinoceros
cool.
in general.
Well, let's
once you play the card,
maybe
it's kind of cool.
Let's save the conversations for gross things for later, and let's talk about nice and fun things, like how all of our viewers at home can be winning free card packs by opening up Twitter and using the hashtag SV Buddy System and not hashtag cockroaches. Don't use that. You're gonna some creepy stuff is gonna be popping up from that. But I mean, yeah, we are gonna get into our game 4 shortly. And we're going to see what that Roach deck really is. Let's go ahead and look at our tournament format really fast. Going into this, as a quick little refresher, teams consisting of 1 streamer and 1 pro coach. Each team is allowed a maximum of 2 decks per team in this best of 3 single elimination tournament. Coaching rules, like you saw in the last game, game 1, there are no coaching restrictions, but in games 2 and 3, coaches will be muted during the even turns. Let's go ahead and look at the prizes once again. For first place, $2,500, second place, $1,500, and third place, $1,000. And we can jump straight into our teams and players and seeing the pictures of all of these lovely faces. Look at them. All right, so this is Attack of the 50-Foot Waifu. That's Amazonian and Jordude once again. I believe they won our favorite name contest, I think, last time.
Yes, for sure.
And then Anime and Alistar. Anime is real. You dang right it is, Anime.
It's real.
You dang right.
In our hearts.
Yeah, and our schedule. Yep, they are our final game of those first rounds. Anime and Coach Alistar taking on Amazonian and Jordude. We already have our first semifinal decided with Alias and Coach Zerofine taking on Snake Nate and Himari. But now we're going to see who rounds out that second semifinal match with game 4. I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, I really want to watch that sword play again. Like Snake Nade was playing Swordcraft last time when Swordcraft wasn't really as strong, and with this current expansion, Swordcraft's gotten a little bit stronger, but Snake Nade still has that experience from last time, and he's carrying it over with a stronger deck.
Right.
As a new coach this time. And we're seeing some really cool results already.
Yep. So far, 3 different decks in semifinals, and we could have a 4th. If Roach wins, then we'll have 4 different decks with 4 different like crafts in semifinals.
I'm always rooting for the combo deck to win.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to Roach.
Yeah, which one would you say has a higher skill ceiling?
I think they're both incredibly different decks and very difficult. We saw game 1, match 1, I was talking about Realm of Repose. That's an incredibly hard amulet to pilot correctly and accurately, and it lets you win in games that you have no no other way of winning at all. You have no reason to win that game. It just lets you squeeze out those wins, and it's a really clutch card.
Yeah, well, looking at this first deck for Anime's real resident sleeper, we do have another Havencraft, but Servant of Repose, I feel like that's new.
Or Realm of... Oh, yeah, Servant of Repose. We haven't seen that card yet.
Yeah, it got put in both the Haven decks that we saw, but we just didn't see it drawn for some reason.
And it's going to be really good up against Forestcraft, since it's going to have the effect Enhance 6, gain +3/+3, and Ward. So the roaches won't be able to attack the face, and Servant of Repose is really big. Looks like this is the second variation.
Here's that second deck with Unicorn Knight as the second key card. Again, feeling kind of new.
Yeah, I think we saw one of the decks running it in the first game, and we saw it come out one time. It didn't have too much effect, but
the first deck had 3 Realm of Repose, and that's going to be the really key card. So they're definitely playing the first variation, no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so we saw how important Realm of Repose was in the mirror, right? But that's not close to how important it's going to be in this game, right? Like, the entire point of Realm of Repose is stopping these decks that get these essentially like one-turn kills on you, which is the name of the game for Roach, which is just terrifying. These 3 little roaches running at you that just literally one-shot you. So it's going to be very, very important to have all those Realm of Reposes and to use them well, which we haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, the other thing that's going to be important is understanding how the card works, because in the first game we saw a couple people struggle with it for a little bit. But let's go ahead and look at that Papa Roach deck that we've been waiting for, and looking at that first key card, Whirlwind Rhinoceroach. Oh gosh, I love that game. Okay, I may have a favorite. No bias.
Yeah. So you can see the horn, kind of like a rhinoceros beetle. And,
yeah.
Like a rhinoceroach.
It's barely roach-like, honestly. It's like
it's called roach, but
yeah.
it's more like a rhinoceros beetle.
Anyway, the point of this entire deck is it is a combo deck. Now you can see its ability right there. It gains plus X plus 0. X equals the number.
And for the first time, we see 2 non-legendary cards pop up in the key card.
Yeah.
And key card number 2, a bronze card. Return an allied follower or amulet to your hand. That's going to be key. Roach, you want to play out, add back to your hand, play it, add back to your hand. And then when you get to the 6th one, the card is going to get Storm. It's going to be a 6 attack Roach, and it's going to have Storm. If you attack for 6, if you attack for 7, attack for 8, that's going to add up to over 20. So that's the 1-turn kill we're talking about. The goal of the game is to play out 8 roaches total pretty much, but it changes with Realm of Repose against Havencraft, since Realm of Repose can limit the amount of damage the opponent can do to 3. So that severely limits it and makes it so that Haven has an option to just keep on stopping the roach, and it's going to be really, really tough if that gets going.
And here we have our 2 competitors facing off, Anime on the left and Amazonian on the right. You know what? I kind of wanted to see Amazonian pull her green screen behind her and then just have like roaches climbing up. Oh, that would be so good. But she does have an owl mug, so there's some character right there. Anime looking very concentrated.
Oh yes, the Booba mug. This is so. Here's a tough one for you. Here's a question. So Amazonian was your favorite last time, right? But you love anime. So,
I know, and she's literally anime.
I know, and also the team is anime is real. So
It's
how
tough.
are you gonna vote in this one?
I might just have to go off of the results of this game in this match, so let's go ahead and take a look.
That's a cheater answer, but we will see. This is, like I said, such an interesting match. Roach is... This is really going to be a lot about just how well Roach performs. It can find lethal very, very quickly before too much gets set up.
So at the start of the game, you're able to see the profile screens of each player, and I think Anime's profile, there was a purple gem, which would signify A rank or something like that. So she's been playing the game more than any of these other competitors so far. That's pretty impressive.
that is pretty good, actually. I mean, with a name like Anime, it's a good call, I would say. But interesting then going for Alana. You know, I assumed a lot of the Alana choices were from the coaches saying like, oh, you all haven't played as much. I mean, it's possible though that you technically, even up to A rank, you don't lose your rank in between seasons, right? So it's possible maybe that like Anime played and was more familiar with like a previous meta.
With it, yeah. I think so. That's probably the case, I would say.
And we'll see how it all plays out here. So let's see. Starting at looking at these opening hands. There's no like Roach.
Yeah.
Playing the.
There's no Alana either. So we're talking about how Alana Haven, if you get the Realm of Repose up and everything goes Alana's way, it's going to be super good for Alana. If you pilot it correctly, if you draw into the Realm of Repose, if you draw into Alana, it's going to be like nigh impossible almost to beat as the Roach. But no Alana yet in hand, and that makes the matchup way more up in there. Oh, we see Lisa. Lisa's going to be another really key card here.
Yeah, so such a cool way that this deck works. So Lisa pulls the lowest cost Forestcraft follower, and the only one that it can pull is Roach.
Yeah, Roach is a 1-cost follower. And then last words, Lisa pulls the highest cost Forestcraft follower from your deck, but that actually happens to pull Lisa itself. It's made so that Lisa pulls Roach, and then on last words, Lisa pulls Lisa. And then you play out another Lisa, and you get another Roach, and Lisa dies, and you get another Lisa.
I love when people rig like
search
stuff
card?
like that. Yeah, cards. It's so cool.
It's so cool.
Especially in this one in particular, because it works. It's perfect, right?
Yeah, it's so satisfying, like how the deck works and synergizes together, and I think it was really genius to have like Lisa just search for itself. That's such a cool concept to have. And turn 4, we're probably going to see something like Roach, bounce it with the Guard of the Machinatory, which is a ward that adds a follower back into your hand from the board, and then maybe play out the Roach again, evolve it. After you evolve, the Roach will return to your hand at the end of the turn. So that's going to be a key part of getting enough Roaches out and back into your hand.
Yeah, and that's already 2, and that's going to be great. But you can see the live updating poll again. Of course, be sure to vote in the chat who you think is going to win. I wouldn't vote for either. It's too hard. It's too difficult.
It's getting pretty close now. Like, I think Roach has a really good chance this game in particular. Oh, and this might be a crucial timing. The wards are being played out very early, and there are no other wards in hand. So
so sorry, right here, do you do Roach, Airbound Barrage it, Roach Evolve, clear them both?
You're not in that much of a hurry, so I would personally just play Guard of the Machinatory. I think it just fits better on curve, and turn 5 you can go 1-1-1 with Roach, bounce with Airbound Barrage, and then play it again. Jordude's an expert on Forestcraft and Roach in particular. He's always played the... there's an older Roach card, Rhinoceros Roach card.
Yeah.
Not
OG.
Whirlwind. Yeah, so he was really experienced with that deck as well. So just playing really efficiently is the name of the game here.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So my personal fear as a newer player would have been that next turn, on turn 5, they get their evolution point, they could potentially play Alana and buff out those taunts. But
that's really scary. That's definitely really scary.
Yeah.
But you have to take risks, and you have a pretty good chance of drawing a 2-cost removal card. We saw a 2-cost removal card being played out on turn 2, and there's just a bunch of them in the deck, so good chance of drawing another one.
Yeah, I saw some interesting things with the deck. Maybe it's just my unfamiliarity with how people generally run the deck and like what cards they run in it. But I did see only one of the Emperor's Hot Kitchen. Is that what it's called? Gourmet Kitchen, something like that.
What? Kaiza Emperor's Flaming Dish or something. The Flaming Dish is the token card. The curry. Hawkery. Let me look it up, actually.
I meant I think it's the
Gourmet
5
Emperor's Kitchen.
Gourmet
You're right.
Emperor's Kitchen. Okay.
I didn't realize kitchen is in the name of the card.
My tag is Wonder Chef. I have to know all the cards that have to do with kitchens and cooking. Then they released a lot of them this set, all right? There's it's hard for me to remember, but yeah.
There's the confectioner.
There's the gourmet, right? There's the
carrot.
There's the carrot, yeah.
Yeah. There's the something ultimate carrot.
Whatever the new carrot is. I can't remember what the new carrot's called even.
I guess I can look it up. But that's another really cool card. It's not like we're not going to be able to see that, but that card, it's not very strong, but it's still a really cool card. The carrot card, if you look it up.
All right, so this has to be a really good sign for Amazonian Jordude. When they see the Kel come out, I mean, obviously Kel is great at clearing, but your essential threat in this deck is not clearable, right? So when they don't see the Alana come out and that threat presented, that means you have more time.
Ooh, that's really good. Yeah, there's a ton of options now. For example, I would personally do something... Oh man, there's so many options. So this is what makes this deck very difficult. Predatory Might deals 5 damage to one of the weakest random enemy followers in play. So it would target the 2/3, but Roach wants to attack in the 2/3, so that's guaranteed. But from here, what do? Whispering Woods is a draw card, so you want to get it out early.
Yeah.
But and then maybe Hoverboard? Okay.
That's a way. Or you could, I mean, you have so much in removal in hand that I feel like Whispering Woods just delay that attack for a turn, and then you get the 3 turns of draw off of it.
You never know when like an Alana is gonna come up, and then you're gonna have an unclearable board afterwards. Whereas you have the removal, and you can just deal 5 damage, and it's really clean. So I think it's a great choice to just get the hoverboard out. A lot of the times going second, it's just really awkward to have the hoverboard in your hand, and it costs 4 mana to bounce the Roach 1 time.
Yeah, no, I mean, this definitely feels to me, at least, like it's playing out a lot in favor of Amazonian Jordude.
Yeah.
The threats aren't, I mean...
Oh, it's called Extreme.
Extreme Carrot, yeah, Extreme.
Extreme Carrot. We'll take a look at that after the break.
We'll just look at all the different food cards. No, so what do you got here? You could play out a little bit of a wider board, or you could Lemonia.
I would say Lemonia first, and at some point, Anime and Alistar are gonna have to draw into Ilana, something like that. But next turn, they are drawing multiple cards. You can ignore this card. This is hard. This is pretty hard. The game plan is gonna be Realm of Repose, of course, and have something behind it. Try to set up a board. Maybe try to set up some kind of a lethal. But it's 16
hard,
health, yeah.
16 health and no Ilanas to buff.
Yeah.
I mean, the next few draws are going to be huge, of course. All right, well, let's take a listen in with Amazonian and figure it out.
Just discuss.
We've discussed 2 different ones. You think we should do Liza Roach, Evolve Roach, but that she can't trade with that. I think
Yeah, and then the Whispering Woods. So the Whispering Woods make it so that the Lemonia can't attack. And then we have 2 Roaches in our hand plus 2 bounces. So we start setting up.
And hopefully they don't hit something with Ward next turn.
Yeah.
And I should evolve this Roach.
Yeah.
And it doesn't get to attack the poor baby, because it would die.
It's okay. We could chain it up. Okay, great. So how many times have Roaches played again?
Roach has been played 4 times, so the
5.
next one can attack. So we can get 5 plus 6 plus bounce.
We could play Roach
7,
4 times.
8. Yes, I think so.
I think what we're likely going to do, if nothing better, is probably Alana Evolve, Goblin, and Repair Mode.
Okay.
And then save our ward for the next turn, since Alana is a ward herself. And then the next turn after that, we're just going to try to flood the board with at least 1 ward. Probably the Hoverboard Mercenary. If we're not scared of dying, then we'll probably have to use the realm. But yeah, let's go ahead and do the 4, 2, and 1. Robo Goblin, Alana, Repair Mode. Not in that order, but you know. And let's let me see. I need to think about trading. We will probably, let me think if we need to trade or not here. You can go ahead and use the Repair Mode though, it won't matter.
Yeah, well, if we attack, then it will.
No, because it's not a rabbit, so it won't heal your body.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So let me think. I think you go ahead and trade in here, since you know he has 2 Roaches already.
So what is he gonna do? Get the 3rd?
He's just gonna get the 3rd, but he has to play 3 mana for it anyway. So let's go ahead and do that. That might make it a little bit awkward for him later, but it might not matter at all. So.
Did I just not attack face?
She can't attack. She was blocked.
Okay, I just played her this turn?
No, you played her last time, but the Forest player played an amulet that blocks 1 attack, basically.
Oh, right. God, I was messing up there for a second.
No, it's like.
Because, yeah, she was not able to attack, and I was like, oh my god, did I just miss? Right.
Alright, so this is super close to lethal,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it's not, I think. Because...
Yeah, it's not lethal yet. There's only been 4 Roaches played, and then the 5th one actually doesn't storm. So she's really looking for 6 plus 7 plus 8, but there's a Realm of Repose in hand. So I think at this point, now Alana is going to have the upper hand since the turn 7 lethal wasn't possible. Yeah, turn 7 lethal wasn't there. And that's going to mean that it's a little bit too slow. I think there may have been, for example, the second Liza played is a little bit slow. And if you are able to get your count up a little bit quicker than that, that can easily set up a turn 7 lethal. Turn 7 is the average turn to have lethal recently, so it's not over yet though. Arya's Whirlwind is super powerful. There is a Slash of the One, which can remove a singular enemy. So with those in mind, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we can go like, you can go Roach, Airbound, Slash of the One, Arya's Whirlwind, and deal like 3 damage to everything. Destroy 1 for sure. Airbound off something. That's probably going to clear most of everything.
Yeah, well, I don't know. So, okay,
for Rabbit Healer.
Yeah.
But if it's Rabbit Healer, that's lethal. Because the Roach will be able to deal 6 + 7 + 8 through a ward.
Wait, so they need to play 1 more and then airbound and then.
Slash of, I think. Slash of the One first. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7? That's not enough actually. I need to play 1 more Roach. Dang!
Yeah, wait, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2. That's not lethal. Wait,
yeah, they're
wait
like,
a second, wait a
they're
second.
like a few
Needed
points
1
off,
more.
right? And I don't think there's any way they can fully clear this
5,
board.
6. And then shoot first. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's not enough. So going to have to do the Slash of the One play. But that's also kind of slow. I really think they needed a lethal turn 7.
I mean, the worst thing here is there even an option to live without wasting your roaches?
It looks like that's a tall order.
Yeah, because you need to clear everything.
Yeah.
Realistically. You just have to make that assumption, right, that the healing's in hand.
I guess that's it.
Yeah, I don't even
1,
have enough
2,
time
3.
to play out everything else.
And then 4, and then it could have been a 5, 6 left, but that would have anything left on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think game 2 onwards it's gonna be even tougher too. It's hard. I think Jordude by himself would have had a tough time as a Roach expert in that matchup, and yeah, drawing into Alana at the right timing.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I say, anime always emerges victorious, right?
The hero is late to the
protagonist.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, just an absolutely difficult. The first Roach deck that we saw first deck coming out, but
the Alana deck just gave us so much hope for the Roach.
Yeah.
It
looked like there was just nothing possible, but then everything got drawn at the exact perfect time.
Yeah.
You know?
It just kind of compounded, right? Like the 6-5, 6-4 was left on the board, and then that grew and was another threat. Ended up dealing like 9 damage or something.
Yeah.
9 or 10 damage. It just, yeah, the turns, the Whispering Woods, it's really difficult. Like each of those decisions, when you're trying to win on turn 7 with a combo deck, every single part of the puzzle has to be very, very accurate. And I think just like maybe one small mistake, one small difference, but we're talking about like a tournament level player might have playing in a competitive setting.
They may have been able to pull it off, right?
Yeah. Not something like here where
a new student and everything.
Yeah.
It's much more difficult for someone who's a student to be listening to the words of a coach and trying to pull it
the
off.
coach isn't going to be completely focused either in this setting. Like, you have to talk about what you're thinking about. You have to process everything at the same time.
Answer questions that the student may have of like, wait a second, why do you want me to do this? And it's all like, just put it there, don't question me.
Yeah.
But going into games 2 and games 3, the coaches are going to have to take a step back during those even turns, so that's going to make it even harder.
Ooh.
You know, I do want to point this out at least. I think that maybe it was if I was playing that Alana Haven, see, it's easy to see potential mistakes, because I just look at whatever I would have done and I'm like, oh yeah, I would have done that, so clearly it was a mistake. No, so instead of playing out the Realm of Repose and trying to play safe and say like they could combo off this turn, they put out threats with enough life and ward with enough life that that was a pretty good call, right? They should know exactly how many times the roaches have been played and the damage available.
To be defensive.
Is it going to be possible in the following games to be able to calculate out the maximum damage potential that the opponent can do? And obviously, you can't really expect that out of a new player. So if it happens to be on an even number turn, are they going to be able to find the maximum amount of damage that the opponent can do? Or are you supposed to play out a ward? Are you supposed to hold on to a ward? Are you supposed to play out the Realm of Repose? Or is it not that time yet? Making that decision is going to be really hard.
Yeah, if I was the coach, I'd be like, all right, listen, I'm going to write you an instruction manual. Just follow it completely. Is that against the rules? No verbal coach assistant?
Yeah.
Just write out an entire booklet?
You can totally have notes,
you
I'm
can't
sure.
DM your pupil, obviously, in real time.
See, we need to find loopholes.
If you make a manual, that probably counts as preparation before the game.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you still have to read and understand it, right?
Yeah.
It's the same
how
thing
to
as practice.
apply that? That sounds kind of.
Yeah, I just want a picture book where it's just of all the cards
It's
and be
like a big flow chart. Yeah.
This card beats this card.
If the game was that easy, then it wouldn't be so great, right?
Yeah, of course, because everyone's always looking for the newest combos to pull off, or maybe what synergies they can find with new cards in a new patch or something.
Yeah.
But man, I do want to see the Roach deck pull off a game.
I
feel
want
like
to see the Roach run.
Yeah.
And storm the opponent's face. I'm looking forward to that.
I know.
We have to see that. We have to see that.
I feel like we didn't get to experience it, so looking forward to potentially seeing what's so scary and unsettling that a lot of our competitors have kind of expressed.
Yes, getting one shot. I mean, there's literally no deck I like playing against less than on ladder and stuff than playing against Roach, because I'm just like, all right, I just got to set everything up. I'm just assuming on turn 7 I'm dead. That's it. And it's very stressful to play against. Also very stressful to play, though, too.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been playing it a good amount, and it's just a
we
lot
just
of
saw the Lana just deal 10 damage in a turn, create huge boards. It's intimidating to be the side that has to prevent that, and that has to deal with that and still figure out a way to kill the...
Well, it looks like we are almost getting ready to get into Game 2. Amazonian, I will say, I'm a little disappointed. Oh, just kidding. We're in the game right now. Let's go ahead and start it off.
Yeah, I know you're looking for the signs. Give us a sign. All right, so we're going to start off with a listen-in on Amazonian and Georgia.
Let's see. So, the Sylvan Justice might be nice to just play on turn 2 to kill what he plays. And we could just keep just the Sylvan Justice.
Okay, but you're able to see stuff?
At the moment, yeah. I think so. Turn 1, I could talk, yeah. Okay.
Draw and then play another 2-drop if we get a Hoverbird Mercenary, or 2-drop with the Falcon Rush into something. But if not, then we're probably just gonna play a repair mode. And that'll be it. Okay, let's go.
The full mulligan and all 3 rabbit healers in hand to start off the game.
Ooh, do you tempo one? Oh.
That was a very quick decision on yes.
Yeah, that. Ooh, Coach muted? At the end of the turn.
Yeah.
Ooh. This prevents the Roach from being tempoed out on turn 1. There's no bounce in hand. So one thing you can do as a Roach player is just play out the Roach on turn 1, and you can add it back to your hand with Mac in a Tree, something like that, very quickly. And I can set up early count of Roach, but the extra 1/1s in hand have convinced Anime and Alistar to play that out. Ooh, fast pace and no hesitation at all. Probably the experience from playing the ranked ladder coming in.
All right, we see, Sylvan Justice is gonna get rid of the Precon for sure. With a little fairy. And this thing's gonna get its damage worth. I mean, this one little rabbit healer.
I think the second one and third one are gonna be held onto, but there's no card draw left in hand. So, it looks like it's possible that we'll see another game where Alana is gonna not show up or be a little bit late. This might be another close match. It's gonna really depend on how Amazonian and Geodude coordinate their turns and set up. For example, this next turn 3 is gonna be really important. The turn 4, Amazonian is all on her own with the evolve turn right before the potential Alana turn. So that's pretty scary.
Yeah. I mean, right now, obviously we don't see the Alana, but you can't assume that. You always have to assume Alana. Yeah, this is interesting. The fact that there's no bounce either means that there's no like really easy, clear choice on that side, and we're seeing a pretty aggressive. Wow, super aggressive. Let me take that back.
I think this is favorable for Amazonian and Geodude though. Like, I would love to see this if I was playing Roach. This is not a great hand for Anime and Alistar. Really not great. But there is the advantage, the innate advantage of the deck. Will that pull through? Will we see Alana emerge out or not?
So this Miracle of Love is interesting. There's just a one of it in the deck.
Yeah, it doubles as removal. It can be a ward. It's just really
It can be both.
Yeah.
So I'm not very good at using Miracle of Love for sure. Would playing out the ward follower from it be worth it right now, or?
Turn 3 is a really great turn to do that for sure. Okay. For example, turn 4 you don't have anything clear, so it was an option to just drop out, let's say, a 2/3 ward, and then the following turn go Whirlwind, Roach, Evo along with Eliza, and that would be pretty mana efficient. That would set up pretty good turns, but you're also kind of afraid of something like the Robo Falcon. I'm not sure if Anime and Alistar were the group that had less Robo Falcons in their deck, but Robo Falcon would give +1/+1 to the Robo Goblin on board, or maybe something in hand, and that could trade over the Miracle of Love, the ward. So there was some risk there, and having 3 attack followers on the board would be really awkward to deal with.
I'll just go face the whole time. I don't think I've... Well, I guess I have. I was going to say I don't think I've ever seen rabbit healers do this much damage, but when they're buffed, they definitely do. I haven't seen so many rabbit healers connect to face, I guess is what I should say.
Ooh.
Oh, that's...
Wow. So you can go something like Fairy, Whirlwind, Rhinoceros, Roach, Evolve, plus Arya's Whirlwind. And that would clear the entire board very, very cleanly, but it might be hard to spot. I'm not sure. There's a thing where if you... so Predatory Might would only kill off a 1/1 here, so very,
definitely
very bad.
not the choice. Yeah, I mean, the Arya's Whirlwind does damage to everything except for fairies, and it's just fairies? Fairy Wisp,
yeah,
of course, so fairy-ish. So the fairy would stay up, the Rhinoceros would stay at 1, and then get returned to your hand. Oh!
Yeah.
Is that the play?
Evolve.
All right, now don't swing. That's the big.
Don't hit in.
That's the big one here.
Fairy. Oh, no. Okay, so maybe we'll see a different card come out. Okay, yeah, probably not using the Arya's Whirlwind then.
Yeah.
Please don't use it.
Yeah. So then.
Please don't use it.
It's probably Whispering Woods Fairy or Miracle of Love, right?
Yeah.
Predatory Might would be such a waste right now.
Okay.
You gotta take the
Forest Beast, Forest Beauty.
Taunt probably, right? At this point.
Okay. I would probably have done the rush and hit into the 1/1. And that just guarantees that you get one thing off the board compared to like Alana comes out.
Yeah, you're
and
right.
Yeah, 2 things are left on the board already, and that would be really tough. I think you lose on the spot.
Right, if Alana comes out, you get 1 heal, the Goblin trades over the taunt. Yeah.
That's scary.
But, luckily for Amazonian Jordude, still no Alana. We do see the Realm of Repose drawn, so that's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, it's looking like Roach has a chance again. A very good chance.
It's true, but still a kind of severe lack of bounce, right?
Yeah.
Only 1 Roach played so far.
The other thing is that Realm of Repose means Haven has actually forever to draw into whatever they need. It might be difficult to set that up while coordinating it, but technically you could just pop it down and pass for a few turns and then try to draw into your Alana. So that's going to be pretty important later on.
Oh yeah, but the last...
Yeah.
Do you think it was worth playing that round?
I feel like Alistar, especially in the last game, felt really rushed. And the Realm of Repose is something that you can rely on a lot more and just draw additional cards.
Okay, still no bounce. So there's definitely removal. Let's listen in here what they want to hear.
Just need to try to clear everything so we can Predatory Might to kill. What we could do is...
I could go Fairy,
Yeah.
evolve the Roach, then Whirlwind.
We would be short 1 play point.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, we would be.
we would have to use the Fairy to evolve into the 2/2, and then Arya's Whirlwind plus Predatory's Might.
Should I do that?
Actually, I prefer if we go Angelic's Might the kill, and then Roach evolve the Roach to
Take out to 2/2.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that then. See the good.
Because, yeah, let's just do that.
Ooh, the red circle is coming in. They haven't.
The animations take so long in this game.
There's enough time.
It's just that the Whirlwind's a little bit awkward here, and this way we get an extra play on the Roach. And then we can still use the Whirlwind probably in the next turn or so, maybe, depending on what she plays. But yeah, keep a lookout for those.
Ooh, they weren't able to plan out fully their next turn 6, and that's going to be a key turn, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that was a really awkward turn that they just played out, and obviously that played out pretty well. Oh, hey, look, Servant of Repose for the first time. I didn't realize that was in hand. So you could play out the taunt right now, or you could play out...
Yeah, I probably want to hold on to that still. You don't know if there's direct removal in hand.
And we've only seen 1 heavy piece of removal, right? So you kind of have to assume
Yeah.
there's so much removal in Roach.
So next turn, what's great is that Amazonian herself suggested the play of Fairy, Roach Evolve, Arya's Whirlwind into Predatory Might, and that's likely going to be the play this next turn. So that might just work out.
Yeah, that would be perfect right there. So let's see if...
So I think more effective way would be like Roach Evolve, Whirlwind, Roach, Predatory Might. You only need to deal 1 damage, and you want to get the extra count in, but I don't know if that will be spotted. It's kind of scary to drop down Roaches when you're not familiar with the deck, but you only really need 1 or 2 Roaches. Sometimes you need to hit the Roach into a ward before getting lethal damage, so it's nice to have like 2 Roaches, especially against Havencraft, but really you want to have the countdown faster right now, so I think it's gonna be way better to do something like Roach Evolve, Arya's Whirlwind, Predatory Might, or maybe block off the 6/5 and 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe like Machina Tree, Whirlwind Roach, Whirlwind Roach, Machina Tree, Whirlwind Roach, along with the Whispering Woods.
Went for the easier play here. Drops the fairy out.
So that's 3 roaches played.
I believe so. Yeah, it was just literally only from evolves. So yeah, 3.
Yeah, that's kind of slow. Of course, like turn 7 is what you're looking for lethal. It's just not happening this game. It didn't happen last game, which is unfortunate. Especially when you play cards like Angelic Smite. It's 4 cost, remove a follower. It's a little bit expensive when you want to get an early lethal in. So one thing about that was that basically all that Arya's Whirlwind did was remove like one follower technically, right? So that's just not a super effective way to do that. And the only reason why Anime and Alistar is really struggling is because there's nothing in it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, technically there was no other good way to get rid of the second one once that the predatory.
Yeah, so maybe you just like stop it with the Whispering Woods, you know?
Yeah, and then
like a following turn you get Whirlwind for Arya's Whirlwind for more stuff. You get more value out of the card.
Sleep peacefully.
Well, there's one more.
Ooh, that's a good card. 3, 4, 5. We have that in one of our key cards as one of our key cards. It looks like it's gonna be lethal soon for the forest side. Ooh,
yeah.
It's gonna be able to set that up. Nothing guaranteed through a ward or through Realm of Repose, of course, but so the game's gonna take a little bit longer, but the setup's there, and now we just have to slog through the rest of the game, and it's gonna depend on what's drawn for Alana this following turn.
Yeah, I mean, we saw just about this time was when Alana was drawn for the Alana deck last game.
Yeah, and that's when you really need it.
Yeah, set up behind the realm, potentially. They didn't even need to last game, but still the potential's there.
There are more wards on the way, so that could be an option to prevent lethal. You can always play the Realm of Repose to prevent lethal.
Roach into...
Wow, and turn 8 is going to be Amazonian on her own. So, going to be another really, really important even turn. Ooh. Very good card. Definitely needed that card.
Yeah, very good for right now.
But, it's going to be key to not attack with anything. And that might be kind of scary. Have they talked about it? Yes, it looks like it.
Definitely needs to be.
Ooh. Okay, no attack. Nice.
Cool. Finally, we're seeing Realm of Repose come out and actually be active.
So this is where it gets tough, but I mean, Haven's already in a tough position. In 2 turns, they're facing lethal once again, and they can't attack with anything, so the Foresight can really play whatever they want. Hopefully, Jordu and Amazonian went over the Realm of Repose and what it does in the matchup and kind of the long game. Ooh, Roach being... I think Roach Airbound, it's not Storm yet. Okay, Roach Airbound, remove the Zoe is going to be important.
Yeah, you do not want them to get any more cards.
But please don't play Roach again. Ooh. Super scary.
Leaving so soon?
So,
Okay. Would it be worth it to have just gone face there?
it's fine. It's fine. You're winning in like 2 turns.
Yeah, potentially true.
Yeah, this is great.
There's the final roach. Oh no.
Only deals 3 damage.
Oh no. And there's no way to. Well, you could. Airbound barrage? Okay.
Ooh.
I mean, it would be
It's
good.
okay.
It's none of the wards. Oh no, actually, it could get rid of one of the ward potentially at that point. But I mean, all 3 roaches are in hand, so you at least.
This is. Let's listen in on Anime and Alistar.
Let's see how much mana can we use here. I feel like we don't attack here. And let's see. 6, 1, 2, 3. We can keep our salvations, I think. 6 and 3. So let's see if we have enough space for that, right?
Yeah, I really am feeling like keeping those salvations. But do we play the golden bell? Because it will take up a slot.
I think so.
Because this will pop, okay.
Yeah, that'll pop, yeah. So let's play everything except the 0 cost. And then for the next turn, we're gonna basically hope for something that can push through, or he can't remove our stuff.
This is looking not so fantastic, though. Let's get big.
And then we're not attacking.
Correct.
Okay, we can wait out the time. So let me think. Let's see.
We only have 1 draw, so we play what we draw, right?
Yeah, we play what we draw, basically. Yeah. All right, let's go.
RNG, Ector, take the wheel.
Okay, so assuming that there's no realm drawn.
There's Whispering Woods. So it's looking like Forestcraft is gonna win this one.
Yeah.
I don't think there are any. No, but the wards are gonna.
Wait, how does that work? If you can't
the
attack
wards
them,
are gonna be up though. So.
Oh yeah, because of
Amazonia and Jordan
destroy.
still have to get through a huge ward.
Yeah.
But we already saw a 6 attack, so it's gonna be 7, 8, 9. There's a Nature's Guidance, so 7, 8, 9. Just hit a huge Rochin and bounce. That's well over 20 damage.
You could actually just
yeah. You can use 2 Roaches to trade actually, and it'll still be pretty much enough, I think.
Yeah, it definitely should be. Yeah, let's see if they found the lethal too. Well, potential lethal.
Should I also do a Roach then?
No, we can save it because we might need a Roach to trade into the Alanas next turn.
Okay, so I should just say only play the Whispering Woods.
Yeah, Whispering Woods, the Alanas.
I don't have to worry about them killing me with this.
No, it should be fine.
Okay.
And then next turn, if you have to use a Roach to kill the Alanas, like save it after.
I should save it?
Safer. Yeah, because you can trade all of your follow-ins first, then she gains Rush next turn.
Okay.
So she can help use her to trade into a ward.
I still feel like I should have played a Roach.
That's fine. So next turn you should be able to win.
Alright, so the Zoe drawn...
Yeah, not playing the Ephemera is an inaccuracy, because Kel, if you were counting cards, there's no repair modes in hand, and there's 2 salvation, which means it's not possible to activate a Kel. So there's no real way to get rid of the 3-1. It's just pretty much better. You save 2 play points on the following turn.
Yeah, alright, so now this is the tough part, okay? This is lethal, right? Pretty simple lethal. Maybe not super simple lethal, though.
If you're familiar with the deck, yes.
Right.
Yes.
This is the exact spot you want. So this is where we can see everything working.
Just play the Roaches.
Play the Roach. Or you could even play that, swing in, play the Roach.
Everything is lethal.
Everything is
lethal.
Just don't take too much time. That's the big fear here.
Yes.
Easy though. Roach, roach, roach. This is how it ends. This is how this has happened to the best of us.
8. 9.
And there was another 10 just in case there was somehow like 32 health on board. So we are going to see it happen. We saw the Roach win.
We got to see it at the end, and like you said, watching all the Roaches jump in and just start smacking face, that was
the
satisfying.
exciting part of the deck.
Yeah, I am just flabbergasted. Where are the signs?
I don't know.
I was excited for them.
Maybe it just takes so much effort to play Roach successfully that
you
don't have time.
There's no
to
time in between. Like Dragoncraft, you ramp up a little bit. You play a big guy. But Roach, it's a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, as you could tell by all the talking points I bring up, I'm a very big fan of trash talking and showmanship. So I'm like, when I heard about the tweets, when I saw the signs from last month, I'm like, all right, this should be a spicy match. But I mean, it's the gameplay itself that's been spicy.
It's so difficult, and obviously, Anime and Alistar have had really challenging hands, like really bad hands, honestly.
Yeah, extremely slow for Roach and extremely Alana-less for Alana.
Oh, man.
Well, here we're already in Game 3. This is going to decide who is moving on to that second semifinal. Let's go ahead and watch.
We're going to get to hear each of our teams talk about their early game again in this Game 3.
What's in terms of guard of the Machina tree? Yeah, we keep it because on turn 4 we could go Roach, guard, Roach, evolve. So it's pretty good. And we're gonna have like 3 draws to find a 2-drop. So
I should drop the Whispering Woods?
Drop the Whispering Woods, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Or if we can listen in on Anime and Alistar.
Yeah, I'm sure they're very happy to see this card that has eluded them for maybe, 14 turns so far this set?
For Realm of Repose, it's not going to be good on 4 like it is against Shadow, so we're actually just going to save it for the end game. And we do have Ector this time, so I'm trying to think. He'll end up having Ward later, but when we have 9 Shadows. Okay. Alright, I think we're good here.
Okay, then I'll just play the Robo next turn, or a Goblin if I draw it.
Yeah.
Okay, hand's looking way better this time, right?
Yeah, and a key thing about these 2 pairs is that I'm really convinced that Amazonia and Anime have practice with these decks, and they know what's going on. They know the cards in their deck. Anime just preferred to Robo Goblin, things like that. I think they're really solid on their decks. We saw Amazonian find lethal on her own. Granted, it wasn't a super difficult lethal.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, still though, specifically relating to what you said right before this game, they've had to deal with a lot of really difficult situations. And so, it's sure anybody can play when you get your exact optimal hand and you just have to play it out, right? But they've had to deal with some really tough spots, and they've both had wins in spots where hope was kind of lost, right? So now we're seeing where potentially their decks are working out. I mean, we've got the turn 3 Liza, then like we heard Jordan say, you can play like Roach, get it back with the Ward, and then Roach evolve, and then get a second one. And the Sylvan Justice is going to be nice too.
Yeah, and correctly playing the 2 damage removal first, of course, before the 3 damage Ephemera removal card.
It's so funny. It's like barely a creature. It's, it's essentially just like a little bit of removal.
Is that the emotes coming in?
It's starting. It's starting.
Feeling a little bit more relaxed after that last win.
Definitely should not be relaxed right now, though.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult from here on.
Yeah.
Again, it's always gonna be an uphill battle in this matchup, especially when There's Alana in hand, but turn 3, turn 4 looking like passes so far. Again, another slightly awkward turn.
Yeah, double bell that's gonna pop on 6? That's
really awkward.
Or is it popping on 7?
It's
No, it's popping 6. Alright, let's listen to Amazon and Jordude and see how
And
they're
Roach
rolling this
Evolve.
out.
Yeah, but
Okay.
if the Roach can't trade into something, we might have to use like like if they have a 3 attack, the Roach might have to be saved and just use like trade Lisa, Sylvan Justice, or use the Sword Angel. But a lot of the times we want to evolve Roach next turn if we could.
Okay, but I might want to trade her the Ephemera, or use
the Ephemera, or the Sylvan
Slyssa.
Justice if we have to.
Great.
But most of the time we want to try to evolve Roach if we can.
Great. All right, I'll see if I can.
Alright, well that's a good plan set up. Let's see if it comes into effect. So they didn't say if there's anything that's got 3 attack, but it doesn't seem like there will be. No evolves available. You definitely don't want to play Alana this turn, so do you just play Robo-Goblin? I'm assuming you want to save the Realm, right?
Yeah, just play Robo-Goblin isn't bad, especially with turn 5, I mean, you already have a good idea of, but it's going to be turn 6 that's going to be up the anime by yourself, and a bunch of new cards coming into hand, so that's going to be a more important turn. And yeah.
Almost too many in hand. That's going to be scary trying to burn anything, but look at this, 80% voting for anime. Going for
when you see the Alana in opening hand, you know you're in for a pretty strong game.
Yes.
But it's gonna be up to what else is showing up. There's also Angelic Smite. There's a lot of ways to kind of remove followers in hand for Forcecraft. So it's not a bad hand for Forcecraft either. It's definitely possible to get through this. Double Realm of Repose, that just buys so much time.
Yeah.
I think it's looking really, really good for Anime and Alistar so far, but really turn 6, maybe difficulty on turn 6 can be a deciding factor here. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, there might almost be so many good options though. That, like, it's
maybe
hard to
whatever
go
you
wrong.
play, like if you use all your mana, it's gonna be decent in some way.
Yeah.
Or if you have no, never mind. It's probably not that relevant. The other effect of Realm of Repose, like you can't attack the opponent can't attack your own followers. Maybe that isn't as relevant against Forcecraft because there's a lot of spell removal cards.
Yeah.
Yeah. Probably just gonna hold on to those Realm of Repose then and drag it out. There's the Alana Pierce's Prayer on the board, so it's looking really good.
Yeah, and later on, you can set up a really big board with Ektar, where it seems like it's kind of hard for Forcecraft to remove the entire board that Ektar creates.
Yeah. One option here in the next turn is going to be something like Angelic Smite the ward and actually hit the Roach into the Alana. And that's going to slow down Alana's game plan a bunch as well. If there isn't a second Alana drawn, then that can be just devastating for the Alana player, so that's going to be another option. And Jordude is going to be on the comms if he wants to direct that there.
Yeah, that's a tough one. And let's listen and see what their plan is.
Cards like the Silver Justice and the Angel for when we have to use like an area turn to possibly clear. So this turn, I think what we could do is just Angelic Smite the Elenas and then Roach.
Elena or her prayer?
The ward.
Okay, her.
Yeah, because that's kind of big right now. The prayer isn't too big of a threat, I would say.
Okay, and then Roach Evolve.
Yeah. So next turn, she's only at 6 play points, so maybe she can't go too wide. but we might have to.
But that's what we have to be worried about is her.
Yeah,
super
we want
wide.
to try. Yeah.
All right.
We have to look out if area to clear, but we do want our Lisa to die soon because we need more roaches. So
Okay.
like if we could trade Lisa in and get clears, depends on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I might like trade her and then trade Ephemera, the Sword
Right.
Angel, and then like play the fairy, go into Whirlwind, or
Yeah,
something like that. Okay.
Yeah.
And you know what else is genius? The Angelic Smite means they burn a card because they're drawing too many now. Wow. They burned a Kel too.
Kel really doesn't matter in this
I
set.
know, I know. It's a cool card to burn, right? I just thought that was like a really cool interaction. That they didn't even mention it amongst themselves, but
So we mentioned it's probably just gonna be something simpler because of so many cards drawn, but there's no easy play here.
well, I think if you're looking at like what the easy play is, if you're just looking at it, it would just be Lamonia Auto Evolve, right? But that doesn't set up too much.
Yeah, and you
realistically, yeah.
take away the first card. Actually, if you burn the top card of your deck one more time, that's gonna be enough shadows. I don't know.
Wait, burning cards
seven.
from burning cards from drawing gives you shadows?
Yeah, yeah.
I did not know that. That's funny, actually.
7, 8, 9. Yeah, so that would make it possible. Like Lamonia Evolve hit in, and then Lamonia's removed. That goes up to 7 shadows. The Saint. Oh man, my mind is mush right now. The Salvation
because-
X Lamonia is also 1 more shadow,
Right,
and
so that'd
then
be
you
8,
burn a card.
You burn a card that's 9, and then you get Ektar into repair mode.
Repair mode. So it's actually a pretty decent play.
That's super far looking into it though. That would have been really cool. That's kind of next level.
Okay. So really weak board this time around.
That maybe wasn't so optimal.
Yeah.
As far as
So
putting
this
threats
is a
there.
board that Lisa can hit into. Ephemera can trade into the 3/2, and then can have like Roach hit into the 2/3. That's really, really clean. You can even go Roach, Machina Tree, Guard of the Machina Tree, Roach one more time. That's very, very clean.
Yeah, very, very.
Important. Probably don't want to play the Sylvan Justice. That's the only thing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think maybe the big like bait here would be Sylvan Justice, the hoverboard mercenary, and then swing in, but that's not good. And
yeah, there are a lot of bad plays as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Let's just say that.
It's just like one of those baits where like it looks like numbers are perfect, so you suddenly look at it.
This is actually very, very possible.
Sylvan Justice here instead, or
no?
You're still swinging.
Forcecraft has a good chance here. There's still in the game for sure. Roach.
Oh, there's not much time. You gotta move.
Oh.
What is the last play here?
Maybe Sylvan Justice? Looks like. Ooh, that. Yeah, a little bit difficult to get through that, but that was a key turn right there. If it's possible to play out everything, that's the difficulty of a combo deck, right?
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of good options, but this ended up being actually one of the worst things that could happen. But I guess
running out of time is the.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It happens to me a lot as a new player. But let's listen into Anime and Alistar, see what they're doing.
Okay, so let's see what we can do here. What I like here actually is like 2 and 3, like the Robo Falcon and the Nun with the Realm of Repose. Or what we could do is hope that the ward lives and play double repair mode or repair mode Golden Bell.
I don't like hoping that it lives. I like the Realm of Repose.
You like the Realm play
better,
more?
yeah.
Okay. This basically means that we're kind of hoping she doesn't have Arya's Whirlwind. And then let's buff the ward, I think, here. We want to make it like semi-tall. And then we can Realm here. and then we're not going to attack, and then we're just going to try to buff our board with repair modes. So for the next turn, we're probably not going to be able to play anything, but we do have double repair mode play, and then if everything sticks, we're going to try to win with Ector off of that.
I'm gonna try to win with Hector next turn. Got it.
Or the turn after, so turn 9.
All right, so
key card.
Whoa, Roach Burn. Yikes, that's tough. Okay, but looking past that, so what's the move here now? Do you do Sylvan Justice, the Nun, play a Fairy, play Whirlwind?
It's all good. 4, 5, 6, 7. The only issue is that, like, you might want to remove off the. Whoa. Bounce.
Are they gonna sacrifice that?
Wait. Maybe don't remove the board. You know what would have been super duper heads up? Would have been to leave the board as is, and then you're actually threatening like some kind of lethal in 2 turns, and there's no 2-turn lethal setup from the Haven side, most likely. So you could have. It was actually possible to just leave everything up and increase your roach count. This is getting into like the like you could have gone off. It's really possible to go off and go into like really specific plays that are really strong there. Yeah. So the objective is to get the roach count up and make it so that the Haven side has to respect your roach. So that means to play out another ward or to play out another realm of posts. And if you leave the opponent's board full, you can pretty much just increase your roach count for free, and then if they attack, you have lethal, so they can't attack. So you just essentially gain a free turn there. So it was possible to just take it a little bit slower, or faster actually. Just get your roach count up. I guess the roach count's pretty high already, and in that case, try to somewhat set up lethal, but there's no bounces and things like that. Really awkward.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, brain is mush.
I mean, I don't actually know what the roach count is at right now. She evoed it once. She bounced it once or twice.
5.
Oh, 5.
Okay,
So it's
one's
there.
a storm. So basically, for example, you could just play out a couple of followers onto the board. And let's say you put a 1/1 onto the board. The opponent actually can't attack, but they have to leave the fairies on the board. So you can create some awkward situations off of that, and oftentimes you can try to win off of that.
Well, now we see it getting to a situation where they're both somewhat threatening. There's not enough removal to... Yeah, because you can't use the ephemeras as removal right now, so... You can smite something.
Okay.
Can you just smite Realm of Repose? Does it work that way? It doesn't, right?
It adds the leader effect at the end of the turn. So
that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's another bounce. So they are...
There's another Realm of Repose as well.
Yeah. That's the big thing is I don't know if they're going to be playing around them having potentially a second.
And the thing is, like, it's so easy to just clear this 4/4 off, right?
Just taking the 3? I don't know.
That's...
I don't know if that really changes too much.
It does not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? This deck is too difficult.
No. It's... This is a tough... This is one of those tough matchups, though, for sure. All right, let's listen in again to Anime and All-Star.
Hector is probably too weak here, as it only gives us 1 ward, so we'll probably go for a realm play again.
Why wouldn't that give us 2 wards?
Because, or actually, you could Evo and trade, or trade with a goblin. I guess that you could do that as well. Let's see.
What else is there? Realm?
Realm with Falcon and Lamonia, and then pass.
How am I going to afford it?
You,
Little
you play-
ammonia.
Yeah, you play the smaller version of her.
Okay.
But that.
Okay, that could work. Might work. Let's hope, right?
Yeah, and don't attack with the robots.
Do we just golden ball? We'll have enough mana. Oh, we don't have enough space.
Yeah. Also, in a pinch, Ector is ward. Basically, if you have an extra repair mode, like if the Robo Goblin like dies or something, you could do like.
Oh, fuck. Yeah. Well. Sorry, what can I say? I've been up since 9 a.m.
Damage doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, but they proposed again.
Yeah. Let's see. Don't.
Yeah, if they're Predatory might just sense this.
They have 10 damage. They only have 1 heal in their hand. Honest. But they have repose.
Yeah.
I don't want to kill any followers because they don't actually have board space to play any wards. But 3, 2, 3. Honestly, we could just go face with these. I think put them 14.
Just go face.
Yeah.
Do I want to like use anything else? Maybe drop the fairy.
Yeah, we could play the fairy.
Is that it?
Yeah, I think it's. Yeah, we
All
could
right.
also. Yeah.
And
So next turn. Let's see.
They still have repose.
Yeah, we'll still have to post, but we
Sure.
might draw like Angelic Smite, or we might draw Area's Whirlwind. Angelic Smite will remove the repose. We might get lethal. We will have lethal if we have it.
Another inaccuracy from Jordude, in my humble opinion. Ephemeria, just play it out. You can't clear it without attacking on the board, which would threaten a theoretical lethal. There's 7 + 8. Yeah, it is lethal. So like, Ephemeria should be played out, and it threatens attacking face immediately. And through repose, that would be 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 shown, and then 2 bounces would be lethal. But over the course of 2 turns, it would end up being a win for Forcecraft through repose. So I think it's really threatening to have the Ephemerias on board. Ephemeria is not just a removal card. It's a follower.
Yeah.
It's a strong follower. It has a lot of attack. Ephemeria is actually one of my favorite cards. And this expansion, it's actually good in like a lot of decks. A lot of the natural decks don't have a ton of strong removal cards. So, yeah, it's just, yeah. Is this an even turn? Yeah,
This
Coach
is, and
muted.
actually time is
Oh
running out.
man,
This is so hard to know what to do because
please pass. Yeah. Going to evolve. Oh man, this is stressful. Wow. That actually does not do anything.
yeah, there's another one. Yeah, I mean, you would have been able to do it. It had the if
So
I can't say her name.
I think the optimal way to do it was to last turn for Amazonian Jordude was to not play the fairy and play both Ephemeras.
Yeah.
And then you are threatening Ephemera attack, Machinatory attack, fairy attack, and that's 6, 7, 8, 9 damage.
Right.
And then you have 6 damage through the Roach, bounce Roach.
Right.
And you have 1 space open. So
Yeah,
the
yeah,
opponent
yeah.
is actually forced to attack.
Right.
And they can't get rid of anything on their board. So it was just lethal, and it was winning. Then, Jordude.
Oh no.
Oh.
Okay, so this is. I mean, they don't have lethal no matter what this turn, right? The best. Well, let's listen to see what they're thinking of.
Let's see. What I'm thinking is trading either the 5/5 into the 2/2, and then trading the 1/3 in
to the
have
3/1.
Yeah, to the 3/1, and you have the Lamonia effect off. And then playing the Robo Goblin and the Servant of Repose, and then facing with the 6/5. It's looking like the play.
I'm sorry, everyone. Throw your life away.
Wait, don't face him. Yeah. No, actually, it's fine. You're fine. You're fine.
And then I Servant, Robo, Falcon.
Servant Robo. You won't have enough room for that.
All right.
So yeah, you'll be doing Servant and Robo.
Robo Goblin or Falcon?
The Goblin. You want the repair mode.
And then I Salvation after? Or does it not matter?
We'll see next turn if you have lethal or not, basically. It
Right,
doesn't matter
then.
right now, though.
Okay.
They're only at 11.
Alright.
I think
you have Lisa, just make sure you trade the fairies in first.
Should be it,
Yep.
right?
So we go fairy, fairy, this thing. Come on. There we go.
Yeah, she sees it
And
pretty
again.
clearly.
And then this is the most skilled play of the game. Roach. Ready for this roach? A yonk. But wait, there's more. Ready for the victory roach?
Oh.
This is the victory roach.
Nice.
All right, and Roach manages to take it. Wow.
That's awesome.
That was good, and that was our first 3-game series as well.
Yeah, I can't believe that Roach fought through double run of repose. Like,
I'm so stressed right now.
I
I'm
know.
so stressed
It was
right
stressful watching you guys because you were like trying to do the numbers, like, wait, maybe they could have lethal here. Oh, no, wait, you should have done this here. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you guys aren't even in the game. I'm wondering what the players are going through.
Well, playing Roach is like walking a tightrope. You know, like you have to be exactly on the mark. A little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, and you're dead. Like that's just how it is.
After turn 5, oh my god! Like I thought it was over at that point. Wow.
Especially with the Roach card that was burned.
Oh, man.
The draw. That
Oh,
was...
man.
Oh, let's go ahead and look at our updated bracket while we take some deep breaths and try to calm ourselves before heading into the semifinals. We now have our top 4 players. Looking at that first semifinal game, we have Alias and Coach Zerofine taking on Snake Nade and Himari. And then in our second semifinal, we're going to see Flake and Coach Dolan take on Amazonian and Jordude, who we just saw win with that Roach deck.
So that means we do have 4 different decks, 4 different crafts in the semifinals, right?
That's
so
exciting.
We're going to have Sword against Haven, right? No, wait. Yeah. Sword versus
It should
Haven.
be Sword against Haven.
And
yeah.
then Shadow against Roach.
Oh, that'll be fun.
Cool.
You know, Roach has a favored matchup against Shadowcraft.
Really?
So we might see Roach in the finals.
Yeah, that'd be exciting to see that comp go all the way to the finals. But for everyone who's watching at home, we do have a special giveaway going on right now. And to enter, all you have to do is use the hashtag SV Buddy System on Twitter. Go ahead and make sure that we can message you as well to claim your prizes. So go ahead and tweet that out right now. I wish this paper was a phone and I could just be like, boom, hashtag SV Buddy System, and then we're already in there.
I like the sound.
But yeah, I believe we are going to be taking a quick short break, but stick around because when we come back, not only are we going to see those 2 semifinal matches, but Potwasher, I believe you also have, you're going to break down some of the decks.
Let's talk
that we
about
just
the
saw.
Roach deck. Let's talk about how it works.
Yeah,
yeah.
We are definitely going to look into that Roach deck, so if you're curious as to how it all worked out, stick around. Welcome back to Buddy System. We are about to get into our first semifinal match. But before we do that, we have Potwasher here who is going to break down the absolute crazy Roach deck that we just saw win.
Yeah, so combo decks are something that I really enjoy playing. It's not always that there's a strong combo deck in the metagame. A lot of the times there isn't really anything that great, and there's only the mid-range decks, the tempo-ish decks, maybe there's like a slightly slower deck. I guess it's rare to have a slightly slower deck as well. But here we have Roach, which of course works off of playing it multiple times. And the 6th time you play it, it gains Storm. So it can attack the enemy leader immediately on the turn that it's played. And cards that enable that are going to be the Airbound Barrage that deals 3 damage while bouncing. We call it bouncing when you return an allied follower or amulet to your hand. We just say like bounce. And then the other 1-cost bounce, Nature's Guidance. Previously in the last expansion, Airbound Barrage wasn't available to use, but this is actually an older card, but it was reprinted in the new expansion, so now it's possible to have 6 copies of 1-cost bounce cards for Rhinoceros, and that's just really accelerated the speed, the potential speed of the fastest ever turn to kill, and you can even lethal from hand 20 damage as early as turn 5. It's just insane.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So for people who may not be completely familiar with what the Rhinoceros card actually does and how its effects are triggered, can you explain that for them?
So Rhinoceros, you just play it out, and then it gains an extra count for every time you play it, and that's about it. And it gains attack every time you play it. And so there's nothing really to it other than that, and otherwise you just have a bunch of cards, or only actually 3 copies of 3 cards that can add your card, add the Rhinoceros back to your hand, and then you have Lisa, which can search for the Rhinoceros, and then pretty much everything else is removal. So you have Slash at the 1, we saw Angelic Smite, banish an enemy follower amulet, we saw the Miracle of Love, which can kind of double as removal if you summon the Rush follower. So that's another removal card, quote unquote. That's also Gourmet Kitchen is also deal 5 damage. That's another removal card. Predatory Might, deal 5 damage. We have Arya's Whirlwind, deal damage. Sylvan Justice, deal damage.
So then
Ephemera is pretty much a follower that's also removal, so deal damage. And yeah, it's like all removal, and then you have specific draw cards and Roach, and that's about it.
So then correct me if I'm wrong here, because this is the first time that I'm seeing this deck and the first time that I got to see it in action. It seems like it really just focuses on making sure that those roaches get in and then get out as fast as possible, and then just trying to keep all the bigger threats
away. The difficulty comes when you have to navigate turns where do you have to remove that thing that's on the board, the follower on the board, or can you increase your roach count by 1? And then that can let you lethal 1 turn earlier, or it might lead to being 1 turn late, and then maybe the opponent gets the Realm of Repose off or something, or maybe they get another ward off, or maybe if you have an extra roach count in, you can fit in a removal card along with your roaches, so even if your opponent plays a ward, you can get through the ward and deal 20 damage in the same turn.
Yeah.
So all those things. And then we saw in the Haven matchup, like the board aspect of it, where you can tempo out followers, you don't have to remove everything. If there's a Realm of Repose on the board, that only activates when you don't attack with your followers. So if you just leave them up, then the opponent can't attack with those. They're actually useless. They can't attack at all, and you want to threaten them with that and like put that in there.
So you're taking notes, right? You're taking notes right now. Yeah.
I'm furiously taking notes right now because this is all very complex, but I do want to cut you off there for a second because let's look at things that aren't so complex, like our format. So our format's still the same. Teams consist of a streamer and 1 professional player who is acting as their coach. Each team is allowed to bring a maximum of 2 decks to the tournament. That is best of 3 and single elimination. Coaching rules: Game 1, there are no coaching restrictions. And then in Games 2 and Games 3, coaches cannot give instructions to their players during even turns. Let's go ahead and look at the prizing for them. First place, everyone is almost to that top 4 status. First place can bring home $2,500. Second place, $1,500, and third place, $1,000. But that's for Owen. Let's take a look at all of our beautiful teams and all their faces right here. The ones who are still in the game: Snakes in the Trees, Attack of the 50-Foot Waifu, From Zero to Hero. I'm missing one more, right? Who am I missing? Oh, Nupone Hoodis.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nupone Hoodis.
That's all of them.
Awesome. We can take a look at our schedule as well. We are almost to the bottom right now. We are hitting our first semifinal, which is Alias and Coach Zero Fine taking on Snake Nate and Himari. And then our second semifinal is going to be Flake and Dolan taking on Amazonian and Jordude with that Roach deck that we just talked about. But yeah, and like you guys said, we have 4 different decks competing. We have Sword, Shadow, Roach, which is Forest, you said, correct? Yes. And then the last one is Haven?
Haven.
Yeah.
Haven, 4. Ooh, so that's so exciting compared to last time where it was only Haven.
I know, and actually, so there was multiples, right? There was a bunch of Shadow decks, there was a bunch of Haven decks this time, but we're not even going to see a repeat of any of the matchups that we've already seen.
Yeah.
It's entirely new matchups, which is so cool. I'm personally, I'm more of a spectator. Like, I'm a big fan of watching Shadowverse, and I'm having a lot of fun just watching it.
Yeah. And speaking of enjoying watching Shadowverse, for everyone who is watching at home, you can pull up your Twitter and tweet out the hashtag SV Buddy System to win some card packs. And I still haven't gotten my winner's message. So what's up with that? Did I not win? Chat, hello, scream to the back, where are my card packs? But yes, so you were saying right before I cut you off about the giveaway.
I mean, honestly, that was pretty much it. Like, I'm just having so much fun, like, watching all these matches. It's such a cool meta right now to watch. Like, all these decks are so interesting. I mean, you can even go deeper into how interesting they are. I mean, here we go. We're seeing Alana, which we're all quite used to now. We haven't seen that Sphinx really kind of pop off yet, though.
Yeah. We saw the slight all-in that didn't quite work against the Cal in game 1. I don't know if you remember that, but the setting specific life totals for Iridescent Sphinx is definitely very important. I mean, the Tutankhamun that comes out of the Iridescent Sphinx, but
yeah, when it went to 5 instead of 6. Yeah.
Very difficult there, yeah.
I can't remember if they have 2 decks. No, it's just the one for them. So they came confident, just one deck, while we saw other teams bringing in those 2 decks that they could use.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so far I don't think we've seen anybody really go for the secondary versions of their decks.
Yeah.
It's so early in the metagame that most decks are just how they are right now, and then it's hard to find cards that really make an impact, or it's hard to evaluate right now. So I think that's why people have been bringing like one deck only more than last month.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at our Swordcraft deck, Tall Snake EP. And this is what I was observing as you guys were casting in this game. I really like all the cards where it's like a lion on top of a guy's body. That's just so intriguing to me. I'm like, last month it was all about the anime waifus and the Love Live. This month, guys with lion heads.
You gotta go play the story. It's all about this.
It's all in the story?
It's about the Verdant conflict.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah. There's a lot of these guys. There's actually, we haven't really seen the like opposing faction very much because they're mostly within like Dragoncraft and Havencraft.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a whole story. There's a lot of story to Shadowverse.
Skipped along to the second variation against Havencraft. I wonder which one they're gonna pick. You don't really need extra copies of Octress, so we might see the second variation with the Dual Blade Flurry, which lets your followers attack twice in a turn. You can put that. We saw the huge Leod come into play, so that's going to be the main target for the Dual Blade Flurry. We might see that happen against Havencraft just because you need a little bit more damage, things like that. You don't really need Octress, so we might see the second variation this time.
Yeah, what's the best Octress play? Like Octress to get rid of a Robogoblin last word on 3 if you're playing
right?
first. Yeah.
Or Sphinx. You can get rid of the
yeah.
You can get rid of the Tutankhamun last words effect. So
does it give you a Tutankhamun?
It does. Okay. It does.
That's pretty cool.
All right. Well, I do think that we are about to get into our game, so let's go ahead and get in there and see how our first semifinal plays out.
I want to see. I want to see
in a second.
Yeah. No, I want to see a Tutankhamun summoned from an Octris.
This is still your Tutankhamun. Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
Oh.
Is fighting and despair all you know?
I thought the Stormcloud was pretty cool, but here we go. We see Lana in the opening hand. What are going to be some of the key cards to look for in the?
Yeah, it doesn't really change too much for Havencraft. For Lana, I mean, and for the sword side, it's also pretty good hand. Aether can add the Balion into your hand, but the only issue is that you do need at least one Nateran Grey Tree. So you need that to start buffing your followers a significant amount, and so probably going to toss like Octris, I would assume. That's not extremely impactful to steal a Robo-Goblin repair mode with Octris, and you want to play Aether on turn 3 anyway, so most likely just gonna toss away the Octris.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. They just kind of overlap.
You can also, yeah, you can definitely throw away the Leod as well if what you're looking for is maybe the Nateran Great Tree. Just really want to look for that, or I wonder what else you would want. I'm not actually sure. Maybe a Valse. Valse is actually really good.
Oh yeah, Valse would be really
Valse, good. For 6 cost, the effect is banish an enemy follower or an enemy amulet, and you can get rid of Alana's prayer. So that's crazy. Plus, it actually has an evolve effect, which is destroy an enemy follower with 3 or less health. And so you can do like a 3-for-1 in a single card on turn 6. So that's a really key card in this matchup. Probably looking for something like that.
Yeah, I actually did not think I've personally never seen this matchup. I've never seen Alana versus Alpha's sword. But yeah, that's
actually sword favored.
It would make sense. All right, so let's see. They're just waiting out their turn. Just talking, I'm sure, to their coaches. Just what you would play next turn. You play pretty much every. Oh no, you wouldn't play Robo Falcon probably.
Robo Falcon?
Yeah, if you drew it next turn, because they're talking about the second turns, right? Oh wait, no, this is the first game. They don't need to talk about that much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just taking their time.
They are.
A quick pass from the opponent's side, I think. Yes. When you see the screen kind of flash a little bit, you know the turn ended.
And
so, in turn 1, the Natera card was actually opened up because before turn 5, you're not going to regain a play point. That means on turn 4, we're getting a little bit technical, but basically Himari suggested a play that made turn 4 more efficient, but with the draw of Looping Axeman, it's a little bit less efficient now. Now you want the 8th card in hand in order to add a King's Might in your hand.
Yeah, that was. I mean, it was still like it was not like a wrong choice based on the information they had, right?
In fact, I'm sure he's really happy that you drew the 2/2.
Right.
So
it just makes it a better situation than it was anyway, right?
Yeah.
And of course, getting the Balion with the Aether.
Balion, Sovereign Light. That's so cool.
It's what a card to enable so many different other cards in Swordcraft.
Yeah, we saw the hyper-powered Leod. We might be able to see it one more time.
One of my favorite things about this set is how many cards work with cards from previous sets so well. Like
the synergy is amazing.
Yeah, one thing we didn't mention about Roach was that like Roaches have been out for a while, right? But they didn't get put into a full good deck until this set. So just things enabling old stuff. It's great.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so sad. It's the sound of the Lupin Axeman going down is not a good sound. It makes me sad.
Yeah.
Let's take a listen in with Snake Nade and Himari. We got to hear them a little bit earlier. Let's hear them a little bit more this time.
I
like after you evo Balion, if you just use a quick blader to hit into the 2-1
That makes sense.
rather than developing the tree. I think I like that a bit better.
Let's do it. The Japanese voice actor for the lion is so sick.
Too slow.
Cause yeah, just trade the Balion into the 4-3.
Yeah. Okay.
Because for example, if we had the Tigress, we'd really want the tree to already be on board for turn 5, right?
Right.
But since we don't particularly need it next turn just yet, I think we're a bit better off doing this.
Besides the archer, do they have any like spell damage for followers?
Let me double check the deck list. But I think they play a 2-drop which gives them a removal spell, if I'm not mistaken. Oops.
So we're hoarding King's Mites, right? Are we?
I mean, we have to. Let's say it's not exactly hoarding, but we want to use them on a target that actually makes sense.
Okay.
Where do I have the deck list?
We don't have that bad of a hand, really.
That's a pretty good hand.
You can probably cut their list.
So let me double check.
I have LC on like 1%. I just hear him in the background just slightly.
Alright, so they did set up an interesting choice, I believe, for top hand. Right now they can set up Alana pretty solidly, but also Kelso. I was gonna say Kelso like nice to clear right here.
Yeah. I'm not actually sure why Himari suggested to leave the Balion as a 6-2, or there were a couple options there. So one option was to leave it as a 6-4. The other was to leave it as 6-2 and the Aether as a 2-1. I mean, the Aether beside it, and just put the Nataran Great Tree on the board, which was what I thought would be the kind of obvious play. But they really didn't go for that and pushed 2 damage, which just got healed up. So I'm not quite sure about that part, but yeah, it's probably gonna work out though.
Yeah, the big issue here now is, of course, this next turn is very potentially scary for Alias. Alright, there's another King's Might.
I think we might see the Lamonia Flawed Saint come out first and try to
to set
drag
up
it out
an even
later.
scarier turn too. Yeah. All right. Well, let's listen and see what their choice is.
Wait, did she get to vote for free?
Yes.
That's right? Okay.
Yep.
Just making sure. Go away.
Did I go a bit too far?
Alright. So they have the tree, they have the token spell. Do you know anything there? How many cards do they have? They have 8, and we know 2 of them.
Well, you know 2 of them. I'm not keeping track of that.
All right, and they did go with that play, and then now we see the Swift Tigress out. So Swift Tigress it threatens a lot of potential storm damage, right? Eventually.
Yeah. And I talked about this earlier, but I think in the second match, what was it? Second match that Snake Nate and Himari were playing. It's very strong to play one tall follower, as you might call it. One big follower at a time against Swordcraft, and we see the reason why. It's really awkward to deal with. Just, yeah, the 6-2, there's no clean way to deal with it. A lot of players actually play smaller removal cards like Usurping Spineblade, just to kind of fill that what that does.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out the answer right now.
This is really a tough turn.
If you really want to get rid of it, you have to really commit something, like completely.
And they're gonna commit. Okay.
Oh.
So probably going to Ivory Sword Downs off the entire board following turn. So looks like they're planning for that. And if there's a wider board, you can always miss the Lina as well. So kind of threatening that as well. But it's gonna be a really strong Ilana turn now.
Yeah, that's evoing, and then they can. Let's see, what do they do? Rope or Precant repair mode?
Robogoblin.
Robogoblin repair mode?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or... Yeah, I think that's just a small mistake.
Do you keep it just so that you can combo it with...
You can get a heal immediately off the fanfare effect, of course, so...
Yeah, but there's already one in hand, right? So...
But you might want to.
True.
Right?
Yeah.
That's a lot of pressure, though.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Again, Valse. Valse. No Valse. Valse would have been very strong. So Valse can get rid of the Alana's Prayer, kill off the 7-3 and the 6-4.
And the 6-4.
Or you can... yeah, that's about it.
I mean, you say that's about it, but I mean, that's
maybe you
a
draw
lot.
for it. Well, one more draw.
That would be so perfect right now.
Top deck.
Because you can still draw, and then if you don't get it, you can still. Well, would you miss Lina? Would that be worth it? Maybe not, right? I don't know. I have
Swift
not
Tigress.
Yeah, it has
Yeah.
charge. All right.
Swift Tigress is gonna be enough. Okay, that's a good card. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. Okay. 6, 7, 8, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage on board. 10 damage. 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 health on board. That's not enough. You have to hit him first. That's awkward. Ooh. Haven's looking pretty decent. 8-1's kind of awkward. It's up in the air right now. I wonder... This is pretty awkward.
Yeah. What's the... I mean, you could... Well, we'll see what they think.
I'm sure it's going to be Salvation on the Robo-Goblin, and then Ekdar, and then maybe double repair mode.
We can... I think we use the 2-0 cost spells on the Robo-Goblin.
Okay. Okay.
Play the Robo-Goblin.
Yeah.
Play the Holy Lord Ekdar.
And then repair mobile.
Send the Goblin on Balion.
The lion.
Yeah. And then use your repair mode. Is there anything else you can? No. Okay.
Sorry. I can't smack.
No. That's fine. We're good.
Cool.
They should probably not be able to answer our board unless they have another the same combination. On the next turn, we will probably go the Sphinx plus the repair mode.
Okay.
It should be almost impossible to answer. I don't know.
What do we want to use the salvation on, if anything?
We can use it on Kel, especially if we want to deal some AoE damage and we want to fit in some repair modes, so we want to reduce his cost. But doesn't seem that will be the case. Okay.
Alright, so that's a tough board to deal with, obviously.
Yeah. This is getting really awkward, especially for the sword side. Haven side doesn't actually have that many strong plays coming up, so it's not actually as good as it looks. Yeah, there's a lot of power on board. It's gonna be hard to clear board. Pretty sure the King's Mites will be played this turn.
Just to set up potential lethal later on.
Yeah. It's too bad that the Leod wasn't able to attack once before ambushing up, so that's going to slow down the lethal turn pretty significantly. I think Zero Fine has been pushing a little bit too much the usage of repair modes, like the liberal usage of repair modes. Like, I personally would be a little bit more conservative with repair modes and try to have a specific strong turn in mind. Like, for example, this Zoe doesn't have any cards to do with now.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this one, you just do it, but...
This is a pretty aggressive clear on the Tigress. And
I think it's gonna be really difficult to clear this.
Yeah, I don't know. Is there anything that they could even draw to clear this? I don't think so, right? Because they need to clear everything again. Oh, that's definitely.
Yeah.
Well, wait.
Yeah, there's.
No, that you can't clear all.
Yeah. The only option would be something like Octress. Octress buff the Leod. Hit the Leod into the 8/8, and then no, there's not enough mana for that. You need to play Mistalina for 1 maybe, but oh, that's not gonna work. 4, 5.
Yeah, I think the max you can clear is 2.
Mistalina had to be played for 1 to add the card into the hand. And that's gonna be lethal on the board.
Yeah, pretty simple here.
There
you go.
11 Sisters, play out, 4, 5, hit, buff, 1 cost, 2. I'm pretty sure there was like some kind of way to prevent that. 1. No, I'm still trying to calculate it.
Yeah.
I'll let you do the math in your head. But man, I was surprised. We saw the Swordcraft deck at first come out so much aggression, but then in this game they just got whooped by Haven.
I mean, it was still like at a situation where there was potentially a lot of damage that could come out of Sword. I mean, it's one of those decks. A lot of the decks right now, you know, they do a lot of damage kind of out of nowhere.
Yeah, at once. Yeah. So they just weren't able to get going, but I think some of that really has to do with Vols, and then setting up turn 6, turn 7 from the Haven side. We saw the Lamonia Flawed Saint come out first, and then a stronger Alana turn, so that was really, really good, and I think that really decided the game right after, like, Vols just wasn't seen.
Yeah.
So maybe try to look for Vols a little bit more, like, might come back
I
down.
know. I mean,
stuff
they
like
attempted
that.
it.
So then if you're a Himari right now, what are you telling Snakenade?
Just look for Vols. Just look for Vols.
That's it, yeah?
Yeah, I think that would really help.
Got it. Well, I believe that we are just about to get into our second game, and we're going to see if Snake and Himari are able to take it back.
That's a pretty strong set of just threats, too.
I don't even know if you just keep Aether. Maybe you just hold on to Vols. You just really look for Vols. Just toss everything else. But Aether, I mean, it's a 3-cost 2/3, which is a great stat line that draws another card that you really need. So,
oh, there's Vols.
Vols. Okay.
Okay, so we see the Aether here.
Yeah.
That sets up for the Tigress later potentially.
Yeah, but going first now, there are 3 Evos for Zero Fine and Alias, so that's like another option, another way to just evolve Alana, so...
Yeah, or another clear, or another set of draw
Yeah.
from Zoe. Yeah, like, evolutions are so gigantic in that deck.
But what I meant was, if you get rid of the Alana's Prayer using the Enhance effect,
There's one
still
more.
2 possible evolves
sorry,
that you can use on the Alana Purist Prayer. So it's a little bit worse to go all in on trying to get Vols going first. But I'm pretty sure you still hold on to this Vols. It's a little bit difficult.
Yeah, I still think, we saw exactly how much value could have got that last game, but let's, oh yeah, never mind. Let's see. Maybe we'll,
it's an
played
even
it.
turn. Yeah, it's actually, Vols is a very new card, so it might be possible that Himari may not know the card effect, that it's only, it can also target Amulet?
Oh, there's another Vols.
Yeah, okay.
And we get the one use of Octress, potentially.
Yes. There are no other, except for Tutankhamun.
That's right. Sorry, the one worse choice. I want to see it so bad.
No,
I don't mean worse. I just mean
Yeah.
style-wise.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, no, definitely getting rid of the ability to get that heal. That one cost heal is so huge right there.
So most of the time when you put a 2-3 onto the board against a 2-2, you want to go face because you're threatening the 2-3 trade over the 2-2. But the reason why the 2-2 might be traded here is because of Robo Falcon. Robo Falcon gives +1/+1 to any mech follower, and there's a 2-2 on the board, so they'd be able to trade up against the Octress. So definitely an option to trade in if you're afraid of that. And early game damage doesn't matter so much compared to Leod, buff it up a bunch, attack, and then ambush it. Like, that's going to be the main bulk of damage, maybe the storm damage later in the game. So I don't think going for a super aggressive approach really works much. So gonna be trading off here.
Well, I'm checking here. I'm trying to remember if this was the list that only had one Robo Falcon in it. No, this is the list with 3 Robo Falcons in it. So
let's listen to Alias and Zero Fine on this next turn.
Pigeon. Okay.
All right, so
just go servant.
Yeah, we'll play the servant, and then the next turn, since as it seems we if we don't draw Elana on the next turn, you will play Limonia and trade over the biggest dude, and then don't attack with the Servant of Repose so that you can get its effect and restore health to your to Limonia and your leader.
Okay.
Hopefully you will draw Elana soon, and or maybe we will try. If we don't draw Elana, we will try to add value them with the Limonia token spells.
Okay.
And
okay,
if
so
we
next
don't draw
turn...
Elana, then I hope we will draw at least Kel.
Okay. So
the next turn, as
Limonia...
it seems right now, yeah, you go for Limonia. If
Evolve as well?
Yeah, and evolve her. Okay. If you get Elana, you will play Elana.
Yeah, okay. So Limonia, smack a thing, don't attack with that. Buff if I have Elana, evolve. Cool.
Go to sleep.
Oh, that's I want to hear the rest of that singing. But okay, so setup, I like that. Setting up, this is what happens if you draw next turn. The big question I think that was left a little bit unanswered is what happens if you draw Kel next turn. What exactly do you... Wow, 100% voting for Alias.
I don't think there are that many polls votes in yet.
Yeah. Somebody's got to vote here for Snake Nate and Himari. Come on.
Yeah. Of course, we don't see Alana yet, so I think this is, wow, still very favored for Alias and Zero Fine so far. Maybe watching that last game, people are very convinced of the strength of the Alana deck.
Yeah, I mean, hey, when you see somebody win one, it's a good bet. All right, so yeah, the Hover Mercenary was drawn, so it's a pretty simple turn for Alias. Something they already went over with Zero Fine.
Yeah, and also this isn't a very good hand for Swordcraft either, so that's definitely impacting this pull, it looks like.
I'll take until I starve.
Playing Alta Valses is great, but it doesn't work if the opponent doesn't play Alana.
Yeah, it would be really funny to see them go the Aegis route and then have the Vaults not be able to do anything against it.
Yeah.
I mean, it can always still be some removal, right? But it would just be really funny.
Yeah, Aegis is really, really slow, especially in this current metagame. But it could work here.
Yeah, I mean, if you have no other options, I mean, it's not like it's something you need to that intentionally build for if all you have is Lemonian creatures, right? I mean... So many awkward hands. Let's listen in to see what they're talking about.
So Swift Killer.
Yeah, but Swift isn't great this turn. I guess we could Swift into the 6/4 and just evo the Octress over the 1/4.
Okay.
Because honestly, none of our other options look particularly good this turn. Yeah.
Okay. So what's the
And for next turn, if we've got a decent Mistelina target, we probably Mistelina. For example, if he plays Ilana this turn, I'd actually banish the Amulet. Because this game is going to go long. So it might probably going to be Vals or Mistelina next turn.
Okay.
If we get Balion, maybe you want to play Balion and Liad. So, yeah.
Okay.
Bye.
Which?
Yeah, super awkward turns, right? I mean, nothing that looks that great. Kind of from either side right now. Wait, 3 left. Well, 1.
Yeah, a little bit awkward. 7, 8. No Alana yet.
Yeah. And you really don't want to evo this over this. Oh, really? Do you want to do this? Am I wrong?
Probably not.
Yeah, so now if Alana comes out and gets evolved, Vals gets rid of the only Alanas in the game.
Yeah.
So that's a big threat. Although that's something, you know, this is, like I said, it's a matchup that I've never seen before, so it might be something that people aren't really looking for.
Yeah.
We also didn't see Vals last game, so maybe it's not
Yeah, and
out of
I
sight, out
mean,
of mind.
you haven't drawn a single Alana yet, but it's still important to have that option open.
Yeah.
And you're not going to be able to get an even point back later on in the game without a card like Olivia. Is there an Olivia in
No,
this deck?
this wasn't the Olivia deck. It was the Slyssa deck was the one that brought Olivia, I'm pretty
Okay.
sure. Because this is the one that runs the full set of Robo Falcons and...
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You're right.
But it's weird. The Olivia, like, it's potentially worked out a few times here. We haven't seen it work out, or it could have. It's all potential, but you wouldn't think so.
Mistelina's pretty good. Just putting the Saw Tempest Aether onto the board along with Liad. It could be a good turn to do that. Okay. And you can also add a Albert to hand, maybe? By going... No, but maybe you just want to hold on to the... Hold on to the sisters. This is hard.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
There's a lot of options here.
Attacking is not so great, I think. That wasn't a huge threat right there. Definitely want to make the hand a little bit smaller right now. Just use the Gilded Goblet or something. Next turn, oh, okay. Good. And that would set your hand to a 6, and then you would add 3 cards to hand with 1 card, which would increase your hand size by 2, and you wouldn't really overdraw. 6, 7, 8. Well, I guess it doesn't make a difference. Just using the cards is important.
Yeah, there's... trying to think if there's
Yeah.
any way that you could add more, but regardless, there's later turns,
Yeah.
you know.
The thing is that Leod is a huge source of damage, and we just used up a lot of cards that would add the King's King's Might into hand. So even with a Balion draw, that can get pretty tough.
All right, and here's the Alana. So Coach will be unmuted next turn, but almost definitely there's going to be a Vulse, right?
And here, yeah, Vulse is a big deal, but you can just use all your heals this turn. I'm not sure how. Oh, this is an independent turn, so you know, technically, I think a lot of the times you'd want to hold on to heal cards. You don't want to be so aggressive, but just playing everything out is what's going to happen, and I think it's the better decision if you take Vulse into consideration. It just makes a stronger board.
Right, because
like before the amulet's gone.
All of that is
Yeah.
considerably less valuable than...
Wow.
and now...
It just worked out.
Yeah, so now the fear here, too, is that you can play Vulse, but you don't have an evolution.
Yeah.
So you're leaving 13 damage on board.
Yeah. That's not actually possible to lethal past that, because Ektar only adds +2 attack to each follower, so it's not lethal yet, but that's pretty risky right there if you choose to do something like that.
It's only 19.
Only 19. Mistelina. Aether will add a second Mistelina to hand.
Let's listen into Snake Nate and Hamari.
What do you got for me, chat?
I think the only option is
We can banish her right away, or we can banish her amulet.
yeah, at this point I don't think we can afford to get rid of the amulet. Just because they've got 13 damage on the board. I think we just have to banish her with Walls.
Let's do it.
And trade the Leod into the 3/3. And next turn it's probably going to be Mistelina, remove something threatening, try to stay alive, and yeah.
Okay,
get the
I'll do
board.
my best.
Okay, so that was a commitment to saying we just can't take that much damage, which does make sense. Now, my question was on that last play, the repair mode. Was that necessarily worth it? I mean, it got a card out of the hand, but...
It doesn't... It's not going to make a huge impact. I think it was just really strong to go all in on that previous turn. I think a lot of people actually would have made a mistake there, just not being aggressive enough on that turn, and just fortunately for Alias and Zerofine, made that play.
Yeah, now they get to set up another pretty scary board. Not going to be a ton of heals. Obviously, they used a lot of them, which did make it... It's funny because, like, you use a lot of the heals to make it so that if Delana's amulet gets banished, then you're good. But because it was so scary, then it just didn't get banished.
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't attack face on this turn. Kind of missed some damage there. I think it's significant. 4 damage?
Yeah.
Yeah, sword still, not really. Never mind.
So what's Sword's answer to a wide board like that? Ooh. Oh.
Balion. There's still a chance.
Okay.
Haven's out of resources. Repose doesn't do too much right now. So if you can get the Balion out right now, there's no lethal. Maybe like Aether Balion boots the Aether into a 4/2 or something. You can hold on to the rest of your resources, or go for this 50-50 I think Balion Aether played into a longer game a little bit better. Oh yeah, this is an even turn. What? I mean, I guess I can't really.
Yeah, I mean, this is
pretty difficult. Yeah, this is like
it's
trying
tough,
to
but-
pick up a small win condition.
I mean, it wasn't like a necessarily like bad play. It just wasn't the play that
Like
has the
optimal
reach, right?
play that, yeah, optimal play that maximizes chances of winning.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I know people talk about it, but definitely playing like to not lose on that turn instead of playing to win. There's the Aegis.
It's possible to summon it by trading it the 4-2. Okay. Is the Aegis gonna be played?
I mean, are there really too many answers in Sword? I mean, you
No,
have some
I mean
wards, but
no answer. Nice. Oh, that is tough. That is tough to deal with.
that sets up. No, I was gonna say no, not quite potential lethal next turn, right? No, because you can Ektar, and that would be 15 if they find. Oh wait, yeah, that's potential lethal next turn, right? Because. Oh no. The reason why it wasn't lethal was because he couldn't clear the ward easily. Oh, he actually can. Yeah, so
Yeah.
you can Ektar, play the. Oh no, you can't. You don't have the board space for Ammonia.
You can play the Precant into the Ektar, and then that's gonna be lethal, I think.
But then they can't
11
fight over the taunt,
13,
right?
14, 15, 16. No, the Precant into the Ektar will give the Precant
Oh,
rush.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it is. Okay. I'm just going to pretend I never said the second part where I denied that it was lethal. Yeah, so that would be pretty exact. So is there anything that they can do to save themselves here?
I don't think so. Man. Alana is still strong. Yeah. Alana's still good.
Yeah, that should be it. It's going to be an odd turn too, right? So 'cause that's not an easy play.
So yeah.
Aegis put in work. All right, so let's see it. Will it be?
So 11 damage on the board, Ektar, Precant Ektar.
And then repair mode.
Yeah.
So that's goes up to 17 exactly.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, let's see if they can find lethal.
So also hits the biggest follower, but Heavenly Edges is always the biggest follower, and it cannot be damaged. So
That's cool.
The spell is irrelevant. So what we want to do is hit face with the Heavenly Aegis, and then on the next turn, hit again, and we will win. So we should make a play here that will allow us to go face, and then try to open the board from any ward they might have, and then hit face again.
Okay. I want to go.
Probably
I want to go Robo Wing.
Exactly. You will go Robo Wing and Delana.
Well, yeah, because I want to repair mode. So.
Yeah, and you go. Yep, and Delana, and then use the repair mode.
And then birds smack the lion.
Yeah, exactly. And then go face. So on the next turn, whatever they place that can prevent you from going face, you clear it with Hector, you win. Like this will probably be the last turn of the game. You win.
Cool.
Yeah, there's still really no outs, right? I mean,
Yeah. Is it possible to give the opponent's follower attack with the... I don't think so, right? Kingsmite? Kingsmite is only... It's an allied follower.
Oh, okay.
So, Mistalina always hits the Aegis. Rest in peace.
Yeah, there's... Oh, here it is. Play it, play it. Dink! Just watching it bounce off of it.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, there is 100% no out here, so...
Yeah, on board, it's not quite lethal. But surely this one can't be missed. Oh, okay.
I mean, it is...
No, it's not
right?
possible
to miss it.
I don't think so.
Well, I mean, it was pretty much guaranteed lethal on board anyway, right? Because they,
no.
Wasn't?
If you buff the Mistelino and hidden and then hidden... Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because that's their only ward, and you have the Bane. And, yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. One way or another, we are going to see Alana Havencraft in the finals again, as Alias and Zero Fine again also now in the grand finals.
2-0 with that. I mean, Havencraft, as we saw it, just... Okay, now this happened last month. The idea and the concept of Aegis on the board just blew my mind. And to see it pop up, like, I feel like this late, because it's the first time that we've seen it today, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, oh gosh, it's over. That's it. There's no coming back.
It's devastating. And we... Like, in a game like that, where Sword just doesn't have the options it needs in the mid-game, and then Haven just drags it on and slowly kind of strangles to death. Oh, man. I think Snake Nade, their side, it was the snake names for their decks, like Boa, but I think they got kind of Boa constricted.
Yeah.
Boo.
Number 2 in the world in Shadowverse, number 1 in Flame. Pot washer right here, ladies and gentlemen. But I believe we're going to have the updated brackets in just a second, so we could go ahead and take a look at... They're moving on to finals.
Yeah, they are. Of course, they're playing against the winner of 2 other completely different decks. It's been really weird. I feel like... Pot washer, tell me if you agree with this or not. There's been like kind of a lot of bad draws today, right?
Yeah,
we've seen a lot of people fighting without their main tools. Like, the majority of the Alanas haven't had Alana on Alana turn. Yeah, it's been weird. We saw it a lot last game.
Yeah, here we go. We have the updated brackets right here with Alias and Zero Fine moving on to that final, and then Snake Nade and Himari are going to play that third place match for that $1,000 prize, but that will be played off stream because we want to jump into that second semifinal game where we're going to see Flake and Dolan take on Amazonian and Jordude, and that's our Shadow and then Roach deck, right?
Yep.
Oh, that's going to be exciting because, like, roaches, they hide in the shadows. They pop out. You never expect them to come, and then boom.
They're sneaking out. They're sneaking
like,
out.
tick, 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 yeah.
So Pot washer, are you ready to be stressed out again this game?
Oh, man. Shadowcraft does have a lot of options that make it awkward for the forest side. And so if those are set up properly, it's annoying to play as the forest side, but it's still very favored for the forest side.
So realistically, would you say it's better than the Havencraft matchup was for them, or for the Ilana?
Yeah, very much so. Very much so.
All right, well, before we get into that second semifinal game, let's go ahead and get one more refresher of the format and the rules for this tournament. Each team consists of 1 streamer and 1 pro player who is coaching them. Everyone has a maximum of 2 decks per team that they're allowed to bring into this best-of-3 single-elimination tournament, and we're almost to the end of it. Coaching rules for the tournament. In Game 1, there are no coaching restrictions, but in Games 2 and 3, coaches will be muted during even turns, which means that they can't talk to their pupils. First place, that is what everyone is fighting for here today, $2,500, and second place, $1,500. And third place, that's that third place match, they're going to be fighting for $1,000. But again, this is money that our competitors are competing for everyone at home. Maybe you don't get that first place grand prize, but what you can get are card packs via our giveaway on Twitter, and all you have to do is use the hashtag SV Buddy System to enter. And tell me just tweet at me. Tell me what cards you get, because I'm curious. But let's go ahead and look. We had 8 teams start today, and now there are only, what, 3 left, yes?
Yeah, 3 left.
4 still. In
Technically,
this,
yeah.
We're fighting for the money.
I mean, it's $1,000. That's still a lot.
That is a lot.
I'll take it.
Yeah, of course. So let's go ahead and...
That's the freedom dividend. Gang, gang.
All right, well, let's go ahead and look at our final schedule. We are seeing that second semifinal, Flake and Dolan taking on Amazonian Jordude, and then they're going to take on Alias and Zero Fine in that final that we just saw. So I'm really excited. I can't wait to see this second semifinal match.
Yeah, me too. So this is another matchup that we haven't seen yet. It's going to be Shadowcraft against Roach. We just talked about that. But my question to you, Potwasher, is if you were on either side of this, right? If you were either Alias waiting in finals, or if you were either of these teams, what would be the best possible outcomes for either of them? So, like, if you were in finals playing with Alana Haven, would you rather go up against Roach or Shadow?
Alias, they're playing like 2 copies of Realm of Rose. I think it's still fine for Havencraft. Yeah, it'd be easier to play Havencraft against Shadow or Forest. It's just a little bit easier.
You're okay with either one?
Yeah. If I wanted to enjoy myself, I'd choose Forest every time, though. Yeah.
Just let the holy light banish the shadows and the roaches back to whence they came.
Smite them. Smite the bug.
Smite! I did play through a little bit of Havencraft storyline.
Okay.
So I got to like the split personality. I'm like, what's going on?
Ooh. Spoilers. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Spoilers from
like 2 games in.
Years ago. Years ago. Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and get a little refresher of Nupone, Who Dis, and their key cards and deck.
Yeah, so what cards do you think are going to be really key against Haven in this matchup? I think Viridian Magna is extremely good.
Against Roach, right?
Roach. I'm thinking way too far ahead. So what do you think?
Man, there's no Kawi in this list, actually. Kawi is a 3-cost follower, which on Evolve gains Storm, and whenever you attack the opponent's leader, you would revive, reanimate for 4. So maximum of 4 playpoint unit would be revived, and that includes Helio's super strong. That includes Aisha. Maybe if you have enough shadows, that'll lead to extra storm. So that's a lot of damage missing from the deck. I think this is going to be a super uphill battle for Shadowcraft.
Yeah, that's just going to like slow down the potential win, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a particularly... We saw, how Shadow chooses to win with Natura, like the 2 damage, Thoth, Enders, but like... Against Roach, that's so much slower than Roach can potentially come out, right?
And one of the ways that you win against Roach, or make it very, very annoying for them, is to place 3 attack or higher followers onto the board. Every single turn, every single evolve turn, pretty much, the Roach player wants to evolve Roach. We see their Wolverine Rhinoceros Roach, and at the end of the turn, it comes back into your hand. But it only... Even though the attack keeps on going up and up, the health remains at 1. So when you evolve it, it's going to be an X3 follower. So if you have 3 attack followers or higher, you can't trade into it with Roach and then still get the Roach back at the end of the turn. It's just going to trade away evenly, and that's really not what you want. So putting a lot of 3 attack followers onto the board makes it very annoying for Roach.
Right, because then they have to choose either, to go for removal or go for getting the Roach back, and like
that's going to be the basic game plan that the Shadowcraft has to go for, but it's really much harder when Kawi, a key card in the matchup, is gone. It's a 3/3 by itself, a 3-cost 3/3, so it's the best 3-cost you can play out, even probably better than Helio on turn 3, and I think it's a really big deal that there are 0 copies.
Well, here we have our competitors on the screen. Did Flake get a hat since we last saw him, or was he wearing that the whole time? I feel like he added both a hat and glasses.
I believe the hat is new.
The hat is new.
I don't know about the glasses. I cannot comment on the glasses.
I honestly can't remember if he was wearing glasses before.
But
you know what? I think we do have our first game ready. So we're going to see if maybe he takes the hat off if he loses. So let's go ahead and check.
it kind of looks like they're sitting next to the same green screen.
It
It's like,
does.
especially in that last screen, they were like sitting at the perfect angle.
Oh,
They're
there's
just right
like
next to each other.
a bit of red on Amazonian side as well with the fancy light up microphone.
Ooh.
Looks like a LED microphone or something.
Yeah, super cool microphone. All right, so looking in here, Liza is nice.
Yeah. Definitely want Roach from the Roach side.
Right.
Definitely want the Lisa to search for the Roach. Shadow side, probably want to curve out a little bit more. Maybe a 2-cost 2/2, maybe Helio. Aisha's pretty good. You can evolve Face for 4 damage. Probably Helio. Helio might be the strongest card.
Now, Helio, when Helio evolves, does it stay the same stat line? Or does
It
get
becomes a
stronger?
3/2.
Okay, so just enough to be annoying to the Roach.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I knew it wasn't full. Okay, double dogs again. This is one of the same starting hands that we saw Shadow get earlier.
Yeah, I don't think. I get the idea that they want to keep the 1 cost and they want to keep on attacking face, but Shadow really can't support that game plan in my opinion. So I would have just dug harder. They're not going to be able to keep up the aggression with such a small hand, and Night of the Living Dog is not really a card right now. Maybe you hold on to it for like turn 3 or 4 or something and put 2 3/3s onto the board. That would be significant. But right now, this Night of the Living Dog, it's not really that significant.
Yeah. It's I mean, especially just the fact there's 2 of them in hand. I mean, I guess one thing is that if you put out a 1/1, I mean, you wouldn't even need to do it the first turn, but had they been going second, then they couldn't have done the play where you play the Roach out on 1 and then bounce on turn 2, right? Because
You can. If there's no 1 cost, then you can just bounce it on 2.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is the dog prevents that because it's got Rush.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they went first anyway, so they played it first anyway. I don't know. Just trying to think of reasonings here.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Aisha, drawing double Aisha is always pretty bad, but in this matchup in particular, you can evolve face twice, so that's not too bad.
Yeah, try to get that damage. All right.
Yeah.
2.
This is pretty scary from the Force side. This dog can just buff up really quickly. You might see the dog glow up really quick.
Yeah. Do you just Sylvan Justice the dog and just let the
Yeah, that's
2/2
okay.
go? I mean,
Hoverboard Mercenary as well is okay. It's threatening the trade into the 1/2, 1/1. So generally it saves 2 health because the 2/2 will attack into it. So you're saving 2 health already, and then you can go like Fairy Arya's Whirlwind, and there's 2 1 health followers on the board. So that was definitely another option.
yeah, and there's no potential threat of buffing the dog on turn 2 if you play the Hoverboard Mercenary, right? Or sorry, on turn 3 is what I meant.
No, it's not possible.
Right. So that would have been a good play. Plus your card. Interesting.
What?
I
guess it's getting late in in Europe. Dolan is.
So, do you just get rid of this dog now? I mean, just.
The dog's not scary at this point.
Yeah,
it's not.
But I mean, with how much they've played out.
They have another one. Like they have another Natura Eterran Great Tree.
Yeah. I mean, it's possible.
I mean, you can still deal with that though. So,
yeah,
for
that's
example,
true. It would still be a 3/3.
Like you just airbound barrage at the next turn.
Right, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got time. You're not getting pressured that heavily.
Yeah.
You can airbound barrage it. You can. Yeah, you could do like Roach, airbound barrage, Roach, Evo over the 2/2, something like that.
I stand at the edge of eternity.
Not on Evo turn yet. This is a weird, lackluster board from Flake and Dolan. It's weird.
It's still pretty decent as a curve.
It's good as a curve, but it just seems like nothing's had the effect that it wants to have.
That's true.
Like, you play out the you play out the Great Tree when the
Yeah.
Pathfinder's on board, and then you don't have any
they're
buffs?
not
the
playing for
dog?
value. We knew that from the mulligan, right? I don't think I agree with it.
Well, I'll take your word for it. I don't see it. I mean, the Cerberus could be nice potentially next turn.
Yeah, Cerberus is definitely
Yeah,
really
yeah.
strong.
So do you just get rid of the dog here?
So, yeah, probably just use Airbound Barrage here, and then trade over the dog, or trade over the Desert Pathfinder, and...
I bet they're going to Whirlwind. I'm feeling it.
Whirlwind? Whirlwind you kind of want to save for Cerb, if it's possible.
Alright, I was wrong.
Maybe the Desert...
I thought about it.
I think... clearing Desert Pathfinder prevents, like, an Evolve,
Yeah.
gain, and a Terran Great Tree.
So it's just constantly denying fuel for the dog.
Yeah.
I've never seen a dog, like, out for so long.
Yeah.
Not get buffed and not get
I
killed.
think it's super heads up.
Yeah, it really is. It's, like, super smart.
And we see both sides, like,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Obviously, and then can say, like, this is probably technically better or worse, but Amazonian and Jordude are doing this without seeing the opponent's hand.
Evolve the dog to get more face damage? This is a
Yeah.
super aggressive, like...
There is 4 more damage from
Yeah.
hand, and
Alright, well, let's listen to Amazonian and Jordude.
seems like...
Yeah.
Are you able to see it?
Yeah, I'm just looking.
Okay. She's like, what's going on?
It's a difficult turn for sure. 1, 2, maybe like
I think we might
hoverboard.
have to use a roach just to clear. So play the roach and evolve it.
Roach. Roach is evolved. What is it attacking? Or nothing.
The 1/2.
1, 2.
Yeah, and then trade into the 1/1. I mean the 2/1.
Okay.
And then Predator's might.
Nice.
And then just play the mercenary.
Hoverboard.
Yeah, the hoverboard.
Darn it, she found herself.
Sora.
Don't play Sora.
I have Viridia,
Why couldn't
and
we
I have Aisha.
Why couldn't we have top deck the spell here? That's so unlucky. We would have had lethal then. Oh, okay.
How do you want to do this?
Can you click on the left icon and check how many roaches they have played already?
How many roaches?
Yeah.
Destroyed followers, battle stats, battle log, played cards.
Yes.
Followers 5. Hades, Cerberus of Hades. No, that's my pawn. A
No,
second.
no opponent. Three, okay.
3 roaches. 3 roaches.
Okay.
What's our plan here, Stan?
Yeah, that's.
But
yeah, I'm actually thinking.
So I mean, we could. Aisha's not to play. Sora's not to play. Is it just Viridia to clear, go face, and Evo her as a ward? But
Yeah, play Viridia Evo her as a warding 3. I hope you can do it.
Hurry up! Hurry!
I shall cradle the world once more.
Oh no, needed that extra damage. That was 1/3 of their HP left. Oh, that's my turn. 1/3 of their life left.
I think it was pretty creative from Flake to suggest the Evolve Viridia Magna play. That's pretty hard to spot. But but it's gonna be less damage. And so basically the game plan for Shadowcraft was that what Shadowcraft had to do was evolve phase 1s and hit phase 1s with the Aisha and do that somehow. It's hard to do that. They needed one more Shadow. But now it's gonna be hard to mount an offense from here, I think. However, if you look in Force's hand, there's not that much removal. So there's still a chance. There's still a chance.
Yeah, they might have to make some not so favorable choices just to get rid of threats that could take them down. But I mean, it would be much scarier if they were only at 6 now.
Now they have enough shadows that they can play out the Sora. Well, that's a start. Revenant, Ram, and Sora.
Do you draw one more time then?
11. Thoth. 5 last words cards destroyed. I think Force is still gonna be okay.
That Whirlwind.
Yeah, that Force is still gonna be okay.
Yeah, so what options do they actually have to deal with the Sora?
I mean,
2 Whirlwinds, is that their only removal right now?
6.
Yeah, it is.
For example, if you actually leave everything on the board, it's not possible to get lethal, which is kind of interesting. But you probably want to play Machina Tree, so that's not an option, I guess. That's the 5th time? Okay. 3,
going over the
There
ramp.
is a possible lethal here with a... Yeah, there is a possible lethal here. The safe play was to play maybe Arya's Whirlwind, but I think there were plenty of lethals the next turn. Is that enough? No, that is not enough. Oh man, 4, 8. Oh man.
So then,
Bell, that's not enough either. Yeah.
Yes, and this is going to be game next turn for Roach, right?
Yeah. There was a lethal out if the 2-cost Manifest Malice was drawn, and then the Ghost hits face, Aisha hits face. That would have been 9 damage exactly.
Yeah, that... Okay, so had they hit the 3 damage earlier, could they have potentially...
That would have been...
That would have been lethal?
Close. It still would have been lethal.
Oh yeah, maybe not. Well, it shouldn't matter. This should be 3 quick roaches for a quick 20 damage. Oh, this is the ultimate when you play them all out. Look, he's even counting them. 3! And little roaches become big roaches, and the big roaches are a big problem. 21 damage, more than enough for lethal as game 1's going to Amazonian. Enjoy, dude. That was such a weird like choice to play out the way they did. I mean, I know they didn't have like an optimal hand, but they were. I mean, it almost worked, I guess, right? To go super aggressive.
Yeah. If there was Kawi in the deck in the hand, it would have been lethal. If there was one more Necromancy on the key turn, I think it was turn 7 or something, that would have been lethal immediately. One more Shadow.
So then, is that poor in-game decisions, or is that poor prep?
Oh yeah.
Right. Should we be flaming the player or the coach?
You can bring 2 decks, right?
Okay.
You can bring an alternative deck. Flake and Dolan chose not to, and that choice is making a difference here when they really need the storm damage.
Dolan, what you doing? Well, here we go, getting into game 2 right away. Let's see if they can make a comeback.
Yeah, I have to wonder what they expected to be running into in this, the meta just for this tournament in particular, based on the fact they didn't bring Kawi. But maybe we'll listen into one of the teams and just see how they're starting off this game.
an emote.
I guess they're not saying anything right now.
Yep.
They don't have a lot of time.
Let's put up the poach the roach.
Poach the roach.
Forget it. Poach the roach.
I'm glad that we get to see all these players in their first time experiencing.
So
what it's
if
like
we
to fight
don't
against
kill
roach.
the dog, it's just doing like 3 or 4
Okay.
damage.
It's a very
to game.
special moment.
Yeah. So
Is there anything I shouldn't kill, or is that there only one drop?
they have a 1/1 as well, like a generic 1/1.
But I won't kill.
If we draw a 2-drop, if we draw Hoverboard Mercenary, we want to
Yeah, I'll
play
just
that,
throw that.
every
Okay.
time. Yeah.
Great.
But if they just play Mino, we could still Predatory Might It because we just want to get our Lisa on 3 and not take chip damage.
All right, I'll enter.
Okay.
And that was a good call. I mean,
Wow.
wow, 3 in hand.
But that is a pretty good aggressive start, and Lubel will mean that there is a tiny bit of gas to go with. These Minos are pretty weak into the Arya's Whirlwind shown, so they're not going to survive forever. They're going to be removed at least on turn 4.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the scary spot about this, is that everything could be potentially removed by 4 except for the Lubel. But I mean, do you think we're going to see the same aggressive sort of strat that we saw last game?
Yeah.
The hand is weird.
Of course you're going to play as aggressively as possible, but
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
really difficult when you're evaluating a card like Knight of the Living Dog, which it's a 1-cost 1/1, but it has the potential to be so much more than that it's hard to let's say the 2/2 was removed last game, and then they were able to set up a turn where they made 2 3/3s and drew a card. That might have been the difference, right? Like one shadow. Actually, now that I mention it myself,
we'll pretend I mentioned it.
Now that I mention it myself, like if the Natra, the tree wasn't played, and the tree drew, that would have been an additional shadow because the tree would have been destroyed, and that would have been enough for lethal, I think. Yeah, that would have been lethal with the Cerberus evolved phase.
Yeah.
And then they just needed like 4 more damage. So
I mean, it also could have set up the dog to be stronger, so
Yeah,
the whole
yeah.
path could have been different. Yeah, but yeah, that was a big one. That was a big moment in the last game.
wow.
This is a weird board.
Mino.
Mino.
Is Pot Wash handsome?
Who is Pot Wash?
1 free S, 2 free.
69%.
I'm
yes,
glad
nice.
that they didn't put a no option, or else
Oh.
I would be feeling a little bit worse about myself.
No, you would definitely still be voting
I don't
yes.
trust Twitch chat, and I don't have enough self-confidence.
Oh no, Twitch, you have Pot Wash's back, right? Come on. I know
we
you all
can't
do.
tell.
Yeah, I know. They're all voting yes, but look at all the votes.
So many votes, I can't tell how many.
I don't know. I was trying to do the math in my head, like what percentage do you get a 61% out of in votes, but that's math that's too hard for me right now.
Yeah.
I'm doing too much other math watching this game. Ugh. Can't speak either. This is intense, man. There's been a lot of really like hard thinking moments. I'm not smart enough to do this.
I'm getting pretty exhausted too. It's the end of a long day, but it's still pretty exciting when it comes down to like combo decks, and let's listen to Flake and Dolan one more time.
You just play it, but you don't attack with it.
Sure.
Yeah, and don't pass yet because.
In this case, I mean, we're still a turn away from Lubel, but if I can get something to find some trees, like we're threatening with that dog, he's gonna have to trade, or she's gonna have to trade with the dog.
That dog will die anyways, but like, we want the other things to stick as well.
Yeah.
Just thinking, like,
So what I worry about is
Yeah.
next turn. Next turn's gonna be tough because if I don't draw, let's say I don't draw anything that I can play. I'm stuck with Thoth and I'm stuck with Tree. So what's my play in that regard? Do I just toss out Thoth and just?
If you have to play for tempo, you will probably have to play it. Yes.
Okay.
And Evo over something, except yeah. And if something sticks on your board, just Evo phase.
Okay, sounds good.
And unfortunately, they are going to lose everything there, right?
Man.
Yeah, he's like, I at least want them to stick a little bit.
I think you get rid of a predatory might. Ooh, nice. I like it.
So, did you need to swing in with the Liza?
Yeah, it only deals 1 damage. You can attack in
oh, that's right, because
at the start or at the end, but you don't need to do that.
You're right, because the Predator Might is going to always target one of the 1/1s. So, that's a big board cleared. Slightly punished. All right, don't play the tree this time.
Yeah, hopefully. So, there's a really small hand on Flake and Dolan's side, but a good number of card draw, actually. It's not too bad, considering that 3 1/1s were played.
Oh, no. So you definitely wanted to hold on to those, right? Especially because you have a Lubell in hand, and that gets rid of the last word of the...
Yeah.
Well, you do get the Verdium Magna, so that's at least...
Yeah, you don't get the value off of the last words anymore.
All right, well, let's listen to Amazonian. She's petting her cats.
Yeah, because they didn't even keep the tree, but next turn we have to consider they might have Cerberus or Lubell, but this turn
Predator and Lisa?
Yeah, Predator and Lisa is just so clean.
Great.
So turn 6. Turn 6, if they go wide with like Cerberus, you could easily deal with it with like Sword Angel plus Whirlwind probably, or it'll be 4. Yeah, because the Angel could go into the Cerberus, which would be a 5/1. Then you could Whirlwind to clear, and then after that you might play 1 Roach to evolve. Make sure the Roach is the last faller on the board.
Yeah, so it doesn't come out before the Whirlwind.
Yeah, also that, and then because it's the only faller, slash of the 1 gets reduced to 3.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. If they just play like Lubell, the 3/5, and then evolve it or something, what we could do is like we could use the Roach plus Angelic's Might, and then Roach evolve to kill the 2/1. Yeah.
Okay, great.
And the challenge there, that was the ultimate multitask, having to pet her cat while listening to all that information. The cat's like, I don't know if you noticed, every time she put down her hand to like do something, Shadowverse pets the cat, type 1 for yes, 2 for yes, duh. Yes, duh. But the cat was like biting her hand and pawing her hand every single time she tried to put it down to play. The cat's like, what are you doing? You're not doing anything important. You're not playing for $2,500. You're gonna pet me.
So here, it is gonna be a little bit to talk about the game. Sorry to be a buzzkill, but 2/1 evolve is gonna set 2 followers to above 3 attack. So, and it's a little bit better against like a single target removal. So it definitely would have been better, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, we do see the evolve on the Lubell. Puts that. It seems like 5 damage is a really key kind of amount against or to be higher than against Roach in particular.
5.
Just it makes it hard to remove because no predatory might. There's no way it can take you out. Yeah, sorry.
There's still like 6 copies of single target removal though, with like Slash of the 1 and Angelic's Might. So I think it's better to split it up a little bit. To have 2 followers that are above 3 attack or more.
For sure. No, I mean they're It is scary, right? Because the last word.
It's not scary.
It's not. Well, it can take out your Roach.
Yeah, it can.
Yeah.
Ephemera Ephemera Angelic Smite? It is a 1 in 3, like, to snipe off the Roach, and you're probably gonna win anyway, even if it gets sniped off.
2 Viridian Magnas in hand. on the
Or
other
you
side.
can leave the 2-1 up. You have enough health that you can leave the 2-1 up.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of its biggest threats is actually its last word, right? I mean, just the fact that it adds one more, it can do damage to something, but if it's just swinging for 2 damage, it's...
Or you can Ephemera hit in, Roach Evo in place, and a slash of the 1.
Well, I'm not sure what Roach count is at right now. It feels like it's maybe not too high.
It's not very high, yeah. But Shadow also doesn't have a lot going right now.
Yeah, and there's no huge offense
Yeah.
potentially over there. I mean, you could Evo a Viridian Magna, but that's a really easy, like, destroy target. Be gone.
Okay, so it wouldn't have killed the Roach, but ended up being safe.
Oh, that is a lot of potential trees. Wow, Falth count was 1? That's rough.
Yeah. Wait, 1?
I think that's what it said. Maybe I'm crazy.
That is crazy because... Weren't there so many?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no,
yeah.
that's the Viridia... That's the Great Tree count, not...
I thought that was... I could have swore that was over Thoth. Maybe I'm insane. Yeah, that would make sense as just the Great Tree count. Okay, it's 9. Whoa, so it's almost there, actually. So the damage can start adding up now, but...
Okay, okay. We're getting somewhere. Thoth is at 10. I think it's too slow. But, we might see Viridia Magna. If you Evo Viridia Magna in place, it's going to be a ward. And then after the ward is destroyed, the next turn it's going to be a ward again. So, I think that might be okay.
Trees are people too.
I agree.
You've destroyed a lot of people today then, on your own board. All right, let's listen to Amazonian and Jordude again and check out their thoughts.
But this turn played a Roach and evolved to kill the Thought.
Roach evolved. Thought thunked.
And then we could play the Lisa.
Great.
And let's see. I think here. Our Roach is only a 1 right now.
Roach is 1. Yeah.
Okay. I want to hold the Angel because we might need the Angel to help trade if he goes wide on board with Whirlwind. Because like the Angel could hit the Aisha, it becomes 1 health, then Whirlwind becomes easy. But next turn, like, try to clear the board and get a Roach to evolve to bounce back again. Because we need to start getting our Roaches count up.
Okay, clear board plus try to get Roach. Okay, got it. Wonderful. And if I need to...
Yeah, we can use our slash of the 1s.
Okay, great.
I did not realize that the Roach was literally unplayed until that turn.
It's not gonna be possible. Oh, you can Evo face, I guess. That's one way to hit face with it. What? Man, Shadow is doing pretty well here. Huh.
Yeah, it's just how slow the Roaches got online.
Yeah, yeah.
It feels like, I mean, I just because of the timing, I just felt like Roaches were almost already online, but 1? That's going to be super tough to set up. But I mean, we haven't seen really too many bounces back. I mean, there's been no airbound barrages, I think. Literally no bounces, actually. Alright, setting up the Necrofauna. So, yeah, this is... I don't know if Roach has enough time. I mean, with Thoth active, there's plenty of stuff to self-destroy in hand. Swing in 2 of these right now, it's another 4 damage at least. You could
Evolve phase?
Aisha face, yeah, but I'm assuming they want to wait until after this they swing, just in case they get the buffs, right?
So you can even summon a second copy of Aisha next turn, I think. Yeah, if things aren't dealt with.
Oh, they actually did miss 1 damage, but that's, I mean, it would have taken just Aisha being lethal, but it's still
an
really
odd number, so it doesn't really matter too much in this case.
True.
But yeah, that's actually pretty much. I guess Whispering Woods could set up some kind of way to do that. Wow, Shadow making a comeback here.
Yeah, the Roach deck just activated too slow, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah. Wow, like there are so many removal cards that it was just too many. Definitely happens. And another important thing was that Angelic Smite was used pretty early on, and now you can't banish away the opponent's cards, and you have to destroy them instead. And all of them deal 2 damage to you, so there's no way around this.
Yeah, I mean, you, at this point, you take down Aisha, and then it's just a guaranteed win next turn playing a tree.
So I think the best line is to ignore Aisha and hope that they can't get through a 2/2 board, which there are a large number of... Wait a second. Shadow has a full hand. That's crazy. Like, remember that early game?
Yeah, yeah.
Shadow has a full hand.
All right, so yeah, that's, I mean, oh no, there's no evolve or anything. Well, that's it, because there's 2 trees, right? So at the very least, that's just an easy 4 damage. And that's gonna, we finally saw Thoth like really take effect.
Oh, come on!
2 and, oh, that's just mean.
2 and 5.
Well, technically, you could do 2 and 1 and 5 if they really want to go all out. Oh, and healing yourself up to 20.
I gotta put the psychological damage in before the 3rd game. Important in a long game series like this.
Just showing it off, yeah. So we talked about with Roach how a lot of times you want to walk that perfect line of either removing, you know, you can remove too much, you can remove too little, and maybe, do you think they maybe played a little bit too safe, and that's just why they just weren't able to pop
there
off?
weren't any easy options to get the Roach count up, right? And that really contributed to it. Another thing is that Roach is a card that you only really need 1 or 2 of. Most of the time, only 1. Against Shadow, I think you can keep just 1 and toss out the other 2 immediately, pretty much, and just hold on to 1, bounce 1 back and forth, and just rely on that 1 Roach, and you can just toss out those other ones, get the count up a lot quicker, and make them be able to have to deal with your own Roaches at some points in time. So there were a little bit of options to increase the count, but they did just draw a lot of removal.
Yeah, and well, now the score is all tied up in the semifinal, and going into that 3rd game, we saw Flake with like the diss and the BM straight to the camera at the end. Same with you know, his final play, but then also looking into the camera like, "What's up?" So
Poach the Roach.
I'm not sure if you know they were able to see it, but I mean, getting into the head of his opponent going into this 3rd game, it's important.
Yeah, even if they can't see it, you got to do it anyway, right?
Definitely. Well, you know what? Amazonian still has her cat, and that cat came over to give morale, although I don't know if it worked out too well for her in that 2nd game.
Yeah, maybe she was a little bit distracted that game, took a handicap there.
A handy cat.
Get out.
Now we each have one. Now, it's your turn next.
Oh God, for what?
For the bad pun.
Oh
You
no,
did one,
you know
I
what?
did
Yeah,
one.
hey, why don't we get into this 3rd and final game instead of becoming
That's a good way to shut us up. I like it. So we are going to see it go to game number 3. And again, we've just seen such weird draws the whole day. Like, the consistency has just not been there.
Let's take a listen into what these teams are thinking about going into this 3rd match.
Great.
Okay, well,
What
I got a dog, a Thoth, and an Osiris.
That's pretty decent.
We tempo
yeah.
Thoth?
I have to stay quiet during the first turn of your opponent. We can start talk again.
Okay.
If it's your turn.
The thing that finds our other Machina guy, I play that. Otherwise, we're just pretty much sitting here. Or if I
Yeah.
hit removal for a thing that needs removal, I remove it.
Yeah, if they play something and we draw a removal, we remove it.
Huh.
Basically. Hopefully we draw a hoverboard.
Yeah.
Hi there. Whoa.
Bush voice coming out of.
All right, so are we going to see the turn 1 Night of the Living Dog again? What do you think?
It's better this time. I think. No? Maybe? I think so.
Yeah.
Because
so.
we can see the hands, right? How to evaluate this, like, from a neutral perspective? That's hard. That's hard, man. Would I play this? Open up the Aether. Open up the Aether. Will the Pathfinder die? I don't think so. It's hard to say. The thing with the dog is that even if the dog gets removed, the Osiris is going to be able to bring the dog back. Right? That's what we all want. Bring the dog back. So, it's not a big deal that the dog gets removed here. The only thing is that Osiris in this matchup, it takes up a lot of necromancy, and a lot of the times it's not possible to attack with Osiris on the turn that it's played, so you don't have enough necromancy to actually do the reanimate effect on the Evolve.
This hand is shaping up pretty nicely for Flake and Dolan.
Yeah. They need a little bit more necromancy. They need something to be able to hit into on turn 4 going second. But if that's there, I think Shadow's in a decent spot right now.
It seems like, I mean, this is a weird thing to say, but it seems like a lot could depend on whether or not they can get this Pathfinder killed, right? Let's listen to Amazon and Jordan to see if they want to kill it.
Rhinoceros. So we have 2 Rhinoceros in.
Oh, okay. This turn we could just play Miracle of Love for the ward, the 2/3.
Okay. And
So next turn we can't play we can't evolve Roach yet.
we have already know that we can do Fahrenheit and my kitchen.
Yeah, we might use the kitchen next turn, but if we draw some bounces, I think we could probably hold it. Because turn 3 they can't really develop much pressure, and this 2/3 is doing quite a lot of work, I think. So, but if they kill the 2/3 this turn, like if they use what's it called, Malice, to summon a ghost, yeah, Manifest Malice, then we might use the kitchen to kill the 2/2. But it depends what you draw. Like if we draw like Machina Tree,
then I'll do a bounce cycle.
We could do a bounce, like Roach, Tree, and then Fairy. Or we might even hold the Fairy for our Area's Whirlwind, because we're kind of low on cards, so we might need combo cards for the Whirlwind.
Got it.
So yeah, we might hold Fairy.
All right, let's go.
Yeah, pretty good plan. I think coming into these semifinal games, like the plans are coming together a little bit more.
I might have to tank my. I mean, we could tank the Pathfinder and then cycle the tree with Necro.
No,
see
that's
what happens.
not worth it. That's not worth it.
No.
No, you play 4th, play Necro, but don't play the tree because you don't have mana for it.
So and I don't tank my dude, right?
No, you play 1/2, 1. The next turn you'll most likely just play Osiris and Evo him over something.
Okay.
Yeah, that's about it.
Okay, sounds good. All right, see you in a bit, Big Daddy.
All right, now back to their turns without their coaches. So what's the play here?
Ooh, Lisa's a good draw.
Yeah,
for sure.
Still sitting pretty behind this 2/3 ward, whose name I cannot remember.
The Miracle of Love ward card.
Yeah, there we go.
Miracle of Love ward.
Gentle Forest Beauty. Thank you.
I did not know that name.
I don't remember that one or the other one. Something Forest Beast, right?
So looks like Amazonian is going for a Arya's Whirlwind on turn 5. That will kind of work out. For example, if you're able to kill off Osiris and the entire board at the same time, you can go like Fairy, Roach, Arya's Whirlwind, kill off your own Roach, and it will only summon a 1/1, and then you can Roach evolve over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, you have enough mana for that, right?
Wait, Fairy, Roach. Yeah, it's fine.
Or they don't have enough necromancy, right? Necromancy 5? Yeah. Not enough necromancy. So hit Fairy, Roach, evolve in place, Ari's Whirlwind, or Spicy Kitchen.
Spicy Kitchen, I like that. I mean, that's an easy answer, right? Emperor's Kitchen. I know. But what's the
Spicy Emperor's Kitchen?
Red Hot Blast, I think. Flaming Hot Fair. I was nowhere close. I tried. Thank you.
Spicy Kitchen time. Oh. Oh yeah, it procs on itself, of course. Of course it does. Arya's Whirlwind. That's pretty good. Man, I can't believe I forgot that interaction. Man. Wow, I forgot that interaction.
I didn't actually know, so I learned something new today. I learned a lot new today, to be honest, but
wait, was there an option to get rid of that? No, there's no full player, I guess. Wow, and not gonna Roach Evo, so they're still at a really low count still, and it's already turned 6, so...
Yeah, it's looking really similar
again,
to last time.
yeah! Wow.
But yet again, no hard bounces, no, what is it called, Guard of the Machina Tree? No Airbound Barrages, no... What's the last bounce that I'm blanking out on? The one, draw 2. Or draw a card, I mean.
So here, I think the best play would be to evo something like the Coco, which is the 1/2, or Evolve Phase. Those are both good because you want to put multiple followers that have 3 attack or more onto the board, and it might seem good to evolve the Cerberus, but if you just use a removal on it, for example, there's no good example actually. It would have been okay to Evo Cerb too in this case. Yeah, Evo Phase is good. Yeah. Roach count still at 1? Like, if you play it, it's the first Roach?
Yeah, so 0, technically.
At 0? That's crazy.
That is.
And Arya's Whirlwind was already used.
Yeah, so...
And we're going into an even turn.
Ooh, rough. I don't know. I'm trying to think if there's anything that's like a really easy play that could be drawn right now. But not that I can
Arya's
think of.
Whirlwind.
Yeah, I guess.
Nature's Guidance. That's another good card. How does Forest win from here? Bounce is a good start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6. Probably Roach Bounce first. And then look for another. Try to win the next turn. 6, 7. I don't think it's possible to win next turn unless you chain Nature's Guidance or something.
Yeah.
You definitely need a... Yeah, Slash of the 1, its cost wasn't reduced, so...
Because there was... It has to be only 1 in play, right?
Yeah. We're talking about, like... You have to make very specific plays in order to win from here. So, I think it's very favored for Shadowcraft from this point.
Yeah, and I mean, the hand is still really strong, too. Not gonna I mean, definitely should...
For example, if that ordering was better, there would be Roach Bounce. Well, and now this allows for Evolve Face. Wow, that's lethal. Double tree goes up to 8 shadow. No. I'm getting ahead of myself. It's not lethal. It's not lethal. It's almost
9
lethal.
damage?
Helio.
Or wait, no.
Helio sets up guaranteed lethal. Helio sets up guaranteed lethal. It's not a true statement. 8. Helio sets up guaranteed lethal. I think that's a true statement. Helio evolve in place sets up 7, 1. They need one more, actually.
That was an
Aisha evolve phase sets up. No? 6. Man. Is there? What's the guaranteed lethal there? I'm sure there's a guaranteed lethal setup.
On that last turn?
I guess 7, 3, 4, 5. Helio Evo in place. 3, 7. It's just like 1 damage off. Huh.
Yeah, I can't figure anything out.
Helio pass, you can ignore the Helio. And then that's not enough. Huh. I guess there's no guaranteed lethal actually. That's crazy. It seems like there is. Well, it's gonna be lethal very soon though.
Right, this is a... So, at this point, would you say just throw out one of the roaches just as removal? Just let it go? I mean, you already have 3 in hand.
Ah, you can't even use it as removal. Count isn't high enough. If you mean, like, hit it into the Lubel...
Yeah.
Yeah. Or 5.
They could have played... Yeah, no, never mind. There was no good answer there.
Wow. Wow. Overcoming the odds.
Yeah, making it happen. This should be pretty simple. I saw he said Flake like pump his arm. He's like, yeah, I got this.
Oh my god, the comeback.
I know. That was a really weird 2 games with Roach.
Just very slow, and I think they definitely took their time too much and got punished for that.
Yeah, they also, like I said, just had weird draws. I mean, none of the like guard of the Mech Machina trees. Still no airbound barrages. It was a weird draw, but hey, he poached the Roach. He did it. He managed to make it. He's moving into finals.
Yeah, I like that. Wow. I'm speechless.
Yeah, and I mean, think about his journey, because he's the one who took out Axe and Noir, our previous victors, and now he's heading all the way to finals. And like you said, the underdogs of Shadow.
Dogs. not to make another pun.
Oh gosh! All right.
You did it. It's too late.
I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna
okay.
participate in this. But oh my gosh, yes, like you said, the underdogs making it out against the Roach deck that all of us were so hyped to see. I'm sure we're gonna see the updated brackets in just a second, and so we could see how everything officially played out. But yeah, I don't think any of us expected them, especially as they're the newcomers coming against people who have already competed in this before, like Amazonian.
Yeah, I think the cat came out. They relaxed a little bit.
Oh, you're definitely right.
So here's the issue, right? The cat came out, but cat naturally loses to dog, right? And so there's just no way to win that matchup. It's just impossible.
Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna go ahead and look at the brackets, because moving on to our grand finals, it's I always struggle with saying Alias for some reason. Alias and Coach Zero Fine taking on newcomers Flake and Dolan, and we are going to see who emerges the champion and taking home that first place prize of $2,500. But both of them are guaranteed at least 15.
Yeah.
Which is nice. That first and second place.
That's pretty good. I mean, I'm surprised that we're going to see. I mean, I guess I'm not too surprised we're going to see these 2 decks in the finals. It is the 2 that were brought the most, but it's fitting, and I'm surprised that we're honestly seeing this team. They're playing really well.
Honestly, I expected Swordcraft to win the first semifinal match, and I expected Roach to win the second semifinal match. To me, it was a surprising result to see both of these decks in the finals.
So it sounds like you have more prep to do before you start your competition.
I would have been in the finals if I played any of these decks.
Okay,
Right?
okay.
Okay, all right. Well, I just want to go ahead and give one more look because we do have two teams of newcomers. I know Zero Fine has been here before, but Alias, he wasn't here last month.
Nope, yeah.
So this is exciting.
Yeah, same thing with his coach.
Yeah.
Not here last month.
Not here. So I'm very excited to get into those grand finals. But before we do, we are going to talk about our giveaway one more time. So that's right. If you guys are just coming by, we are doing a giveaway on Twitter. And all you have to do to enter is tweet out #SV Buddy System and you can win some cool card packs. But that's right. We have grand finals on the way. We are going to take a short break. But when we get back, we're going to see who our #1 champion is. Stick around. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It's time for the grand finals. Guys, are you excited?
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
I mean, it's been a good day so far. Really weird and interesting and great to watch.
Yeah, we saw a mix of the old metagame. We saw some new stuff, a lot of new stuff, and it's all been really interesting.
Yeah, definitely. And something that we talked about right before going to break was that these are all newcomers. The only person who's making a return is Zero Fine as the coach for Alias. But I mean, he was already coaching someone else before that. But everyone else completely new to the tournament and to the format and everything.
We see on one side of the bracket, Flake and Dolan just slaying those veteran competitors. I guess on both sides, like, yeah, overcoming the odds, perhaps, of these players who have twice as much experience as them or more in this specific format of the buddy system. You know?
Yeah, in his first match, Flake went ahead and took down Axe and Noir, the reigning champions from last month. So immediately there it was like, wait a second, this guy is crazy. Is he going to take the whole thing? But let's go ahead and take a look at our format to find out how our players got here, because they were all participating in this tournament. Teams each consisting of one streamer and one professional Shadowverse player who acted as their coach. Each team was allowed to bring a maximum of 2 decks into this best-of-3 single-elimination tournament. Coaching rules for Game 1, there are no coaching restrictions, but getting into 2 and 3, coaches will be muted during all of those even turns. So for prizing, this is what they're playing for. They are playing for that first place prize of $2,500. But not to worry, because since both of them are in the finals, you are not going home with anything less than $1,500. And I just do want to take this opportunity to talk to everyone who is watching at home, because this is one of our final calls for participating in our giveaway. And the only thing that you need to do to enter is pull up your Twitter and use that #SV Buddy System to win some cool card packs. But let's go ahead and take a look at our teams and those who are still standing. We have our team, you could see them in the upper left, Alias and Zero Fine from Zero to Hero. And where are our other
middle
teams?
right?
There they are. Yeah, we got the Dinosaur Helmet and Haruhi Avatar, Newpone, Hoodis, Flake, and Dolan.
I think from Zero to Hero really sums up what's happened so far.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah. Well, where did he place last time, Zero Fine?
Well,
Second, yeah.
Zero starting fresh.
Fresh, I like it. Well, here you could see all the lists and all the games and scorecards, I should say. A lot of 2-0s, only what, 2-2-1? So let's go ahead and see if this grand final is going to make it to that full 3 games, or if we're going to be seeing another 2-0 stomp victory.
Right. Well, we did see a 3-1 in the last month's grand finals, which was good because then we get to see that much more of the players who made it that far. But yeah, today's been a lot of, honestly, some surprising 2-0s. A lot of matches that I thought were going to be closer or
back 2-0s. I thought.
It's true. Like, people fighting from behind the entire time, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, you set up your win condition. Wait, how did you do that? Why aren't you dead yet?
And it's been really interesting to see all of the different types of win conditions, whether it be trying to find that one card or trying to get your roaches back in and out as fast as possible.
I've definitely made some wrong assumptions because there are specific key cards, but like we saw the Valse in hand for the sword player, but it just didn't come into effect very much. And the Alana side was able to create a really strong turn alongside playing the Alana, making it so that there was just no time to get rid of the amulet to begin with.
So then is it safe to say that maybe even the pro has learned something from watching these students?
It depends, right? A lot of these things.
I mean, there's always lots of new to see. I mean, especially from this Alana deck, which I feel like we haven't seen as much of since the expansion. So there's, of course, a lot that you could be like, oh, yeah, I guess. I mean, obviously it's still good, right? Everybody knew still, like, pretty good at least. But seeing some, like, timings and some ways that deal with threats have been pretty cool today. Of course, this is the list that runs the full 3 Robo Falcons and the 2 Realm of Repose. Now, that's going to mean... Who are they going against? They're going against Shadow, right?
Yeah.
So how important do you think Realm of Repose is against Shadow?
It's quite important because you can't clear anything if you don't, if you aren't able to attack into stuff. So I think it's going to come down to whether or not Havencraft is able to set up a nice Repose turn, Realm of Repose turn, whether or not the Shadow side is able to put up enough of an offense so that Haven has to answer in specific ways, whether or not I think it's still going to be good for Havencraft, but those Realm of Repose timings have to be on point, and we haven't seen that from Zero Fine and Alias yet. The other Havencraft players we've seen Realm of Repose played against, Forestcraft for example, we saw it a lot there in that match, but other than that, everyone struggled so far with placing that card.
Right, I mean, it was a pretty clear way to use it against the Roach deck, but it's a little bit more, or I guess a lot more nuanced, honestly, in going against Shadow. But, I mean, there are so many, like, tools that Shadow has. So, for instance, Lubel summoning Necrofauna, or Cerberus summoning Coco and Mimi, that if you have Repose up, I would have to assume it really makes them all less scary because they want to trade into you. They want to die.
If you look, there's only 2 copies of Sora Arcane Fist, and that's going to be one of the only ways to remove followers behind that Realm of Repose. So you might see an early Realm of Repose come out and just protect a follower and just prevent it from being attacked in the early game to set up a stronger turn in the mid game. So you're going to see newer usages, different usages of Repose and cards like that.
So, have we seen this matchup yet today?
No.
I don't believe so.
How did we have 3 Netra Shadow, 3 Alana Haven, and we didn't see the same matchup played the entire day? How is that possible? Every single game was a different match.
Yeah.
I'm double checking.
That seems impossible. Yeah, rigged. It's,
oh man.
It's all part of the script. All part of the script. That's crazy. That's super cool, though.
I'm really surprised to see that, and I'm really pleasantly surprised because honestly, I expected more of the same matchups. Maybe we see it a couple times during the day, but no, that's not the case.
That's crazy.
So then what's your prediction going into this grand final match, this Haven versus Shadowcraft?
Man.
And people knowing that your predictions were a little off for the rest of the day, so maybe we predict the opposite.
I would still say Havencraft.
All right, so we're going Shadowcraft, guys. Flake and Dolan.
Okay. Flake and Dolan are the underdogs again.
They have fought against the odds already a lot, and they've already made it happen. And I don't know, they just have some magic going on, you know? So
definitely.
If you look at the favorite, you could choose a favorite, but sometimes, I don't know, sometimes it's just an underdog story.
Yeah, they may be able to go the distance. At the end, if he does win, I want to see his flag behind him just drop down, and it's just a flag of him and his coach's face. Their avatars just right behind him, or maybe you green screen it in.
Oh yeah, there we go. Just take down the flag, and it's just all green screen.
Yeah, and then Alias on the left. We see her picture there, and oh, it looks like we're getting into our first game, so let's go ahead into it, our first game of the grand finals.
All right, and as usual, it's going to be super important to see what cards they get at the start. No Alana.
Yeah. Havencraft, we've seen this mulligan how many times, right? And
too many.
It's always the same mulligan. Try to get Alana, maybe Bell to draw more cards, and that's about it.
That's a pretty aggressive hand that they've got. I mean, it's going to be strong early.
Yeah, definitely a strong hand going first like they are.
Now, on the other side, I have no idea how to mull as Shadow, as Natural Shadow.
Yeah.
Literally zero idea. It's,
Desert Pathfinder is a good card, so you might just keep it. I'm not actually quite sure what you look for, but I'm assuming, like, Cerberus is still good, Lubel is still pretty good, and Sora? Sora might be a key card, but...
Maybe, yeah.
It's hard. It's very difficult.
Oh, wow, a second Robo Falcon? This is a very weird hand, but Suddenly you're playing against Machina Haven, I think. But that could set up for a really good like hand overall, depending on what you draw later on. Well, let's take a listen in while these teams are figuring out their early plays.
You have nothing else to do anyways, so
Yeah. Okay. Good.
And go.
All right.
They will just play, I don't know, Robo Goblin or yes, I don't know, any 2-drop really. And we play Pathfinder into it.
We'll be okay.
Yeah.
I think. I hope. Yep.
So if we go Robo Falcon on the next turn and then Robo Windbreak and then Robo Falcon again on turn 4 and we draw Elana in the process, it's quite likely that on turn 5 we will have at least 2 fallers on the board and Elana, so we will get a huge board buff.
Cool.
But let's see. As I said, they can't answer multiple followers. They always interact with attacks.
Okay.
All right, so do you Robo Falcon here and just kill the Pathfinder favorably?
Yeah, that's a strong play. Hitting face is also pretty decent.
Oh yeah, they're both safe to it.
Yeah.
Ooh, that would have been a really aggressive play. And then you actually don't ever give them the tree. You know, this is a weird thing, but we've seen Pathfinder played almost every single game by Flake and Dolan, and it's almost never gotten the tree. This is one of the first times that it's ever got the tree.
There was the happy little tree accident in game 1 of one of the sets. I remember the tree just was played out on the board, maybe when it shouldn't have been.
Almost definitely when it shouldn't have been. But yeah, that's the first time, especially that it's happened so early and so perfectly.
That's true, and with the Helio on the board, it's looking like the board advantage early isn't going to be as devastating as maybe Zerofine and Alias have been hoping.
Yeah, I honestly do kind of like the idea of like having gone face that last turn. You weren't threatened to lose anything until the next turn, but by then you could play 2 more followers. And
so one of the main ideas on why you should trade in a turn is because Manifest Malice would make it a worse trade for you, but Manifest Malice didn't change anything, so that's why I would have probably gone face. Shadow doesn't have that many heal cards, heal options, only like Traveler's Respite, so it's... I think it would have been a good choice for here. That's really aggressive.
that is... Oh! Putting it on the Precant just to keep it at 3.
Yeah, this is a really good play around Manifest Malice. Maybe Helio Evolve?
You could still, I mean, if Manifest Malice was there, you could still make a pretty good play with it, right? Because you could still trade in the zombie. You'd get like a 2 for 2.
It's definitely better than any other buff, though, I think.
Yeah. Because then it would be an easy 2 for 1 and then leave the zombie up for more damage,
I would suggest Helio Evolve into the 3/3, trade into 1/1 with the 2/2, maybe? That sounds okay. Maybe you just draw first.
Well, let's take a listen to see what the decision is.
4 at the end of that, and you have to keep that in mind.
Do we want to tree first or save the tree?
If we do that play, we go tree first.
All right, tree. That was a misclick, but that's okay. Misclicks happen. All right, let's go. Let's just do this.
Just to order for that play then. Yeah, I think it's perfectly fine.
So here, bang bang, trade here, and good golly, Miss Molly, and now we just tree.
Yeah, I played the tree as well.
Boomba. Okay. All right.
Next
what
turn
it
might
is.
become an issue if he has Alana.
This is
But they never have Alana because
They never do. That's not a thing. No.
that doesn't exist.
This doesn't. Oh, well, there's Zoe.
Oh yeah, see, the cut literally doesn't exist. Yeah.
All right, interesting. Zoe into Realm of Repose. What do you think about that?
Yeah, setting up for a lot of heals, and if you just happen to draw Alana the next turn, that's gonna lead into a win pretty much, I think. 8.
So that's
9,
really
10, 11,
awkward,
12,
right?
13, 14, 15 damage.
Because you need
Then
to
two-
get rid of
yeah,
something on
it's
your.
lethal.
You need to get rid of something on your board, though, right?
Yeah. Get rid of the Falcon, Evo the Alana, and then the next turn Evo the Zoe would be lethal. That's crazy. But there's also Sora, so it's not always lethal, even with Alana. And there is no Alana to begin with.
Yeah, that would have been a really powerful turn for Alana. Like.
Yeah. And the other thing that this Realm of Repose sets up is the Kel. And Kel, you can clear the entire shadow board while drawing cards with the Zoe. So as long as the Zoe lives, which it's not going to be possible to clear it without maybe drawing a card with either the Ram or the Traveler's Respite, and then drawing into a Sora, that's going to be the only out for that. So we're not going to go for that.
All right, just 4.
Yeah, that's really strong.
Just setting up the threats. Well, not 4 to face, obviously. 3 to face.
This is definitely the type of game where the Haven side is really benefiting from having this game as the game with the coach in the back.
Do you Servant of Repose here? That looks so like I want to. Okay, so we're gonna see the full clear then.
You were done for.
Yeah, I think it's a full clear. There's no one cost that's been destroyed yet, right?
I don't. No, there has not. No.
What?
It's not a full clear if you don't attack, actually. Oh.
If you value your life, come no further.
That was enough then. Okay.
That's really good. That's incredibly good.
Yeah, I mean, this is still a pretty scary board that's being built up by Haven. But no Alana, it's crazy.
There is an Alana now.
Oh, there is an Alana. I'm a fool. I see, pointing it out.
Okay, so it looks like they're setting up for a Viridian Magna turn. And holding on to those, maybe? Viridian Magna or Lubel. But the thing is, you can Alana Evo Realm of Repose pass Alana Evo. This is complicated. I guess just Evo hit face. That's a little bit easier. Otherwise it's kind of annoying. That's actually really annoying. I wonder if there's a better play there.
I don't know. I mean, they could have set up a little bit more, but this is still a lot of damage face.
Yeah.
And it's going to be really hard to clear all off of enough here, because you can Viridia, but that's only going to clear 2 things. And then you can always
11,
freak it and get
12,
another.
12 plus 5, 5, 6, 7, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They can clear everything except for 2, 4? Or something like that. Depending on the animals. So, yeah, this could very well full clear. Yeah, there's a good chance it full clears actually. That's crazy.
Yeah, this could now on the other side be a really good setup.
Domain is free of go play
Using last Evo.
And then you want to get the Necrofauna out before so that it doesn't buff the... That's a pretty big missed opportunity, actually. Definitely want to get the fauna out. Oh, and that's less efficient as well. So
yeah,
that's going to be really important.
Oh, and the dog came out a little bit after it. Would have been nice to. I mean, this is at least going to clear this, right? Gets the 1 ping.
Yeah.
All right, so the 4/4 will be left. Wow. Well, you get to keep the zombie.
Yeah,
that's pretty good, actually.
It was possible to have 1 more played. They spent 2 on a tree when they could have had 2 1s out. So, yeah.
Do you think possibly they were afraid of somehow there being 7 damage available? Like something like Rabbit Ektar. I don't know.
That's possible.
I stand at the edge of eternity.
Oh. Man, that's a big deal. The 4/4 could have been cleared. It's like what ifs, but there were 2 buffs and maybe 2 hits, right? Off of the Necrofauna. So it actually would have been possible to full clear, I think.
All right, let's take a listen to them while they're deciding targets. They're starting to run out of time, but they got to move quick. Let's listen.
Let's see, what card do I want to put? Which card do I want to use? This is all this one. Let's go with this one. Let's just go with that, and we'll just pass the turn. Okay, GG on that one, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh man, I feel loved.
Yeah, that was unlucky. Like that was actually unlucky.
Yeah, it's a tough. I mean, you can't.
One step at a time.
All right, was there no way that they could have lived?
No.
Oh, that's
you
right,
can't
they
get
have
into it.
Rove Repose up. I'm fool. Okay, I was too busy looking at his signs.
OP.
All right, that's a good way to lose, though. I agree. I need a little sun since I love Pot Washer. Can we get that for me, please, production?
Maybe he was trying to bribe Pot Washer. He was like, hey, man, just give me some coaching on the side. Go ahead and unplug Alias's PC for me. Just give a little disconnect.
Hey, so we were talking about how we didn't see a lot of really good Realm of Repose turns. That game had 2 really good, well-used Realm of Repose.
Definitely.
Exactly.
The first Realm of Repose was really, really good. Set up for the Kel, which drew into the Alana, which won the game.
Yeah, and then the last one was just to guarantee the win, right? So very, very good play.
And I will say that Pot Washer's prediction was correct. Havencraft did come out on top for Game 1 of the series. Expected? Unexpected?
Well, I mean, I expected it,
yeah.
right? I am rooting for the underdog. The dog.
The dog. Yeah. Well, here we go. We're starting into the second game, and maybe Flake will be able to pull it off as the underdog, or maybe Alias is going to finish that 2-0 grand final.
Not to like follow up on my horrible dog, just mentioning dog, but like the Night of the Living Dog is actually one way that Haven is forced to deal with the shadow side of the board. And if you're able to create, like, for example, if you make like 2 7/7s, if you get it that big, the dogs, then Haven definitely has difficulty dealing with that. They're going to have to reveal their cards. They're not going to be able to set up a really great Realm of Repose turn a lot of the time. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that we haven't seen. We've seen the dog played very early as like a tempo play, but we haven't seen it used alongside trees yet, which is a very weird thing to say. I mean, maybe we'll see it later. We saw the potential for it to happen later in that game had it gone on any longer, but...
yeah, there are a lot of trees in hand.
But
let's listen to Flake and Dolan.
Can you quickly check how many cards they kept?
Yeah, I can. They 2. Sorry, they kept 1. They tossed 2 cards
so
like us.
That's probably the golden belt, which they kept. Next turn, go for Pathfinder, regardless of what they do. And on turn 3, we are allowed to talk again.
Okay. All right, gotcha, buddy. See you in a bit.
All right, pretty simple plan up there. He was correct, I believe, on the Golden Bell call. But Golden Bell into Robo-Goblin, that's the exact plays that you want all in a row. Of course, still no Alana in hand because, like I said previous game, they just never have Alana.
This is as good as a start you can hope for, right?
Yes.
Bell and honestly, that first game was almost ideal considering the Alana was drawn at the opportune moment. So, other than that, I don't know what more you'd wish for.
Well, let's see what they wish for as they draw that Robo Falcon, which could be really good right here.
The 2/2.
Yeah.
So on the next turn, you can do a very clutch play. You will probably play the Robo Wing Freakant and the Realm of Repose and attack with trade with the Robo Goblin over whatever he has on the board.
Cool.
Because the Robo Goblin is a neutral follower, so it won't get protected anyway.
Okay.
There's a high chance we get Alana since we're getting 3 draws. And the worst case scenario is that we set up the Realm of Repose so that we play Kel on 5.
Okay.
And clear the board, and then the Realm of Repose will protect Kel. And we do this on turn 6, depending on whether we draw Alana or not.
Okay.
So
next turn, Precant.
So the next turn, will always be Precant Realm of Repose, and on 5 we'll decide depending on what we have. Yeah.
Okay, and then this guy will kill whatever they play.
Yeah, but if they don't play any followers, don't attack with the Robo Goblin. Yeah,
Okay.
the only follower that should attack is the Robo Goblin.
Cool.
All right, they set up that plan for another early Realm of Repose, just to build up that board more safely.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the best way to utilize Realm of Repose against Shadowcraft in particular. Hopefully they get that Alana to make it a perfect game plan.
Yeah, if they get the Alana with this draw, which like we did here, Zero Fine saying, there's a good chance. Of course, there's 3 cards coming in on the next turn, and then essentially there's a 4th card coming in after that because you're not going to play the Alana next turn anyway. So if any of the cards within the top 4 are Alana, then scary, scary situation.
For sure. There's going to be a lot left over. I guess it's possible to do something like Manifest Malice, and that might be able to clear enough that the turn 5 outright isn't going to end the game. But it's still going to be tough if Alana's drawn.
Well, let's see. Alana's in there. Oh, with Lamonia
and
with Servants. This is a good hand. This is beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah, look at that Alana. Click that Alana. This is the first time that Alias has had Alana on turn 4. Let's celebrate it. But I don't think you're celebrating this as Flake and Dolan. I mean, they don't know yet, but it is what it is. It's not over, of course, but that's a very scary start. An angry zombie coming in. Okay, so as Shadow, what do you do now? I mean, this is... I know they can't tell 100% what's coming, but it's...
Yeah, I mean, Manifest Malice most likely just has to be played here. The 2 damage isn't going to get too much better. And then maybe Desert Pathfinder Evolve in place or something like that. And hope for the best. I don't know what else to say. There's not a lot to do, and the Realm of Repose is going to set up a really strong turn 6.
Yeah, and I guess the best that you could even do is just like... Would you say the best thing you can do right now, Shadow, is just set up your own threats as fast as possible?
Yeah, that's why you would spend the Evolve point here, for sure. Yeah, this is a even turn, though. But, okay.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, they must have I guess they might have planned that out beforehand or something like that. Or
so.
it's a super heads-up play from Flake there.
I mean, he's been playing quite well.
Yeah, and like listening to the conversations, Dolan at this point being a member of EU, representing Europe, I'm pretty sure he's pretty tired by now, and you can see that. And Flake has been taking over some of the conversation of, like, is this what I'm supposed to do, rather than do this, that we've seen a lot of.
All right, so I'm assuming they just mostly chill here, or do you? I mean, you heal. Chill?
Both are good options, and it's if you hold on to it, like it has 6 health. Alana has 6 health right now, which means that Sora isn't going to take it out yet, which means buffs don't do anything at this point. And if you hold on to your repair modes for the next turn, then on that next turn, you're going to be able to buff everything that you play on the turn 6 as well.
Right.
Most notably, Kel. So probably talking about Kel and things like that at the end of the turn there.
All right, well, let's see what Flake and Dolan are talking about, because they've got a lot to answer.
Them again, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, the thing here is...
What do I want to set up?
Okay.
Do I want to just make a big dog?
Yeah, I think we make a big... I think we always lose if they have Kel anyways.
Yeah.
So what we try to do is, I think we play dog first.
Yeah.
Play one tree, or either, it doesn't matter really.
Yeah.
Cycle another one.
Yeah. Tree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Another one.
Oh.
Or hang on to it. Just play this and hold on to the free tree.
Actually, let's do what you just said.
So play Travelers, but hold on to the tree so we can have a bell next turn.
Exactly, and I would Evo, Zombie, and go face. Just for the stats.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't miss the attacks.
No, go.
His hooves are merciless.
Oh, he got it! He got it! Oh, just barely.
Ooh, that must have been the first red circle.
Yeah. Success there. It's all about execution. It's all about timing. Yeah, no, they did say, of course, like, oh, it's a rough situation if Kel's out, and we're gonna see a lot of mileage out of this Kel.
In this case, I don't think there's anything the Shadow side could have done.
Yeah, just the power of that realm of just setting up this guaranteed setup. I mean, there's no way to deal enough on board. Plus, there's even more potentially in hand. What do you do at this point? You make another sign. That's all you can do.
Or is there any out? 7, 8, 9. Well,
I mean, you get the evolve, but
6, 7, 8, 9. And
no, it's not an out. No way.
Come with us.
Just trying your best. Putting out those trees. Might as well put out the last tree. What else are you gonna do?
I'll show you. Your domain is go play now.
I don't know what the last tree would do.
Salvation surely awaits.
wow. Alana, but the Realm of Repose really coming in clutch, and the Alana draw.
Yeah,
wow.
That was about as good as an Alana draw can get, and so this month's champion for the Buddy System is going to be Alias V and PG's Zero Fine as Flake throws up the GG sign.
Oh, GG and Diva, congratulations to Alias! This is her first time here, and look, she took the whole dang thing. That's super exciting, huh?
Plus, Zero Fine gets a chance to run it back. You know, he was so close to the gold last time, and he finally gets it this time. So, definitely the most consistent coach, I would say, so far.
Yeah, so far, yeah.
He did seem a little tired at the end, though. Or they all seemed a little tired.
Yeah.
Everybody seemed...
Of course, I mean, you guys have been casting the whole day and watching you go through the stages of, oh my gosh, they got lethal. Oh, they missed lethal. Or, oh, do they have lethal here? Oh, no, they don't have lethal
Exciting
here. Oh, they
day.
could have done this. Oh, they didn't do this. It's just like, ooh, it's like a roller coaster over here. We're not even playing.
I mean, at the end, I was almost disappointed that they made the strongest plays every turn. Like, at the end there, it was just too powerful.
And it's so funny. Like, you know, I kept saying it, but the whole day we've seen these very weird hands, like decks lacking the cards that they need. And at the very end, that Alana deck just did everything that it needed all in a row. It just showed off exactly how the deck is supposed to play out. And the exact moment you needed it, too.
Yeah. I definitely think that was the strongest hand of the day we saw at the very, very end when it really counted for that money.
For that money, yeah, they did. And I hear right now we still have the third place match going on, so we're going to wait until we get some of those results. But, I mean, that just gives us more time to talk about these finalists and our winners.
I know. Okay, so actually earlier I said, you know, we got to choose who's the most stylish of the day.
Yeah.
You know, as far as like holding up signs or doing stuff. So everybody needs to make their pick right now. I'm going to go last because I feel like that's how it should be.
Okay.
I mean, I only saw one person holding up signs.
But I saw somebody petting a cat.
Yeah, well, did the person petting the cat win?
Did the person holding up the signs win?
No. Although I will say I gave brownie points to, I believe, Slyssa at the very beginning. Went to open up her door and like 3 large dogs ran in. And I'm like, I want her to win the whole thing.
If there are bonus points for dogs, I mean, and cats and animals, that was the highest quantity of animals that we saw the entire day.
Yeah, forget gameplay. Gameplay is not important. How many pets do you have?
It's definitely a very animal-themed day. I think we can all agree on that.
That's true.
Yeah.
Well, I do hear that we have our final bracket ready, so let's go ahead and take a look. There's our champion, right in the middle. Alias and Coach Zero Fine taking home the grand prize of $2,500. That means that Flake and Dolan will be taking home that $15,000. And look at our third place winners are Snake Nade and Himari taking home the $1,000 prize. Congratulations to all of our winners.
Yeah, I'm glad to see the sword deck doing well in the finals.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed watching the sword deck. That's definitely my takeaway from today. Is I'm going to go try to build that deck, although I'm completely out of vials, so I'll figure out how.
Did you enter a giveaway?
No. I didn't.
I
don't know if we're allowed to.
See, I mean, you should. Just like, here's the laptop right here. Hashtag SV giveaway. Buddy System, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No. But yeah, we are going to get an interview in just a little bit while they're probably decompressing from the win, where they're just like, oh my gosh, we did it. So.
No, especially at the end, being like, wow, that was the last match. Like, wow, clean.
But from here on out, if there's another buddy system in a similar metagame, you bet people are going to be metagaming against Alana, right?
Yeah,
We've seen Alana time and time again, and in this format, then we're going to see some counters maybe. We're going to see some, like, a little bit diversity there, or some other choices I'm sure are going to pop up because Alana has been dominant.
Yeah, but I mean, I am still happy with the diversity in decks that we got to see today and this month compared to last month, where it was only Havencraft Alana.
Well, I mean, it seems like that, but honestly, like, there were almost as many multiples this week. There were more multiples, essentially, of just 2 separate decks. So we just got the coolest, set of matchups that we possibly could. You know, no repeats in the entire tournament. That's perfect.
Yeah, I'm very excited. I think I can hear them getting set up right now. I'm excited. What's the first thing that you want to ask them about in terms of deck creation, or what are you curious in?
I want to ask Zero Fine how he feels being in the top 2 both times, and just how he feels about the consistency of that essentially, and also if he's tired.
Oh man.
Definitely not asking him how many pets that he has.
Oh,
yeah, we didn't take coach pets into account.
Oh, we didn't get to see the webcam from Alias and Zero Fine, or Alias. So I wonder how many pets she has, if she has any pets at all.
Yeah, there could be like 12 cats in that room, or
that might have been the deciding factor today.
Yeah, like 10 cats, 10 dogs, a few like frogs, foxes. I don't know. Like that could be where all the power came from. We don't even know.
Yeah, I mean, her picture or her webcam was actually just a static picture. So maybe in that arena that she was in, everyone there had an animal.
Whoa.
Pocket hamster.
Everybody had a pocket hamster?
Pocket hamster.
Wow, that's a lot of pocket.
You've never had a pocket hamster?
No.
All right. Well, you know who maybe has a pocket hamster? Alias. We have an interview with her coming up. Hello, hello. Can you hear us? And
Hello?
Oh, can you hear us? Hello.
Oh no. Hello, can you hear us?
Well, let's just start talking about how wonderful she is. Let's tell her congratulations. Let's tell her that she's the greatest Shadowverse player ever in the entire world. Sorry, pot washer. Better luck next time.
Can you hear them?
Get a pocket hamster, and then maybe you can come back in, and then we'll talk.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
Take it all the way to Japan.
Yeah, definitely. I'm not sure if it's just with Alias and her coach, or if it's just her as of right now. We're gonna find out in just a little bit. But
yeah, we had the coach last time, right? With Noir. Had to talk a little bit.
Yeah.
Definitely want to ask Zero Fine questions.
Yeah, especially because he's the biggest repeater now, you know?
Yeah.
Just the coach in particular.
Yeah. Talk about the deck selection, maybe a little bit, how he felt about the day.
Yeah, also, it's such a weird choice to choose Alana again. I mean, we're talking about it. Obviously, now it's worked out again, right? But
yeah.
It's still a very weird choice based on the rest of the meta.
Like, last time, it was the obvious choice. But this time, it was more like the... it was more surprising to players who've probably played this expansion, since Alana isn't nearly as...
Yeah, it's... I mean, it has the fear of being just too slow, right? Like, just too slow, not able to set up. It doesn't have De La Fee for that, like, essentially infinite buffing every single turn.
A lot of these other decks have gotten noticeably stronger. New archetypes are really strong, but Alana is in like a better spot in the metagame, a better matchups overall compared to last expansion. So that's been the real big difference, I think. Matchups are better. The deck itself hasn't changed that much. The power level hasn't really changed much at all. And a lot of other decks have gotten stronger, but instead the matchup is better.
Can you hear me?
We're getting those. I can hear her, but I cannot see her. So
I could hear them earlier. I can't hear them now.
Things are getting underway.
I still don't think she can hear us. Oh no. Maybe? Hello?
Testing,
here we go.
1, 2,
I can hear
1, 2,
you.
3.
Hello?
Elias, can you hear me? I can hear you. Yes. She has a beautiful voice, if you guys can't hear.
So I'm wondering if this is a webcam and she's just really good at standing still.
I mean, if they can speak to Zero,
she could be.
try that rather.
Elias,
and the players behind.
Elias, can you hear us?
I think the interview is with you only.
Zero.
No,
I think I hear Zero fine. Zero, is that you?
All right.
Okay.
Sing me a song. Sing me a song. You know what? I think the internet just broke across the world, so I don't think we are going to be able to do that interview. Unfortunately, just the internet went kaboom. But I got to hear both of their voices for just a split second, and it was music to my ears.
That's all we need to know.
The true voices of champions right there. But yeah, I mean, I can still hear them.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're gonna go ahead, and unfortunately we're not gonna be able to do a interview, but I think even better yet, instead of talking to champions, we can talk about future champions, because I do believe in Wonder Chef, you can fill me in a little bit more, there's some more Shadowverse happening next week.
Oh, some more is an understatement. We have the Contenders Cups on October 12th and 13th. That's both days next weekend. First day for PAM, second for the Euro region, and we are going to have 8 of the top players of each region trying to fight for that last spot in the World Grand Prix. And of course, 4 players are already qualified for the World Grand Prix. They are the #1 ranked in points in each of their regions, or the #1/2 for PAM. Noir, Vitu, Hamari, and Yahiko. And of course, in the Contenders Cup, I believe you're playing in it, right, Paul Watcher?
Yes, I am. So the top 8 players in each region will each be playing for one last slot in each region. I only have one chance. I can't lose. I can't lose.
Don't lose.
Yes. I'll be competing next week. Come check it out. Come watch the stream.
Well, we'll all be rooting for you, 100%. Just cheering it on. Got the little like pot washer #1 hand. Can we get those Tempo Storm #1 pot washer hands?
That'd be sick to get a Tempo Storm flag and just start running across all of Los Angeles like a pot washer.
I'll definitely have a lot of support because Himari and Noir we saw today are going to be there. And V2 is another good friend. A lot of friends there. I'm really looking forward to it.
And you're just going to have to take them all down.
At the World Grand Prix.
At the World Grand Prix.
Yeah, those ones are the ones who are already qualified to go to Japan.
Good, so you don't have to step on your friends in order to get to where you need to be.
They're just chilling.
But then, guys, once again, before we head off, is there anything that you'd like to say? I mean, obviously, good luck to you, Pot Washer, but Wonder Chef, how'd you enjoy today?
Oh, it was so fun. I mean, I'm so glad that I got to come back. This expansion is incredibly cool. Like, I just have fun watching every single match. You know, even if there's like mistakes, if the draws are weird,
especially
single thing
if
about
there are
it.
wacky things going on, right?
It's so hard to predict everything, and everything's so like. Everything's a puzzle. I love it so much right now. And I mean, thanks again, of course, to Pot Washer, especially for teaching me so much stuff today. Of course, I got a lot to go home with and practice and try to grind ranked even more and lose, sadly.
Definitely. And Pot Washer for you one more time where we can watch you and when you're competing.
Yeah, I'm going to be competing at the Contenders Cup, and that's going to be streaming next Saturday at twitch.tv/Cygames Esports. So that'll be on the official Shadowverse channel. And yeah, really great to be here. Really great to talk about those new decks. And obviously there are so many more new decks out there that are so powerful. Maybe I'll play some of them next time. In fact, I definitely will play decks that haven't been showcased today. So.
Yeah.
Well, I do want to thank you guys for joining us, as well as every single player and coach who competed here today. That is it for us here for this month's Buddy System. Thank you all so much for watching, and tune in next month.